What's up, Diesel? How you doing? So, what's up in your neck of the woods, Diesel? Hey, Zoom. Thanks for doing that. Appreciate it. Cheers. So, what do you guys got going temperature wise? It's colder than a witch's tit in a brass bra out here. Yeah, it's about, I think like 16 or 17 here. Wind chill's almost zero. And it's going to get even colder right around sunrise. Probably be like a negative 10 around there. What's up, Valentine? 7 degrees. Yuck. It's too cold to do anything outside. And I still got yard work to do. I got projects out in the garage I need to do. What's up, Sing? I'm going to have to go back outside later tonight. Not looking forward to that. It's bulk trash night, and I got a ton of shit to haul out. Oh, and here comes the Tires crew. What's up, Honeycomb, Max, Deer Bitch? Hey, Trish. It's CaNEWS. Just spelled a little differently. Because I was going to do like a whole news recap, but I'm just going to sit here and get stoned. Pizza Punk Rock, Carpenter Patriot, Mako, what's up? Ragged coin. Hey, Ragged, this one's for you. Especially just for you. What's up, Miss Miriam? Because you're such an easy target. You don't like the harmonica. You don't like loud noises. So that's for you. He was cheering when Aaron lost the harmonica tonight. He's like, "Thank God, no Monica tonight. Praise Jesus." Schuster, welcome in. Oh. Fire in the bowl. Pardon me. Oh. My day, it was it was all right. It was cold. It was like so cold that I step outside to have a cigarette at work. I had to put my jacket on, kind of cold. I'm like, I don't like doing that. But it was kind of quiet at work. Didn't have much to do, and what I did went fairly easy. And I'm off the next 2 days, so holla fucking hallelujah on that. Sing Some Goats Just Scream. Word the fuck? Holy hell. I'm showing 69 people watching us on the Twitch channel. Holy. Must be a lot of bots or something. That's kind of odd. No, Trish, it's going to be cold as balls. We're not going to have a warm up for another probably 4 or 5 days. All I want is like 3 days where it can be in the 30s. 30s is just fine with me. 3 days in the 30s and it's dry. And then I'll be able to get the rest of my fucking lawn taken care of. What's up, Dallas? You know, smoking monkeys is illegal in 27 states in the United States, just so you know. Yeah, and you have to have permits if your monkey dances. I am not a fan of monkeys. Because they fling poo, usually at you. Aaron, cheers, motherfucker. Let's see if I can pull something up for you guys. I saw something insane on my news. Oh well, I'll look for it in a little bit on the PC. But for you outdoorsmen people, I saw an article today. Somewhere up north, I don't know if it was in Minnesota, Wisconsin, or maybe even up in Canada, some dude was ice fishing and he had drilled through 6 feet of ice to get his fishing hole. And he pulled 3 insane, huge lake trout. These things look like fucking sharks. Absolutely insane. Like the biggest one had to have been something like at least 300 pounds. It was a dinosaur. What's up, Elvis? Welcome in. Carpenter. Yeah, I wouldn't mind going ice fishing. Now, I don't know if you guys saw over in Aaron's chat earlier. I think it was the guy that hosted the big raid. It was a guy named Ron Cleveland Outdoors. I've been subscribed to that guy's channel for like a year. He does a lot of outdoor stuff, and he was doing some ice fishing a few nights ago. And it wasn't like a little tiny ice fishing tent. It wasn't like a little 2 or 3 person shack. He had it looked like a barn over this ice hole. And they kept the temperature just warm enough so that people were comfortable and things weren't melting. And there was like 20 people in there, and they had couches and TVs and refrigerator and stoves and everything. And I was like, that's how you want to ice fish. Yeah, I don't know if we got ice out on Lake Erie right now or not. But when it gets thick enough out in the Western Basin, out near the islands we have here, like people set up ice fishing villages and they're driving 4x4s around and shit and ATVs. It's like a big fucking tailgate party on the ice for as long as the ice is safe. Shadow Man, what's in the house? What up? Okay, let's see here. I found the article with the trout. The headline says ice fisherman pulls up 3 massive lake trout that can best be described as whales in training. I'm going to bring it up here so you guys can get an idea how big this fucking fish is. I got such lag over on my end, it's ridiculous. I mean, just look at that fucking thing. It's ginormous. He's lucky he had a strong enough line to handle that. Yeah, what a slob of a fish. Oh. And he caught 3 of them that were right around, that size, give or take 20 pounds or something. I'll get the link for the article if anybody wants it here. There we go. And chances are a fish that big is probably at least 50 years old. Because those things, that's not even record class. I've seen pictures of, the top 10 largest lake trout caught in North America, and they're like there's a couple that are about twice that size. They're like dinosaurs. The biggest one on record, I think, biologists examined it, and they said that they estimated it is about 90 years old, 85, 90 years old. Goodbye, fishy, fishy. Where am I at? I'm in my bedroom. Come on, Aaron, you know where I'm at. Uh-oh, incoming polar bear. What's up, Prince? What's up, Prince?
How's it going?
It's going.
Yeah. I came back in from starting the generator and there was a
Oh, shit. I'm sorry. Hang on. God damn it. There we go.
and there was a polar bear in my chair. A polar puppy. What are you doing? What's he doing? Oh, come on, get in. Come here, you big baby. Oh, oh, oh. You get it too big for this. Oh,
You're going to give yourself a hernia.
oh, yeah. Oh, 50-pound puppies.
Ooh, excuse me.
Huh?
I belched very disgustingly. I had to apologize.
Bless you.
Did you were you watching a couple minutes ago, Wiz, when I was showing the picture of the fish?
No, I just got back in.
All right, I'm gonna bring it back up again. You got to see this thing. The guy caught some lake trout. These things are fucking humongous. It's gonna take me a minute here.
Yes, he was, Mama Don. Yes, the big old baby. He's only 4.5 months old.
There's the fish.
Holy shit. Where was that?
Somewhere in like Wisconsin, Minnesota, maybe
Oh,
Canada.
yeah.
I don't know. The article didn't say.
Was that somebody you know? Or what was the story on it?
No, it's just something in the news today. Say again.
What's the story on it?
Oh, this guy was I fished 3 huge fish around this size. 3 of them, like 1, 2, 3, right in a row.
Oh, wow. These are just too big for my lap. Already. You
Good
take
night,
it out,
Max. Have
Max?
a good one.
Dream up, Patriot. That's a big ass fish.
Yeah.
Hey, Miriam, Valentine, Aaron, how you doing? Sting, what are you doing?
Yeah, about 10 minutes ago, Aaron rated us with like 65 people. But yeah, it's mostly bots. We're down. Yeah, we got 39 still.
Oh,
Too
yeah.
many lurkers. Too many lurkers.
Well, welcome in, all you lurkers. You just way too big for this. It's like, no, I'm not.
It could be up in Wyoming. I didn't know that was their natural range, but if they got some deep mountain lakes, yeah, I guess it would be possible.
Right. What kind of fish was it?
Lake trout.
Oh, wow. That was a
Yeah,
trout.
that's trout.
Oh, my God. Wow. That's amazing. It says, I'm warm except my right cigarette holding hand.
Well, see, what you do, Aaron, is you take it some paracord and tie it above where you're at, and perfect lengthwise down to right around your head. And you just make a loop at the end of it and slide your cigarette in there and just reach up and grab it and give it a puff and let it swing.
Let's swing.
Hands free smoking.
Oh, yes.
Excuse me.
God bless you. Baby. Oh, okay. Oh, there you go. Oh,
And I had some amazingly good corned beef today.
oh yeah?
Yeah, normally in my store in the deli, the corned beef that we get isn't that good quality. It's like a local food distributor brand in the Cleveland area, and it's not that great. But I had to open one for somebody fresh today, and after I'm done slicing it, I'm just looking at it. I'm like, that looks like a really, really good corned beef. And she's like, yeah. She's like, I want 1 more pound. And I'm like, okay.
Right.
And I pack it up for her and everything. She takes off, and I'm cleaning up and sealing up the open corned beef. And I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna get a couple slices and make a sandwich. And sure enough, it was good. Best corned beef I've had in a couple years.
Oh wow, nice. Nice. Yeah, I had talking about that, I had a roast beef sandwich for dinner tonight. Nice thick. Yeah, with the meat was that thick on it. But it wasn't anything like fresh, cooked roast corned beef. It was just the stuff from the store. Singularity's got a crash too. Holy shit. All right. Well, dream well, Patriot.
Yeah, he's probably got to go pour concrete again or transport it.
That's what you call a boiled dinner in Newfoundland. Oh, wow. Hey, Shoe Studio. What's up, Miriam? Oh, wow. That sounds good.
And I've tried doing it in the crock pot. It's just not the same. It's just a traditional boiled corned beef in a big stock pot.
Right.
I get better results that way. Both me and my sister love corned beef. Like, it's kind of like one of our top 5 favorite things to eat. And growing up, we were still with my mom from the time that we were like discovered corned beef, like when we were like 8 years old, up
Yeah.
until our late teens. Like, me and my sister just loved it. And my mom would buy like a 3 pound, corned beef, make it for dinner. And, my mom, kind of peckish eater, she'd have a plate and then maybe a couple extra slices with the
Right.
sides. Me and my sister would eat the entire we'd split the rest of it just between ourselves in one sitting. And we're like, Mom, you need to buy like a bigger one. She's like, well, you guys will never eat it. I'm like, no, we will finish that thing. We're like, buy 5 pounder. And yeah, we'd eat most of it the first night, and then we'd have sandwiches the next day. Corned beef never goes to waste.
Right. Right. Wow. Yeah. Mrs. Don says that you get corned beef in a bucket like the Newfies do. They boil it, drain it, cook it, and drain it.
Yeah.
Because it's salt cured, I guess.
Yep. Or brine cured. I don't know if they do the dry pack salt. Some people do that.
Yeah, well, I tell you. What did you see an article today? Pelosi was greeted by an angry mob or run off by an angry mob of people or something like that.
Yeah.
I heard something about it. That's why I was wanting to ask.
Now I saw a headline in my notifications the other day for a video on a channel I follow on YouTube, and the headline was something like Pelosi finally announced the date that she's going to retire. I don't know if it was true or not.
Well, the psychotic old witch.
Now the only thing I saw political today had to do with Supreme Court. That Sonia Sotomayor lady is making a fool out of herself.
Yeah, all the idiots. Yeah.
Yeah. She's like, there's over 100,000 children in the U.S. hospitalized with bad COVID. And they did a quick fact check, and someone on Fox brought up the director of the CDC, that, half black lady. And she's like, she can't lie effectively for her own sake on live TV shoots. So she kind of had to, condescend to saying that no, it's not 100,000. It's more like 3,500 people.
Right, and 40% of those are in the hospital with for other reasons.
Yep. It was kind of comical to watch.
Right.
She's like, you could see like what was working behind her eyes, and she didn't want to say what she ended up having to say. It's like,
right.
Yeah.
She kept trying to. I saw the interview with Brett Baer, and he kept
the guy's name. I don't watch Fox enough to know most of the personalities.
Yeah, I saw that one though, and he's like, yeah, but that's those numbers are grossly incorrect, and she's like, well, yeah, but it's mostly the unvaccinated. Well, excuse me.
Yeah.
She kept trying to make it into an unvaccinated situation, and it's like, no, well, these are children that only have like a 1/1000th chance of having any serious complications from COVID in the first place, right? And she goes, well, yeah, but
children naturally have a stronger immune system than adults. Your immune system degrades after you hit puberty.
Right. Alcohol, drugs.
Well, no, it's just the way that the natural human body, ends up as we age.
Right.
Yeah. Fire in the bowl.
Fire in the motherfucking bowl. Brought to you by Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farms.
Don.
Oh yeah, all these people are huge embarrassment to
the
country.
Now, see, it's so bad with the newspapers anymore. I kind of can go a couple days without even looking at the newspapers that we physically sell in our store.
Right.
And I didn't read the newspaper at all today. And that's kind of odd for me. So at the end of the night, we're counting up the unsold papers to make returns on them. And I saw this article about how there was a big ass fire in New York City in the Bronx where 19 people died.
Yeah.
Or something like that. I didn't even, it was like 30 people and 19 of them were kids. I didn't see that pop up on any of my news feeds. Strange.
Oh, wow.
Because that's a pretty big story.
Right. Yeah, there were several on Fox about it. Yeah, but tragic. I never did read into it though. I was like, yeah. but never did see what it was caused it or any of that stuff. But yeah, that's bad. They're saying that some of the people weren't even in the area with the fire. It was just smoke inhalation and stuff that got quite a few of the people or something. Like smoke inhalation and stuff. Oh yeah, much better.
Yeah, not smoke inhalation, but fume buildups. I remember one time my grandfather, um, he used to go to church every Sunday, and one day he didn't realize that it was Saturday, so he got up, did his usual morning routine, and went to church. And of course, there's no mass. He's like, he gets there and realizes it's Saturday. He's like, oh fuck, I'm going home and going back to bed. So he comes back home, and this was like probably within 6 months of when they took his license away,
Right.
just because of age and motor skills and whatnot. Um, he parked the car in the garage and he never turned it off. And the garage is closed and all tight and everything. And it was running
Oh,
for about 4 hours. And I got up, and my morning routine, I used to go out and feed the barn cats in the morning. And I walk into that garage, and I literally, if I would have been, I turned, my face hit the fumes, and it was almost instantaneous. If I would have been in there for one more second, I probably would have passed out. The fumes were
wow,
that bad. And
wow,
I fell back into the house and slammed the door shut. My dad's like, "What the fuck? Don't slam the door." I'm like, "No, we got a problem. Grandpa left his car running, and there's carbon monoxide everywhere." So I opened the door again and just reached inside with my hand to hit the garage door opener, and then I went outside through the patio door, and you could physically see the fumes pouring out from the garage door. It was like, oh my god.
wow. Oh wow.
Yeah, if my grandfather would have walked in there, he would have instantly passed out. Same with my dad. Wow, Bill, what's up?
Hey, yeah, good to see you, Bill. He was having trouble trying to get his phone charged earlier. He said it's broken somehow and he can get the cord to work. He
Well,
called me
that's
up and says, "This is probably the last you're going to hear from me because I can't charge the damn phone." So let everybody know.
no, I bet I know what it is. Those USB chargers, the part that the plug in that you plug into your phone on the bottom side of it,
Uh,
they have those two little prongs that securely hold it in the charging port on the phone. After time, those little uh, prongs get recessed enough that they don't hold and catch. So like your phone's constantly like they'll say it's charging and then you hear a beeping and it's not charging, on and off, on and off, on and off. If you take like a sewing needle or a push pin, you can work those prongs back into place just by pushing from the front end of the prong underneath it, and then carefully stretching it back up into place to make a
oh,
solid connection. That's all it is.
okay.
USB cords are notorious for that shit.
Yeah, Bill says it's loose. So yeah, might want to check those pinch point pins inside there, Bill. See if that's the case. Get out your jeweler's thing, put it on your eye, and look in the little port with a lot of extra light next to you. Oh man. So, uh, but yeah, he said he's got a solution for getting another phone or something. Hopefully soon. But yeah, that's I got up to almost 40 today. So
Not here, man. It was like, I think 19 most of the day, and then like come 5 o'clock, it dumped down about 8.
oh shit.
Yeah, and the wind chill's probably like -12, -15 right now.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, it's
So
getting down to
Wild Bill, is it the looseness on the charging port itself, or is it that the cable's not holding tight into the port? Because 9 times out of 10, it's going to be the cable. You can try that trick with, using a needle with those pins on the bottom of the cord. Man, my throat is dry tonight. Oh, that's cool, Trish. We're happy that you got some decent weather.
Did you see there's an article, I've seen a couple articles on it now, about there's like 20 something Democrats in the House of Representatives that aren't running for re-election.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and there's a couple senators too.
Yep.
And governors. Yep. Now, on the other hand, we do have some Republicans that have announced that they're not going to seek re-election. One of them is one of the bigwigs here in Ohio.
Oh yeah. Yep. The rest of those rhinos are going to get primaried out too.
Yep.
Grassley, Graham, Romney, McConnell. Yep. But McConnell's a dirty trick bastard, so he's nothing but a Democrat with with an R next to his name. So we'll have to watch that bastard. Because yeah, it was 6 years ago when he did that shit. Oh yeah. But yeah, but no, this let's see here, going through things. You got it?
Yeah.
All right.
I got lagged tonight.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
So
Hey, Bill.
I just come on here for a minute. You can probably hear the bleeping and stuff because it's going to drain my battery real fast. So just for a second to tell you, the pin thing won't work on this. This is it's got like a little tab with a bunch of little I guess connectors or something inside the port. So it's a newer type of a phone port. And
that might be one of those C-port cables then.
Yeah, okay. And it wiggles like the solder joints are broken. So I have to keep it like bent in a certain position to try to keep it charging. And it goes on and off. And anyway, I managed to get it up to 50% just to get on here.
Yeah. Well, my best advice would be, do you happen to have a local phone and computer repair place nearby?
I was told by T-Mobile when I went there that there was. They told me that. I haven't seen them. I don't know.
Okay, well, if you do find one of those places, you can go on eBay and use the model number of your phone and search up those connector ports, and they shouldn't be more than $20, to be honest with you.
Okay, here's
And
the other problem. This is a sealed phone. You can't even pull the back of it off. It has to. It takes heat to undo the glue that's on there.
well, yeah, that's standard, but people they still have to be accessible for repairs. The techs have ways of getting into those sealed phones. So I'm just saying, if you can find the part, if it is indeed that part that's giving you the problem, get a spare on eBay and take it, up to the phone guy and have him replace the part if you can.
Okay, here's the thing. I've got absolutely no money.
Okay.
Okay, so I've been trying everything I can without money to fix this. And I tried these little hacks that I looked up on YouTube where you stick a piece of electrical tape on one side of it and it's supposed to push it up there.
Yeah.
I tried cleaning it out. I actually looked in it because I've got a gun light that I can look in there, and they looked in it and they said there's no lint or dirt or anything.
Yeah, that's going to be the solid points on the board.
And it's not the actual receptacle. It's the little tab inside of the receptacle that's broken loose. So
is your phone insured?
No.
Yeah.
I bought it off of Amazon. Everything is like on a freaking, really thin budget. Probably worse off than Wizard over there. So
I wish I could help you out, but that's all I know.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, embarrassing as it is to say, I don't have any money.
No, it's not embarrassing. It's just,
Well, it's never been like this my entire life, and it's been like this for a while. And it's not good. So anyway, that's just the way it is. That's
I'll tell you what. How about we do a fundraiser?
No,
and
I don't want to do that.
We can set it up.
Yeah, man, do it right through, the game shows PayPal.
Yeah.
And whatever we get for it during that period of time.
I don't want to drive people off the channel or anything for fundraisers. I mean, Wizard just had one. I really kind of don't want to.
We're family helping family.
Because I don't want to put anybody out or nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just saying we can do that.
Well, we'll think on it. But I just really, it's
okay.
Yeah, I guess the pride gets the best of me sometimes.
Hey, Carpenter Patriot, welcome in.
But I'll hang out for a little bit. I'm plugged in and I'm holding this thing with my fingers and they're going numb, but I'll try to hang.
Rock on.
I've been there and done that.
Yeah.
It still works. The phone still works.
Right.
What T-Mobile
power to it.
T-Mobile said that I'm ready for a phone replacement, and they'll give me a 5G phone, but I have to cough up $50. And that,
well, you know what? Call them back and tell them that if they want to honor your free phone deal that you've earned, tell them you want a 4G phone, and maybe since you want something lesser technology, if they still have them in stock, they'll give you that and then waive the $50.
That's what this is right now. This is like one of the last of the 4G phones. You can't even get them.
Yeah, same thing with mine.
Yeah,
the one I got back in the spring.
This is made by a company called Ulafone that I bought it off of Amazon because it was an unlocked phone.
Yeah,
and I wanted to, have the option to be able to, if I connect to another carrier, to be able to, put their SIM card in there and have it work.
Right.
Right now, I got to find a home for a table I'm getting rid of. I've got this big ass heavy table that's got Man, maybe I'll put it in my storage unit and put a thing on local classified, and maybe I can get the money out of that table for to get this phone replaced. But that's only if they'll accept my old phone, the $50 I'm talking about. It's only if they'll accept my old phone, and I hope they don't notice the camera eye on the back of it is cracked, because they said the last phone they looked at, they said, oh, there's chips out of it, and cosmetically we can't use a phone like that. We can't take it as a trade-in.
Yeah.
And this one was a T-Mobile Samsung, my old phone, and it's got the cracked camera eye on the back of the phone. Maybe they won't notice it. Maybe they'll just,
All right.
huh?
Yeah, maybe not. Welcome in, Elvis. As well.
See, I hate when all those phone companies switched over to started making and only selling phones that you couldn't access, the inside of yourself. Because when you had that snap-off back case, you could take that entire phone apart piece by piece and fix something if you knew what you're doing.
Now, even
I've replaced,
if you get a 5G phone, you can actually run your 5G phone on 4G.
Well, yeah, it's
You don't have
reverse compatible. They have to be.
The phones themselves are not going to give you COVID, okay? It's the freaking towers. The towers will give you COVID.
We know that.
He was talking about being able to replace components and pieces inside, like the battery, stuff like that.
I've changed screens, the diffuser, both the outer screen and the inner screen with its own, chipset on the back of it. I've, unsoldered, bad white ribbon cable connections and put new ribbon cables in phones, cameras.
Hey,
if you know what you're doing with a soldering iron, you can fix most anything.
I'm missing the old slide phones. I
never had a slider.
Welcome in, Nightingale.
I had one, and it had a keypad that you could actually feel the keys and not miss them with my big fat fingers.
Oh yeah, the one that slides out from behind the phone.
Yeah, and it's got actual keys, and you could remember it just like a regular keyboard.
Yep.
Better for texting.
I've only had bar phones ever. That's all I've had, dumb smartphone, dumb cellular phones. The little bar ones, they're tiny. They're only like maybe 10 inches long at the most. Fit in your hand real nice. I still got a couple of them that I could reactivate if I want.
My favorite I ever had was a Nokia flip phone. That was my very favorite phone. You didn't worry about, 4G freaking changing your DNA and shit,
Right. I had one of those razors. Always loved my razors. Yeah.
Razors are good. Razors are really good.
Yeah. I had one of those for like 8 years. Diesel, he's got problems with his phone. It's got the receiver port for his charge cord is broken, and he's limping along trying to get charged to the phone. Hey, Atomic Citizen, welcome back. I could get one, right?
Yeah, this little Nokia, bar stick phone. I think I paid $19 for it.
That's
at a discount store.
That's a Samsung. It's not a Nokia.
Oh, yeah. Well, it replaced the Nokia that was almost exactly the same.
Oh yeah.
But I'm just saying, these little phones, all they do is make calls and send texts. There's nothing smart about them.
They're awesome.
They get amazing reception. The reception that you get on these things are 100 times better than smartphones.
Even the speakerphone feature is actually better on them.
Yes. I hate modern speaker phones. Oh, when people call me, and they're on a speakerphone, I just want to strangle them.
Welcome in, Nightingale.
I had one just like that too, and I had the perfect holster that it fit in, and I just kept it on my hip. When I was working, it was a good heavy duty basket weave leather holster that I made for it. Because I was working security when I had one just like yours.
And the other nice feature, they're dumb phones. They don't have GPS technology in them, so they can't track you. They can track you as far as the local cell tower that you're using, but that's it.
It looked cool. It looked cool on my duty belt because I was an unarmed security guard, and I didn't have all that shit like the cops had and everything.
Yeah.
And I just wanted stuff like a little key fob holder and a little thing to make me look more impotent.
Impotent.
Like a flashlight holster, the leather basket weave flashlight holster.
Right.
Really coppish.
The stun gun holder.
I didn't have a stun gun. I carried a pepper spray. Pepper spray and a mag light.
I found a website that sells pepper spray paintballs and pepper spray smoke grenades.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. The grenades are about $65, $70 a piece.
What? Oh, my God.
Yeah, dude, like professional grade smoke grenades, even just plain smoke ones that are military grade, they cost $40 to $50 a piece usually.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
Oh, like kind of like tactical CS, but it's pepper, right?
I couldn't tell the difference.
I mean, a tear gas grenade, but it's pepper, right?
I'm assuming so. Yeah, there are.
Blind them and crack them in the coconut.
RiversideMunitions.com is where I saw them at.
Military grade smoke grenades are about $40, he said. Yeah.
We had a little leeway when I was driving an armored car. I mean, they weren't really specific on what we had to carry or had to be licensed for, but I carried a 357 with a 6-inch barrel.
Oh, shit.
And another guy that worked with me, he had a double pistol rig. It was all shoulder holster, and he was carrying two twin 45s, 45 1911s. I mean, I would just stand behind him if I got in some shit, just let him run out his ammo, and then I'll back him up.
Man, I used to have a neighbor across the street here, complete fucking lush. Like, that dude was just always drunk. You never saw him when he wasn't drunk. He worked as an armed security guard for a traveling security company in the Cleveland area. They go from job site to job site and whatnot. And he got stopped by the cops. He wrecked his car one night driving home, drinking and driving, open containers in the car and everything. And I think he nailed the tail end of a guardrail and then went off the road into a ditch. And the state highway patrol showed up, and he's stumbling out of the car, reeking of beer everywhere. And he's still wearing his security uniform. And they asked him if he was, armed or unarmed. He's like, "Oh, I'm an armed guard, but I do not have my firearm on my person. It's in the car." Well, he had stored it, improperly and everything. So they arrested him for, DUI and a couple of things like that, plus the firearms charge, and they took away his Ohio peace officer training certification. They took away his carry permit. He ended up losing his job over it. And then, after I think he did like 6 months in jail. After he got out, like he couldn't work, couldn't find a job, and all the money that he got went to beer. And I think he passed away from a heart attack, like 6 months after that.
Oh yeah.
It was entertaining. This guy, like, literally, I would sit on my front porch for like half an hour and watch him across the street while he was cutting his grass with his lawn tractor. He'd be, crocked out of his mind and be riding on the tractor full speed in his yard, bouncing off of trees, bouncing off the house, and then like going into the road in front of traffic and shit. It was sad but entertaining.
He didn't hurt anybody though, did he?
Say again?
He didn't hurt anybody?
No.
Well,
and I kept an eye on him. If he got really bad, I would call, the non-emergency line and say, hey, you may want to send a unit up Island Road, see what's going on.
Right.
And well, it turns out now his widow, she's still living there. She got the house, and she's one of the nicest ladies ever. She's the lady that's been letting me borrow that ZTR all summer long to cut the grass.
yeah.
Best neighbor I've ever had in my life.
Oh, by the way, my mom is triple vaxxed and has COVID.
Oh, shit.
Go figure.
She's triple vaxxed. She's doing good though. She seemed like she's doing good in the sense she's in her right mind for the first time in a while. And, I think they got her off the pain meds and she's like catching up to being normal again, in that respect. But she's coughing up bad stuff because she's been asthmatic all her life and uses an inhaler, and now she's got COVID. I'm really, that's why she's vaxxed up to the max, is because of her lifelong asthma. That's the reason why they vaxxed her. And that's the reason why she wanted to get vaxxed, is because of lifelong asthma, and she was just scared to get COVID. She thought, if I ever catch this shit, it's going to kill me.
Right.
I told her everything that I know about it and tried to discourage her from getting vaxxed, but she isn't going to listen, She's old. It's always after the fact. It's like, see, I was right, wasn't I? 'Cause she always thinks I'm a conspiracy theorist. And she's in a care.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying, she's in a care facility, and it's draining all her finances from everything, which is going to leave everybody in our family without an inheritance.
The idea. That's what their intent is.
Yep. And I got an aunt who they had somebody somehow legally assume care or assume guardianship over my aunt. Now, I don't know what you think about this, but I think it should be illegal as hell. And they assume guardianship over my aunt. And so the moment when she dies, they assume possession of her home, which is not going to leave any of my cousins anything, when she dies. And her home is probably worth about $450,000.
Right.
close to 500,000, almost half a million. It's a common everyday price range for houses in my area. Actually,
Wow.
these are not magnificent mansions or anything. They're regular everyday homes, are close to $500,000, even above or over. So her house is not really. It's a little rambler home with a carport, no freaking garage. You know, and it's worth close to $500,000 right now.
Wow.
I'm telling you, the cost of living has gone way up for everybody, and the buying power of the American dollar has taken a nosedive because of certain powers in DC. At least around here. And I think it is because of what's going on in DC.
Right.
Don't want to be negative about anything, but it just
Steve
bees
says
that way.
you'd have to get an attorney and try to get a power of attorney for her, then you'd be in control. Otherwise, there's no way to get out from underneath that.
Well, this is what they did to my aunt, is by assuming guardianship, they got power of attorney over her and whatever she owned.
Now, who is this that's trying to take control?
This is the people at the care center where she's at.
Oh, so it's a private, or it's not even like a state thing. It's
No.
more like a civil thing.
Well, she is some kind of a state aid or something like that for people like her. You know, she is not coherent. She's close to right about 98 or 99 years old, so she's got.
I would go to that care place and get records of the contract, you know, or whatever documents were had when she, you know, became a patient customer there, you know.
My cousin's trying to do that.
Yeah.
He's suing him, actually. My cousin is suing him.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thomas Citizen said he's in the middle of the same medical kidnapping situation with his wife.
Yes, medical kidnapping. That's the term. Exactly. Thank you.
He said there's a movie you need to watch. It's on Netflix called I Care a Lot.
Yep. They have no vested interest in these people other than the fact that they're going to get their shit when they die.
Yep.
There's no, they don't care about them. In fact, the quicker they die, the better off.
Oh, yeah. At that point, once they have the power of attorney over their stuff, yep, they're no longer useful.
And probably liberal. Probably a liberal scum-sucking pig. I don't know.
We just had a case here in Ohio of criminal elder abuse by the staff at one of those long-term care facilities. Like 3 people, elderly folks there, you know, were physically abused by the staff there. It was all caught on camera too, so they got an open and shut case. It's just, it's sick.
And the numbers in my state about the unemployment rate and everything are extremely cooked.
Oh, they are everywhere.
Well, they have other methods. Remember, this is a state of Mitt Romney. So they have ways to cook the very unconventional ways, like the church influence on the state. It's a very strong church influence, and they try to keep the people off the government dole, but put them on the church dole.
Yeah.
And that way they make it look like an inviting place, like there's all these jobs and everything, but it's all fake. It's all fake.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it is. There's just a lot of misrepresentation of the truth going on right now. Yeah, they'll take your family away. That is what they do, and that's what they do to the elderly.
Man,
They're vultures.
scumbags.
They're absolute vultures. And my cousin's got all kinds of like anger issues now over this, and I'm like, don't act out. Don't act out. You don't want to. Just do it through the legal system. So he's suing them. And he's trying to get his brother, who's in California, to help him with this big lawsuit, because his brother, going to lose everything too. Any inheritance or anything to some stranger that pretends they care. Get them to sign the papers.
Right. Wow.
Well, see, my mom has had several falls, and she has rods and stuff, and they put her in rehab, and they've rehabbed her about to the point where she can't be rehabbed anymore, which means she still can't walk. Her last fall, she broke her femur bone right near the hip.
Oh.
And they've got like L-shaped freaking connector rods and all this stuff in there. Screws, nuts and bolts, plates, everything. She's got them in her shoulder. She's got rods in her back. She's really hardwired together. So I don't think she's going to be ambulatory ever again.
Right.
But she seemed like she was in her right mind. Well, I spilled my guts. That's what's happening.
Yeah. Well, God bless you. Oh man. Yeah, that I don't know. I'm just
Oh, my mom did not want it. She can't live in her house because there's stairs.
Yeah.
So she can't live in there. And then, lots of tripping hazards. That's where she fell, was in her home.
right.
So I've gone from 50 to 44 now, and I am plugged in. You could probably hear the beeping, and I apologize for that.
It's all good.
Bad.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Oh well.
Hey, Zoom.
4-minute warning.
Zoom, 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 zoom.
Hey, what's up, Zoom? Oh, I tell you, man. When we I just can't wait for winter to be over already.
Yeah,
Another 8 weeks.
I want to plant some seeds in the ground and start my garden.
Right. I know.
I got out and started digging and edging and stuff.
Well, I'd be doing that too if I didn't still first have to take care of debris from the fall, because I still haven't fully cleaned up the yard with all the sticks and the branches and the leaves and everything.
We're in our yearly January thaw. We always have a January thaw. And then when it snows, we really get dumped on. And especially in the El Nino years. I don't know about La Nina, but in the El Nino years, we got dumped on, and we get all our snow in the end of January and February and into March.
Yeah, we've only had dustings.
Right.
No significant snowfall here where I'm at all this winter. It's just right now, this past 4 days, we're under a real bad cold snap.
Well, now I can't even, Mrs. Gravy, I can't even go and see my mom because she's got COVID right now.
Yeah.
So she ain't a happy camper. I guarantee.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would hope that any care facility that's operating with COVID protocols would at least, break down and buy a couple fucking laptops and circulate them around, all the residents so that they could do, some kind of like what we're doing here, with StreamYard. So they can
FaceTime.
talk to their family. Yeah. FaceTime, Zoom calls, whatever.
Yep.
If they don't offer that, man, that's fucking bullshit.
And then they had in that care center just before she got the coof, they had norovirus go around.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. That was just the week before she caught the coof.
That's common in those kind of facilities, though. They get infestations of staph, norovirus, super staph, E. coli, Norwalk virus, like the stuff that goes around on the cruise ships. That's bad in those places too.
That's norovirus goes on the cruise ships.
Biotic resistant bacteria infections and shit.
Tell you what, norovirus, my daughter got it. She got the norovirus because she went and visited my mom. And she was projectile vomiting and everything else. Everything else.
Ugh.
And it went on for 3 solid days. And then they were supposed to go and decontaminate it. Nobody went in and decontaminated it.
Well, it's been like that way in those kind of facilities and general hospitals for a long time.
Yeah.
I used to get babysat at a hospital where my mom was working at and I've spent days and days and days there. And I see how they operate. And even back in the 80s, they didn't disinfect everything that they should.
Oh, it was 78, 79. My grandfather went in the hospital with heart problems and turned around and caught Legionnaire's disease while he was in the hospital and died.
Mm-hmm. My grandfather the same way. He was dealing with Alzheimer's and bone marrow cancer, and he had to go in for a few days for the bone marrow treatment, and he ended up catching that bad staph infection because they had to give him a central line IV for his heart and everything because he had 4 heart attacks in the past.
Right.
And he caught that infection and it instantly went septic, and he didn't last 2 days after that.
Oh God.
So I'm pretty sure the Zika virus is from the mosquito.
Well, yeah, but they were making such a huge fucking deal about it, when it happened. What was it, 4 or 5 years ago now?
Yeah, it's
but it was all mostly in Florida and Georgia.
Well, they just say it on the news. They say any of this kind of stuff, and it's like yelling fire in a crowded theater. They cause mass hysteria.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fucci.
Holy shit. Ragged Coin says he's got 6 cents. Wow.
Damn it, Ragged.
I used to have a friend that had 4 stents in his head. And they went all the way to the surface. Like if you combed out his hair, you'd see the stents. It was fucked up.
I bet
He had brain problems.
I bet you Mr. Brandon has got a stent from his aneurysms in his head, one or two at least.
Oh yeah,
My friend, he was epileptic after he had all the surgeries. He's probably still epileptic now. I grew apart from him 20 years ago, but I am amazed that they gave him a driver's license when he was prone to, epileptic, sessions, let's say. And like I saw him go through one of his episodes, complete full, what do they call it, Malgrain seizures, like the bad ones. And the problem was this kid had no common sense. And like he had one the first day of his senior year at high school, and they found him collapsed in the hallway, and he's all twitching out and everything. And they called an ambulance, and he woke up in the ambulance about halfway to the hospital and just started tearing all the IVs and the shit that they had tubed him out. He's like, "Let me out of here. I'm fine. I just had my little, thing and blah, blah, blah." It's like, no, like you almost died.
right. Jeez.
And then I remember he used to bug me. I lived with him for, about half a year. And he was always like, because I was a stoner and he wasn't, because he didn't do anything. He didn't even drink. Yeah, because, of his brain issues. And he
Right.
was constantly bugging me like the last 2 months that I was there. He's like, "You need to get me high. I want to get high." And I'm like, "No." He's like, "Why not? I'll give you money." I'm like, "It's not about the money, dude. It's like, I don't want to fuck with, literally fuck with your head." You just didn't
Right.
get it. I'm like, "No."
Maybe let him sit in a room when you smoke or something.
Like I said, this kid had no common sense. He'd probably get stoned and do something stupid and hurt himself. Like I saw this kid, he was a bad driver to begin with. He never, had a seizure or an episode while he was driving that I know of. But he's just like, he was bad driver. I saw him like just driving the guardrails. It'd be like, "Ha ha, that was fun." Or hit
Oh shit.
mailboxes, scrape against the side of buildings and shit. And he just didn't give a shit.
Wow.
Strange, dude.
Yeah. Always makes me nervous when I'm traveling next to a car that's wrecked on the side where I'm at. Do you know what I'm saying? Atomic citizen. Yeah, these days. Yeah. He says American high school graduate is
Yeah,
what that sounds like.
man. I remember when I was in Boy Scouts, I was 15 or 16 at the time. We took a ski trip up to New York. We were only like maybe 10 miles away from Erin at Holiday Valley Resort. And um, on the road there, probably outside of Chautauqua, we came across a wreck. And it was a Jeep that crossed lanes. It front ended a tractor trailer and got tossed on its roof. And there were everybody in the car was dead, and they were all like high school kids from like Pennsylvania or something. And traffic was backed up for miles, and we had to sit and watch close up as the coroners came and took the bodies out and everything. It's like, I don't
Thank
even know why
you.
you brought that up. Fire in the bowl.
So I'm wondering where Atomic Citizen got his idea for his name.
Maybe he lives near the Trinity site
Oh, okay.
or Nevada test area.
Right
Who
on.
knows? I've been watching nuclear detonation videos because they keep releasing new footage from all these old, military films that get declassified. Oh.
Yeah, I used to do nuclear work.
And down at Turkey Point.
Turkey Point, Commonwealth Edison up in Illinois, a few places, and in the Army. We've got a place up near Blackfoot, Idaho called Craters of the Moon. And that's a nuclear facility up there.
Yeah, that's on my list of national parks, to go visit. Or national monuments or forests, that whole deal.
Well, actually, Craters of the Moon is where a lot of people that work in the facility, they live there. Craters of the Moon. And Blackfoot. And they commute it every day.
The national forest.
Yeah, I tried to get work there, but you got to know people that know people and blah blah blah. It's hard to get on over there. I'd probably be living up there if I could have got on there. Not sure everything what they do, but I could do anything they could do. Oh man, those blue crabs, they're freaking awesome. They're so delicious. Atomic Citizen is talking about the blue crabs.
He's saying he lives in the secret city of Oak Ridge, Tennessee. The number is my area code in his name.
Yep.
Yeah, man, I wouldn't want to work anywhere. I wouldn't want to live anywhere near Oak Ridge.
Well, we've got a place where a lot of people used to go down and collect yellow cake uranium that was just sitting all over above the ground, just natural occurring yellow cake. And this guy tried to sell me a front end loader that was probably radioactive as hell. He had a front end loader and a dump truck for sale that he'd been using down there mining yellow cake uranium. I'm like, screw that crap. I got talking with some people about the deal on it. He's like, I probably could have got into that. I think I could have got that front end loader for about $1,000. $1,000. But I didn't want a radioactive front end loader. He's like, oh, it won't hurt you. It's all above ground. Yeah. Somewhere in the vicinity of Monticello, Utah. That's where they mine the yellow cake. Somewhere between Canyonlands and Monticello.
Yeah, Cleveland actually has a lot of contaminated old factory sites that used to support, the nuclear program
Uh,
for years and
Cleveland,
years.
Cleveland actually had plants that did dials for the World War II, the illuminated dials that were made out of radium.
Oh
Oh
yeah,
yeah, I
well,
remember reading all about that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
oh no, they were making they were processing stuff that went into hydrogen bombs. You
Yeah.
know,
Oh yeah.
they're all torn down sites. They call them brown fields, and they're all shuttered up, fenced out by the EPA and a couple other agencies. And they're supposed to be monitoring all the sites, constantly and working on reclamating them and removing all the toxins. You can't do all that kind of shit.
Well,
It's not cost effective.
the bombers and the light bombers, they actually these ladies all be in the plant with little sable paintbrushes, painting radium and licking the tips of their freaking
Yeah, yep. I've seen
paintbrushes.
the
They
documentary
all
on it.
wound up getting mouth cancer and everything from painting glow in the dark for radium on these these black dials that went in their instrument panels in the
Yep.
old B-17 bombers and stuff.
And watches. There are a lot of watches they did.
Sure, they were hand painted.
Yeah.
Pretty talented people that wound up dying of cancer. Yeah, that's how they did. That way they could see their instruments, because they would glow in the dark.
Right. Right. They were.
And then who was it? China. A lot of the pottery that was coming in from China was both radioactive and had lead in it. A lot of lead in it, and people didn't really realize it. They're using all this pottery for culinary purposes and everything. The Chinese were poisoning the hell out of us and even kids' toys and everything painted with lead paint.
I will be back in a few minutes.
And we end up recalling a lot of those children's toys and things that had the lead paint, shipping it to the United States. Bad juju. Okay, now I'm down to 39%. And I'm trying to hold this, but StreamYard is draining my freaking battery faster than my charger can keep up. But I'll hang in there. I still got 39%. Took me all day to get to 50. Yep. And then we also had the downwinders in my state. So they were doing the nuclear testing, different parts of my state, and also down in Vegas. And the people in the southern part of Utah, a lot of them were called downwinders. And out in the West Desert, they were downwinders. And they even had radiation in the milk that was sold in the stores and everything, because the cows were becoming radioactive, and then it got into the milk supply and got it completely in our food supply, and a lot of people I've got cousins that lived out there, and every one of them died of cancer. Yep, and the federal government, they just like, well, no, that's not from that, you know. Yeah, Wizard is like in the zone.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what's going on here because for whatever reason, Cash App is canceling the transaction.
Hey, Bill, are you froze?
No?
Okay,
Can you
got
hear
in. No, I'm
Okay.
talking with Wiz. Okay.
Okay.
It said the payment was canceled for your protection. That's what it says on my thing. And it's telling
You know, that's an automatic feature a lot of times with people's banking. If they're making or sending money or spending money to a site that they've never been to before, it'll automatically deny it the first try. Try it one more time.
we just went through a second time and said the same thing.
Because usually I get it a lot with my bank when I use my debit card online. If it's a site that I've never, been to before, the bank will deny it and then instantly send me a text and an email saying, "Did you try to make a purchase of so and so?" And then they're like, "If you did, try it again. It was blocked for your protection."
I think they're just having problems with. Yeah, I just messaged support. So what's the deal?
Was it the PayPal or one of the other things?
Cash App,
See, I've never used that. I never have a problem with the PayPal.
Well, Atomic Citizen, here's the deal. Here's the government denying that these people were affected, thousands of people that were affected by radiation exposure when they did the nuclear testing. The government denied all of that. These people just died off. They just waited for them to die. And they pretty much knew what was going to happen. They understood what the half-life of an atom was and all that, back in the 1950s and so forth. They knew when they were doing the nuclear testing, but they denied it anyway.
Yeah.
So that being said, that one incident right there absolutely means you can trust the government. You can trust them.
not likely. But man, yeah, that's
kind of like saying the devil will never ever lie.
Do you have a PayPal, Bill?
No, I don't. Nope, I don't.
Or Cash App or any of that stuff?
No, sir. Well, good night, Mrs. Gravy.
Oh, Mama Don's taking off.
Yep.
Send Don in.
Yeah, tell him to get off his high horse and sit in the chair and come in and talk to us.
I keep switching my fingers back and forth because they're going numb.
Have a great night.
What's that?
I was just saying good night.
All right, thanks, Trish. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, I got a cousin who was probably in his early 20s when he got colon cancer, who lived out there, who was a downwinder. His dad died of brain cancer, who lived out there. Some of them got it and some didn't. My aunt got double breast cancer. She lived out there. She was a downwinder. They all were. I mean, they all got something from it, you know?
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a real thing.
Yeah.
Hippies were right. Look, John Wayne died of lung cancer from everybody that was on the set when they filmed the movie Genghis Khan. Every one of them got some form of cancer, and they blamed his lung cancer on smoking, when in fact everybody on that set got some form of cancer. Some lived, some didn't. He actually made it a lot of years after that, after he got his lung removed. So, yeah.
You know who I feel sorry for? I feel sorry for all those poor sailors and atomic energy commission guys that were out in the Pacific, like in 46, when they were doing the first round of testing out there. And they were setting off underwater nukes below a fleet of ships, and then they were doing air drop tests on those ships, and then they sent a bunch of poor sailors and civilian contractors out onto the boats like 2 hours later to scrub them down and take tests and shit, and they're just wearing fucking shorts and sometimes just shorts because it was so hot they were shirtless. Those poor guys. Ugh.
Oh, yeah. When my son-in-law goes in for another chemo tomorrow morning. He's going in for another chemo treatment. He's getting regular small dose chemo treatments, and he's probably going to have to for the rest of his life. And he's retired from the Air Force, and he was in supply in the Air Force. Need I say more?
Wow.
You know what they were loading those planes with?
You know, somewhere in the mountains over British Columbia, there's a big Mark 36 nuclear bomb that's been missing for about 55 years. There was a B-36 crash, and it was carrying one bomb. I don't think the actual trigger was in the bomb at the time, but you know, all that fissile material is somewhere in the mountains.
Yeah, they had.
We've lost so many fucking nukes, it's ridiculous.
We had a couple of people that were stealing J rockets from the Air Force Base over here.
Oh, JADO bottles.
Yeah, they'd been stealing them for a while. They busted them. I don't know what they were stealing them and who they were selling them to.
Well, you could make a missile out of those, or a hell of a effective ground-based weapon.
They disappeared, hundreds of them. These two guys did.
So I heard a story a few months back where one of the bases that we lease out basically from over in Eastern Europe, like somewhere in Romania or something like that, they busted a bunch of locals that some of them were civilian contractors at, you know, the airport there, and some townsfolk from the closest village. They were stealing from the U.S. Army and the Air Force for years, like anything that they could get from them. Tools, weapons, you name it. Like 30 or 40 people got arrested. Probably spend the rest of their lives in the chink.
Then again, maybe not. Depends on how high level they were.
Yeah.
We had the guy who was the main guy over the VA hospital up here, who, you know, every year they request certain things for veterans, you know, for the hospital and stuff. And he was actually, the stuff was never reaching the supply rooms that he was ordering. He was skimming off the top of all of it and reselling it.
Yeah.
And they found out about it and they let him go, but they didn't ever prosecute him. Can't figure out why. Why they didn't prosecute him for that. In fact, they tried to cover it up. They did cover it up, by and large. But, you know, working up there, I was privy to a lot of hearing a lot of the chatter about it. Yep, it's tax money. Tax money being just nobody's making sure that it's done with integrity. And the guy was so indignant about it. Saying stuff like, I don't know where it went. And, well, they finally got rid of him. They couldn't prove any of it. All they know is the stuff was never reaching the supply room. He was ordering tons of stuff. All kinds of medical supplies and everything. You know, and it's all, nobody questions it really until they get investigated by the Pentagon or something. Which the Pentagon, a lot of times, they're tied to these big rip-off scams. But I could say this much. I did an amazing job there. And the place that I worked got inspected by Pentagon, IGs, and all kinds of stuff. Came and looked at it, and they saw the floors that I painted, and they're like, they were afraid to walk on them because they thought they were wet, and they weren't. That's how good it looked. And I never really got credit for it because I did all of it with self-leveling epoxy. I mean, I don't know if you've ever been down to Vegas and seen the car shows down there.
Never been to Vegas. I've been to car shows in Cleveland.
Yeah. The showroom where the car shows are, this is the same exact paint as they use for that. I did all their floors in the boiler plant, and it's so heavy duty they could drop valves and stuff on it, and it won't even chip it.
Yeah.
And it's probably still looks the same. Probably looks just as good as it did then.
Yeah, they just announced here in Cleveland, maybe a week ago, that they are canceling the big annual boat show because of fucking Omicron. I was actually looking forward to going to it.
You know what? I got news. Everybody's going to get it. Everybody.
I probably had it.
Yeah, everybody's going to get it. Everybody's going to get it. And whether you're vaccinated or not, it's not going to make one hell of a difference. It's
Yeah,
not. Gonna make any
I probably had it a month ago, and my sister probably had it, and my mom probably had it too. And the symptoms only last a few hours to a couple of days.
And once you've had it, you've got immunities to that, and the other strains, they're going to peter out anyway. Just like it did during the Spanish flu, they're just going to peter out and it'll disappear, and nobody will ever think about it again. On its own, vaccine or no vaccine, there was never a vaccine for the Spanish flu. It just went away. They had a big resurgence of it in 1919, and it just disappeared. Look it up, Google it.
No, I read about it.
Yeah, it's all over. It's all over Google and YouTube and everything. It's not a secret. And a lot of the people that had the deep lung bacterial infections were diagnosed with Spanish flu, and it wasn't Spanish flu at all. And a lot of them died from it, and it was because of the masks. They were wearing homemade masks. They didn't have the masks like we have today.
Yeah.
They'd stick them in their pocket when they weren't using it and pull it out when they needed it. And they thought that was enough. And a lot of people died from deep lung bacterial infections. And that's really why a lot of the labels on the boxes where the masks come in, like Wizard was saying, it said right on there, that you're supposed to change the masks out every 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Because of 1919. The CDC came out and said not to wear the masks for long periods of time and to change them out for a sterile mask. And that was because of 1919. That's where that knowledge came from. That part actually didn't happen until the 1920s when they evaluated the deaths and everything. And they discovered that the deep lung bacterial infections were caused by the masks. The people were wearing, like leather masks. You even have leather masks, believe it or not.
Mm-hmm.
It's a no shit story, man. It became fashionable to wear a leather mask. When you go into a speakeasy or something like that, they would wear leather masks in the 1920s. They did that because of the 1919 flu. It became a popular thing to do that. You see these guys in zoot suits and shit with leather freaking face masks. It's hilarious. I want a time machine.
Yeah.
I'd like to be a time traveler.
Oh, yeah.
You ever watch that TV show? It's a British show called Outlander.
Yeah, I think I have.
Yeah, it follows this lady who she's an English. It starts out as she's an English lady, like in World War II or World War One. I'm not even sure. That visits one of those standing stone sites in England, and she gets transported back to I don't know, the 1400s, 1300s. I think it's up in Scotland, and she meets other people that have traveled through the stone, and they're all caught up in the wars up in Scotland against England and everything. It's crazy. And they go back and forth in time. They end up in Canada.
You know what the amazing thing about 1919 and 1917? It started in 1917. They believe that it came out of a military camp, out of an army camp in Kansas. That's where they first got cases of the Spanish flu. And it wasn't really from Spain or anything, but they called it the Spanish flu. Anyway, back during that time, when it broke out, these guys would go to the German. They'd go to the German trenches and stuff, and they were like, they were all getting sick. They were shipping them out to Germany, and by the time they made it to Germany, they were sick. In Holland and wherever, and they were sick, and it broke out overseas. And somehow, I don't remember exactly how, but it got labeled as the Spanish flu. Well, the most amazing part of that is they actually have photos of slides of the virus. And we can't find any for COVID. Everything is CGI. They had literal photographs of the virus. And I saw them on these websites, and they're not in color. They're kind of that opaque, yellowish, type of color. But anyway, they look, you could tell they have the little spikes and everything, just like the Spanish, just like what they are trying to do with the CGI. But the CGI is like really detailed. Whether CGI makes a difference or not, I don't know. But I would like to see an actual photograph of COVID. I wish there was an actual photograph, and there are none. Everything.
Well, there's a ton of them that claim to be, but they're not. It's just people playing with graphics and making a cool looking molecule or something.
Yeah, and somebody in the chat, actually a year ago, said to me, "Well, that's because it takes 10,000 times magnification, and there's no way to photograph it." The hell, 10,000 times magnification, they can easily do that and take a photo of it.
You can magnify to, the physical limits of your lens.
Well, you can, because these are electronic microscopes.
Yeah.
And they can take a still image of it without having to do CGI.
Well, how do you think that people that are doing nanotech can, do their nanotech if they couldn't get down and design, from, that, amount of magnification? It wouldn't be possible.
They've got 10,000 times magnification of other things.
Mm-hmm.
Why not COVID?
It's like Hubble telescope. Some of the stuff that's coming out of Hubble, it's so mind-boggling.
I mean, a kid's microscope, they sell kids' microscopes that are 60 times magnification. I know that's not 10,000.
Yeah. But
seriously, an electronic microscope cannot take a still image of something? I'm sorry, I don't believe any of that.
Yeah. That's why they make scope attachments to the eyepiece of your scope to the lens of your camera. Those have been around for years and years and years.
Well, I hope that Mr. Fucci figures out how to get a photo and show us all. Let's see it. I want to see it.
You want to know why that there's no images of it? I bet there are, but they haven't been released, because if you magnify it down that much, you're going to see like "Made in China" imprinted.
Yeah.
On
the
virus.
Right?
Yep.
That's funny shit.
It's not going to be a traditional. It's going to be like a nano chip virus.
It'll be a little.
It'll be a IC chip with a couple wires. It'll say "Made in China,"
and then it'll be flipping you off while you're looking at it.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
We got to you, stupid American.
The
stupid round eye.
I don't watch InfoWars really anymore, but I do like that the meme bit that they had on InfoWars, the one commercial where anytime they're talking about China, they have Alex Jones as an animated dragon.
Yeah,
that voice. He's like, "We're coming for you, America. We own you." I love those bits.
They're funny. They're funny.
Donald Trump, don't trust China. China asshole.
Oh,
That was during the Hong Kong protests.
Yeah. I was watching that shit live on Bear's channel.
Yeah,
Because
China.
he was doing all that shit. And Jack too. Jack was streaming. And he was sharing bandwidth with the protesters down there.
So China Uncensored has the 5 lies that China tells the world. And one of the 5 lies is that China has never invaded another country. That is
Bullshit.
not.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
That's one of the main 5 lies. There's 5 big lies.
Back in 1965 and 1966, they went inside of Russia, the Soviet Union, and they had battalion level firefights with tanks and infantry. It was called a border incident, but they invaded Russia.
They invaded India.
Oh yeah, they're doing it right now.
Bhutan. They invaded India. They invaded Tibet.
They invaded Mongolia. They've been invading India forever because of the Khyber Pass.
Which is in Afghanistan.
Or not there's a region there that's been contested for years.
Yeah,
Kashmir.
Kashmir is Pakistan.
Well, China wants it. They've been fighting for it for years.
Well, of course.
That's where that video came out of, like a year or maybe 2 years ago, of the Chinese and the other side. They were like on a glacier in the mountains. They all got helicoptered up there, and they had a huge fucking fist fight. With like 200 soldiers. Yeah, it was fucking crazy. Yeah, no guns were fired. It was just a big free-for-all melee, hand to hand, and a couple people died on each side. And they all got it on camera. It was fucking great.
But that is one of the 5 big lies. One of the 5 big lies that China tells the world. We've never invaded another country.
Yeah.
Oh, and Singapore and Taiwan. They tried to invade Taiwan and Hong Kong.
Macau.
Oh, tons of stuff.
The Philippines. Korea.
China is asshole.
Asshole.
Don't trust China, Donald Trump. Don't trust China. China is asshole.
Does anybody in chat or use Gas Buddy? I know CaNEWS doesn't.
No, well, I look at it occasionally.
Well, I mean, if they're a member, they can give me an invite code. If anybody in chat
I'm not a member.
uses Gas Buddy. What about Dallas? You use Gas Buddy? Anybody?
No.
Because if you give me, if I enter somebody's invite code in here, they save an additional 10 cents a gallon.
Huh.
Once I get my account verified.
I have the app, but I'm not registered with them.
Oh, okay.
I think COVID, one of the symptoms is diarrhea. No, he was asking if the COVID virus was a poo-poo virus.
Oh, okay.
It's the Hershey Squirts.
On your home phone.
Montezuma's Revenge. Oh. Well, Oddball just went live.
Oh.
On his channel. Interesting. Shout out to Oddball. Woof, woof.
So AOC has the coof.
Where? Where? My little violin of tears. Ooh.
Poor
Couldn't
thing.
happen to a nicer lady.
Oh man. They
Oh,
just,
you want to see something entertaining? Google AOC fake pictures. It's fucking hilarious. People are like photoshopping her into anything you can fucking imagine.
guess who's in probably gonna be in some really deep poo poo is Ilhan Omar.
Oh yeah.
She was trying to collect money on Twitter for
I saw that.
the food bank in her state, and she was going to take the proceeds for her own legal defense or something.
It's come to the point where it doesn't matter about her race or her background or her religion. Fuck all that. She's just a dirty person.
Yes.
I mean, she's
marrying her brother.
She's the offspring of slave owners and like real shady, connections back in whatever fucking country her relatives came from. And she's a fucking criminal.
She's done a lot of criminal things.
I'm surprised no one's taken her out.
Criminal things. A lot of criminal things. And I wonder how long before they dig into Rashida Tlaib.
Well, we've been digging into her for years too. She's 1 degree below Elon. She's a fucking commie. She's straight up commie.
POS.
Elon's just a banana republic, wannabe warlord. That's basically what like her grandfather or great grandfather was, fucking warlord and slave owner.
I don't know what she is. I heard that she lived in Kenya or something for a while. Left Somalia and went to Kenya or someplace. Nigeria.
Where does she represent? Is it up in Minnesota?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought it might have been Michigan. Because I saw an article maybe a month or two ago. Outside of Detroit, the city of Dearborn, Michigan, has been like ultra Islamic refugee and regular immigration for years. Huge. It's like they call it like Little Mecca for the US because there's so many Muslims there. And the city council finally went all Muslim. There was a Christian, a Catholic, who was the last standout on city council. She wanted to keep her seat so bad, she fucking converted to Islam.
Oh shit!
Just because she's so brainwashed and she wanted to, make real the dream of having, the whole city run by Muslims. Like this is the town where they've been pushing to over the years to have Sharia law, inside their city. Fucking disgusting.
Well, they're importing a lot of refugees from Muslim countries. I know that much.
Well, yeah, dude, they're evacuating so many people, flying them over here. If you saw the shit that I see, as far as flight tracking goes, it would boggle your fucking mind.
I see it every time I go in a Walmart. All they got to do is go to Walmart.
None of them speak English.
Well,
They got fucking gift cards for everything, government issued.
and they telegraph it. They telegraph what they are. Want everybody to know. They don't try to blend in. Not like most of our ancestors tried to Americanize and that
Right. Right. All that stuff. Right.
Yeah, I had no problem. Like when I was in high school, all right, my town was we had a significant Arab population, and 95% of them, we had no problem with them. They were, all into becoming Americans and blending, the traditional way. We
Right.
had a few standouts, but like we had a lot of Egyptians, we had a lot of Palestinians, a few Afghans, but yeah, I mean, there was a lot of Palestinians, and they were the ones that always caused the problems.
I know a lot of Spanish speaking people that have not really necessarily Americanized their names, but tried to simplify their names so that at least people could pronounce it.
Right.
You know, and German people and other people from various countries that would try to, at least try to simplify their names so we could English speaking people could pronounce their names, and they, and when I see that they do that, it really makes me respect them more.
We had a Middle Eastern family up the street from us when I had my house out in St. Peter's. And they one of the kids' name was Fatty.
FADHI, yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. Well, you can imagine what kind of rigmarole he went through. You know what I'm saying? Because he was a chunky kid too. And I said, what is your name? I asked him that because the other kids were calling him Fatty, and he was responding. I was like, what is your name though? He goes, Fatty. And I was like,
yeah.
Oh, gee. I just felt bad seeing all the other kids call you Fatty. I was just like, he goes, no, that's my name.
Oh well, I knew a guy in junior high school named Gordon Bullcock, and I'm sure he got some grief for that.
Oh, my father told me for years about this guy that he went to school with. Poor guy's name was Dick Rump. It's like RUMPH, like German, but just when you say it, it's like Dick Rump.
That's bad. That's so
bad.
I saw the driver's license for a guy. His name was Jack, right? And he had 3 middle names, and they were all abbreviated on his license. It was Alan Stephen Scott was his middle names, and it showed up on his driver's license, Jackass Johnson.
So you remember Dick's Sporting Goods?
Mm-hmm.
My son worked for Dick's Sporting Goods, and man, I razzed him so bad. It was like, oh, so you work for Dick's?
Yep. I bought my first gun at Dick's.
How do you live with yourself telling people that you work for Dick's?
You answer your phone like 50 times a day. Hello, this is Dick's. How can I help you?
We are Dick's. There you go.
Thank you for calling Dick's.
First time I ever seen one of those stores, I got called. It was a service call for one of the contracts I had, and I went out there and I was like, "There's really a place called Dick's."
Oh yeah,
and it's a sporting goods place. I was like, I looked at the manager. I was like, "It's the first time I've ever seen this store." like this change. He says, oh, yeah, we get that a lot.
All right, in downtown Cleveland, okay, there's an old, what used to be in like right around the river that runs in Cleveland, the Cuyahoga River. There was like an old industrial area that was revitalized back like in the 70s to be like an entertainment district for the city. It was called the Flats. And like back in the 80s and the 90s, like the two sides of the river for about a mile length had nothing but bars and clubs and restaurants and concert clubs and all kinds of shit like that. And in the 90s, this restaurant opened up there. It was a smaller chain. It was called Dick's Last Resort. And it was a gimmick restaurant. You go in there and the staff treat you like shit. It was all a big gimmick. Like they like throw peanuts at you as you walk by, as they walk by your table. They just randomly sit down at your table and drink your beer. And they wouldn't fuck up your order unless because they expect people to respond to it. So you're going back and forth and just joshing with each other. But if you cross the line, they would fuck your order up. And my dad went there a couple of times. And he was telling me about it. It sounded like such a fucking weird place. I'm like, and it's called Dick's too. Yeah, it makes sense.
Everybody's a dick there.
They were famous. The waiters and whatnot, they had on their apron with a couple pockets and their order pad and their pens, and they would keep peanuts in there. And they would just fucking beam you in the head with a fucking peanut. And it was all legal because they had a sign posted at the door, saying what to expect when you walk in.
No shit.
And my dad, the first time that he went there, the people that he was with, they didn't tell him what was up. He's like, what the fuck? After like 5 minutes, he was like getting ready to scream and walk out, and he didn't realize it. And people are like, chill, that's the point of the place. He's like, what?
Oh my god.
After he got into it.
We got a place out here, Landry's or something like that. They throw rolls at the customers. They'll stand at the door of the kitchen and they'll throw the rolls out, and you just put your hand up and they throw it to you.
Yeah,
Home of the thrown roll is what it's called.
At this place, my dad said that the first time that he went, he ordered an appetizer of fried clam strips, and they brought him out a plate of just like raw clams out of the can.
Oh, what?
Yeah. I think that's why he got so upset.
Good Lord.
I like Texas Roadhouse because I could drop my peanut shells on the floor.
Yeah, that's we got a couple of steakhouses that do that out here.
It should be like that. That's how it should be.
There was another restaurant down in the Flats. It was called Shorty's, and their theme was kind of like a 50s diner vibe with girls that would roller skate through the restaurant, to take your order and whatnot. And like the girls were encouraged to wear short shorts, and it wasn't as blatant as like going to Hooters, but yeah, that was a nice place.
Hooters was actually pretty good.
Only went in one once. Yeah, I didn't care for the food and I didn't care for the atmosphere.
Oh, I love their wings. Yeah, they have all the Hooters around here do free wings and free dinner.
I like hot wings and beer. Hot wings and beer. And then Of course.
Side of boobs.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, hot wings and beers. There's a small college town a few miles from me. There was a dive bar. It was a college dive bar, but they had nickel wing nights. This was 20 years ago when chicken wings were still cheap, and I was only like 17 at the time, well below the drinking age. And they had no problem with my dad, me coming in with my dad. As long as I'm with my dad, I could drink. I'd be 17, my dad and me'd be drunk, and we'd get like 200 wings to share between the two of us and everything. Probably the best wings I've ever had in my life.
Down in, I think it's Key Largo. It might be a little further down, the next key over. Down in Florida, there's a chain of islands called the Keys, and you got Key Largo, and then you go a little further down. There's a bunch of different keys down there. I think it was Key Largo. There's a restaurant called the Italian Fisherman. It was the most awesome restaurant. You sit right out there on the water, and you can see people out in their boats and their jet skis and everything down there. And they have fresh baked bread, and me and my stepdad would go down there and have a Heineken and eat like redfish, Cajun blackened redfish, swordfish. I mean, and you see the fish, the fishermen as they come up to the pier, they unload the fish right there in front of you. You're seeing the fish that just got caught that you're going to be fed.
Yep.
It's fantastic, man. An ice cold Heineken and a freaking, some Cajun blackened redfish or snapper. The snapper is so good. It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah. I like those big old prawns.
So, yeah, I'm just giving them a little prop because I think that's probably one of the most awesome restaurants I've ever been to. You're sitting out on like like a balcony, a wooden plank kind of a balcony under an umbrella table and eating just the best food there is. And it's not hugely expensive, but it's expensive because swordfish and stuff like that, it's going to be high dollar, but it's, the price, the atmosphere, everything about it, it's just awesome. You're sitting there in your shorts and, it's hot and sweaty and you're getting an ice cold Heineken, nice light food like fish that's fresh and baked, fresh baked bread. It's hot right out of the oven.
Well, you did it. You know what time it is? It's time for pie.
Time for pie.
Fire in the bowl.
So
because I have no pie.
There's other places down there that are what they call oyster bars. You go down these oyster bars and stuff, and culture and everything down there that's just really good.
Mm-hmm.
I could never eat an oyster.
Well, they call them raw bars. You can go to these raw bars.
Yeah, I know. We got them here in Cleveland.
Yeah. The only time I ever tried oysters,
there's this lady in Miami that would go around in a van, and she was a sign painter, and she had signs all over her van. All she does lettering on the back of boats, and she does it in a bikini, and she's pretty attractive.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I mean, she makes tons of money. She probably doesn't do it anymore, I'd think. She's probably getting old or something.
Man.
Crazy stuff like that in the, in down the atmosphere and everything down there is just fun. Everything's fun down there. I love South Florida. I'd go back there.
That's like my sister loves Key West. Her
I just
dream is
hope
to move down there. I'm like, actually in Key West, and she's like, yeah. I'm like, okay.
I'm not even really that scared of the hurricanes.
Mm.
I mean, I had the eye of hurricanes go right over me. I'm not even that scared of it. Hurricane Andrew, I got out of there just before Hurricane Andrew hit. That's why I like talking with Florida Explorer.
Well,
I haven't heard from him in about a week.
Tomorrow night.
I got pictures of fire jugglers down in Key West. They got people out there fire juggling, and there was they were playing the bagpipes one time on the fire juggler, and right behind the fire juggler were two big sailing ships crossing the paths with the sun in the distance, and you could see the sun was going down, and it was evening, and it was the most beautiful experience I've ever been through, where you're listening to bagpipes and you see these two sailing ships with the sun right in the middle between the two sailing ships,
Oh, that was cool. Yeah.
and the fire juggler. Oh, it was amazing, beyond anything. I can't even describe it right. It's just the atmosphere is just amazing down in Key West. The water is like so clear. You see these big hammerhead sharks, down like 40 feet or more, because the water is so clear in this. It's this light aqua blue. It's stunning. From what I heard, Belize is even better. You could see like 200 feet down and see big whales and all kinds of things down there, porpoises, and
you can hardly taste the mushrooms in the food.
yeah, Valentine, Key West does have beautiful sunset. And the sun rises in Key West. Same thing. I mean, it's just amazing.
I would hope so.
Right.
Oh, I'm just saying they're beautiful sunrises. Great big giant sun over the ocean like that coming up in the morning. And I'm sitting out there fishing for barracuda. So I used to like to fish for barracudas around the docks and stuff.
I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Oh, rock on. Yeah, I was on St. Croix for a week for a job one time. I damn near went and borrowed a fishing pole so I could catch some of those mahi that were coming up under the dock right there. I really wanted to do that, but I couldn't find nobody with a fishing pole.
Well, everything is beautiful if you know how to look for it.
Oh yeah.
Whether it's Canada or Utah or the Grand Canyon or freaking,
Or like some of those screenshots I've got, of those fields and stuff like that I've taken pictures of sunrise and sunsets and skies around here. Just, I mean, it's amazing.
Well, You know, I lived in Kansas for a while too, and in Kansas, I found beauty in Kansas, flat as it is. I mean, the sunrises were amazing. The seeing the crows and stuff sitting on a telephone pole on a telephone wire early in the morning with this fog, this haze. It was like it was like a Hallmark card.
Right.
Beautiful. Oh yeah, everywhere, everywhere has got its own beauty.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Atomic Citizen. We're talking about two-legged deer, right?
Right.
Colonel Shaw, what's happening?
Oh, Colonel Shaw, salute.
I'm gonna have to jump off of here pretty soon. My battery's really getting low. I'm glad I could be up here though. As screwed up as my phone is.
Oh, okay. Let me see something here.
But Colonel Shaw, where he lives, is actually a beautiful place too.
Yes, it is.
And I appreciate everything, every one of the drives we've seen Colonel Shaw do, and all his videos he's uploaded and everything. We don't get to see that here in
What's
the
up, Colonel?
that part of Holland. We just don't get to see that.
Have you seen that before, Bill? That picture I just put up.
What?
Did you see that? Did you see that picture I just put up?
I see it. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
You know, all the pictures and videos that Colonel shared over the years, I've never seen a tulip field.
Yep.
It kind of like, it's surprising because you always hear that Holland's like the number one place for tulips in the world.
Well, it just reminds me that, you know, people are people wherever you go, and you know, just there's a lot of good things in this world. We just have some bad people trying to control us.
Yep.
We got some bad people trying to control us, but you got some awesome stuff in Holland. Just awesome stuff there that I envy. I wish I could come and see it. I didn't get to see much of Germany. I was always on duty. What I did see,
Oh yeah.
what I did see, I did love. I went up on some hilltops. Just about every hilltop in Bavaria has ruins of castles.
Yeah.
They'll have the ruins of a tower or castles. I've been to the Rottenburg Castle and saw the torture chambers and the weird stuff in the Rottenburg Castle. They got a lot of medieval relics that they were able to, you know, save. Colonel Shaw, I'm a painter, man. That's my primary trade right there. Well, it's my trade, and I'm also an artist. Yes, you do have great artists, fine art. Do you know we had the Van Gogh exhibit here at the University of Utah? It was called I think it was called Picasso to Monet, and it had a lot of Van Gogh in there. We had really cool stuff. I actually pulled. I did security when they were having that exhibit, and I the people's reaction to the nude statues and everything was hilarious because they're not very cultured here where I live.
Right. Not that way, anyway. Fire in the bowl. Hell yeah.
Well, my business, it's on my business card. I'm a muralist and a design painter. I don't know if you know that. And I don't brag about it on the stream too much, and I don't have any work going on right now at the moment.
Do you have pictures of your previous work?
No, moved around too much. Don't. I used to. I had them in regular, the old school camera kind of thing where you got to pay to get it developed and everything.
Right.
That big palace that I painted. I can share some pictures of some places I've painted. One of them being a famous mansion. For somebody, when I painted that, I was actually employed by a painting company. But I do some old school stuff like I do gold leafing, I do wood graining, and I do faux finishes. A lot of
I've seen your work on your camo stuff. Some of that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That snakeskin camo that you were doing.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. You should do that.
Well, people didn't want to pay for my work, so I wound up driving a truck, and I did it over 20 years. And a lot of my work, I just kind of like, why am I storing this? I moved and everything, and have a lot of my stuff in a storage unit. I've got a sprayer. I don't know if I told you that this is a hydraulic sprayer that pumps a gallon of paint per minute. I mean, it's a serious, every time you hear the kerplunk, you can watch a 55-gallon drum drop.
Well, I think Colonel was thinking you were painting.
No, I did. I did murals. I did a lot of murals. A lot of the stuff I do is airbrush. A lot of my art that I used to do a lot of it was pen and pastel. I worked for advertising agency. I've done a lot of that stuff, and I worked for sign companies. So, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
A lot of it, I was trying to make money at it and couldn't do it. Commercial art outside of working for a sign company and doing graphics. So I did a lot of graphics and stuff, graphic design. But I know how to do layouts and everything. And every bit of the layouts that I do are also whatever I did in the sign business transcends into doing like even stuff that I have to do on a computer, on a Macintosh. I can do a lot of graphics on Macintosh just as easy as I could do it, manually. Went to school for that. That's where my heart was, but couldn't make money. Too many people want to do what I do. It's hard to make money at it. A lot of competition, especially in computer graphics. And you know what? My battery's just about dead as a doornail.
Oh no. Well, maybe you should sign up before you fall off. God bless you, Bill.
Yeah, pop in the chat, save some battery. It might, because StreamYard is a battery bitch. It's a whore.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
It is a hog. Yep.
All right,
Bill.
Okay.
Thanks for coming up, though.
I'll hang out for a bit.
Sounds good.
But yeah, no shit, man. I've most of the stuff I paint is wood. You know, paint the wood for outdoor structures and
I hate
inside
painting.
rooms and stuff like that.
I hate it.
I don't mind it,
I've
but
never been good at it. I
really,
have bad memories of it too.
it's all in the prep work, brother. It's all in the
Well,
prep
no,
work.
outside forces beyond my control.
Right?
I remember having to scrape old paint off of a cabin up in Canada at the base camp,
Yeah.
and then repaint it. And this is all on ladders. And we were getting constantly attacked by hummingbirds.
Holy shit, that's crazy. Good
Yeah.
night. I'm Tommy Citizen. Dream well, Patriot.
Yep. Take care. Good talking to you, brother.
Thanks for coming by. Oh man.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is
because they always had hummingbird feeders in all the trees around that cabin.
uh-huh.
And naturally, you're going to have a lot of hummingbirds, and they get a little territorial with their nests. So, we're working 15 feet away from their nests, and they didn't like it. So they dive bomb us and buzz around our heads while we're trying to hold on to the ladder and paint. Oh, it went on all fucking day.
Did you ever get dive bombed by one? I mean, did you ever get,
Then it hit
stuck?
me, not in the
Heck,
head. It was more like in the shoulders and the back. They'd bounce off of you, but I'd never had one hit me in the head. But they would fly
okay.
like 2 inches away from your face.
Right. It's like, what are you doing? Good grief. I can imagine that though, because every time I'd mow my yard, I'd get dive bombed by the damn hummingbirds. You had a mimosa trees on the property, and that's where they nested. And oh, good lord, it was crazy. I was like, what the heck? Thought I had big mosquitoes at first. I was like, holy shit, there's I didn't know there was hummingbirds there when I first moved there. Kind of scared shit of me at first. I was like, what the fuck is that? But yeah, this is I like photography though. I like capturing
That
shots.
was my hobby for years and years.
You know, I've got a couple collections of sky shots and stuff like that I like. But that one I showed earlier, that one is just I saw that and that was one of the best ones I've ever seen. I captured it well. I have a video that I posted up. I think it's on Emerald City of the thunderstorm I caught. It was badass. And I
Yeah,
posted it up
some of my
there.
content on my YouTube channel is thunderstorm videos.
Right? Oh wow. Go to Denmark and do metal detecting. Oh, that sounds like crazy. Cool. Hell yeah.
Go magnet fishing.
Yeah, I've seen some of the stuff they pull out with that. That's crazy. Although more recent stuff, they're pulling out guns and stuff like that out of these
Oh yeah.
waters.
There's a guy on YouTube that I watch occasionally. He's in England, like a small town, probably like 20 or 30 miles out of Manchester. And there's a small little cobble bridge that's been there, for 500 years or whatever. And he went magnet fishing there, and he was pulling up guns, knives, brass knuckles. You know, he actually went diving in it and pulled up, hundreds of wallets that gotten stolen in purses. There was a couple cash registers in there, or a couple home little
Oh
safe
shit!
vaults and shit. Oh yeah, he was there for like a whole week.
Oh my gosh! Oh no, there went the neighborhood.
I just want to come in and say hi, guys. That's all.
Oh, what's up, brother?
I just had
How
a
you doing, buddy?
I just had a wonderful conversation with a gentleman that was explaining to me that slavery was the reason why we fought the American Revolution. And I was kind enough to let him finish.
And there you have it, folks. Darwinism at its greatest.
And I would like to think at this point, he will never, he may not think differently at this point, but I promise you that if he sees me show up in the chat room, he won't bring it up again.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah, I belong to a group that it's all conservatives, and every once in a while you'll have somebody who's a troll will stick their head into a group of about 30 guys talking conservative politics and think they can make a stand.
Yeah.
It usually does not end well.
No. Not at all.
Are they going to do whacking this year? What is whacking?
Whacking is the world's biggest metal festival.
Okay, all right.
It normally, without COVID, it takes place every year in the middle of nowhere in a couple farmers' fields in Germany. And they've got like, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 stages. And the main stage is
Rammstein.
You name it. Everybody in metal has been there. That's worth a damn.
Mm-hmm.
One of the best concerts I've ever seen was a band that I'm not even a big fan of. It was Iron Maiden in Germany. And it was one of the best concerts as far as pyro and energy and crowd participation that I've ever seen.
Yeah, I've never seen
Not Iron Maiden. No. I was in Nuremberg.
I saw them on TV. I'll be clear. I just watched it on TV.
Oh, okay.
No.
Well, I've been in Nuremberg Field for Monsters of Rock tour back in when I was overseas. Van Halen, AC/DC, Ronnie James Dio.
You're the last in line.
Gary Moore, Accept. And at the time, Night Ranger showed up.
Sister Christian? That was their one song, wasn't it? Sister Christian? Motorin'. What's your price?
Which one?
Night Ranger. Sister Christian.
I hear that song about 10 times a day.
Mm-hmm.
On the radio.
Yep. The one I liked from them was Poison Letter. I think that's what it was called or something. Hey!
Look what
What's
dragged out of the bed.
I know.
I'm not hitting the button. I'm letting him let himself in because I'm button happy. Oh yeah, we know.
I'll do it.
Motorhead.
What are you doing?
Lemmy.
Let's do it, Don.
I was not a fan of them, but I definitely know them.
Oh yeah, but yeah, but I was there at the concert and shit. And, that was one hell of a day. I don't remember half of it. I was so messed up.
Oh yeah.
Craziest concert I've ever been to, as far as like having mosh pits and the pyrotechnics and just the overall music.
Mm-hmm.
We had a small one-day festival in Cleveland. They had probably 12 bands. The headliners were Fuel, and then Megadeth, then Slayer. And the Megadeth was amazing pyrotechnics. You know, you're standing 200 feet away from the stage, and when they set off those burn cans on stage, like your face lights up 100 degrees. That's how hot they were.
Oh wow.
And the Slayer part, man, the headliner, oh my God. The mosh pit was probably about 2,000 people running around beating each other up. And then they started throwing shit in, the air, that, just whatever he had on hand. Then they started throwing garbage cans. Then they started throwing bar stools. Then they started throwing
Oh
people.
shit.
Like, you get 10 people and they'd take one person, 1, 2, 3, and they throw him in the air and he'd fly like 50 feet. And, sometimes it didn't end too well. But it got fucking
Right.
crazy. Me and my friend that I went with, we're standing back by the sound booth, because generally that's where the best sound is. And we're like probably a good, maybe like 60 feet away from the mosh pit. And my buddy looks at me, he's like, "You want to go in there?" And I'm like, "Fuck you."
Right. No, thanks.
Hell no. I'd have gotten beat the fuck up. My glasses probably would have got broken within 5 seconds. I mean, it was just pure bloodshed and pandemonium.
Right.
They had ambulances lined up outside the place at the end of the show.
Yeah, I've never understood the
Yeah.
the draw for that, you know.
Small mosh pits, yeah. Where you got like 20 or 30 people going around, yeah, that's manageable. But 2,000-3,000 people, nope, 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 nope.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a psychopath in there somewhere. A few. Yeah, but that's that. I never saw the draw into that kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, more about the music. Almost every time that I went to metal shows, we always stayed way back by the sound booth where the sound was good. Only a
Yeah.
few concerts I ever went up front.
But yeah, no. They had one that went crazy here in St. Louis, Axl Rose, Guns N' Roses, and they tore apart the Riverport Stadium. It was one of those lawn seat stadiums kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
We had one outside of Cleveland too.
They were tearing they were tearing the big screens down, and throwing they were tearing down the speakers in the under the awnings and stuff like that. It was just
Yeah,
crazy.
the venue that we have out here in Cleveland area that's like that, you have the stage and then there's like a pavilion area that's has like a big high roof over it, and then you got the lawns behind it. I used to know some people that work there doing security, and they always said the worst shows that you would possibly deal with, it wasn't like what you think, like with heavy metal shows with mosh pits and shit. They said the worst shows that they dreaded working were the Jimmy Buffett shows.
Oh, really?
Because yeah, you had all these 50 and 60 and 70-year-old people getting completely shit-faced on margaritas and
Right.
just they were knocking over the porta potties. They were driving golf carts through the crowds and crashing golf carts in the trees and climbing the towers, for the sound system. And they said that, every time Buffett came to town, they're like, they didn't want to work the show.
Right. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, Valentine, it's sad to say that experience was what, like 35 years ago over in Germany at the Monsters of Rock concert in Zeppelin Field. And dude, it was what, 85, 84, 85, right in there. Like shit. 30 years ago.
I've been to so many fucking concerts, I can't remember half of them. And not big shows, even just small little club shows. And some of them were really, really good. A lot of them were really, really bad. I had a friend at one point that I used to get high with, bought weed off of. He was about 5 years older than me. He had, married, they had 3 kids. All of his kids were in a band. They had a ska band. And they were really, really good. They they placed second in like the big Cleveland high school rock off that we hold every year. And they were pretty popular in some of the local clubs. And I remember going to a show at one of their shows, and they were playing with this like super funk reggae band. And at one point, I walked into the restroom to take a leak, and you walk in there, and there's like 3 band members from the reggae band in there, and two of them are doing coke off the sink, and the other one is banging some girl in a stall. They're all taking turns with her and doing coke and shit. It's like, I do my business at the urinal and wash my hands, and the dude next to me is like, "Man, you want to do a bump of this shit?" I'm like, "No, man, I'm good."
Yeah, no, it's all good, man.
I ain't snorting coke off of anything in a dirty club. Thank you.
Right. Right.
I'm like, you fellas have fun.
I have a question for the chat and for the panel. Should I flush my tomato plants for solid 2 weeks with just straight water, or 1 week with water and 1 week with general hydroponic clean, which helps to salinate the soil?
Talking vegetable tomatoes or smoking tomatoes?
Smoking tomatoes.
Okay.
Well, I've heard
that because that's what might.
Well, we got the expert right here.
Well, that's why I'm asking.
Don.
Well, yeah. Well, my dad and my grandpa always referred to the weed that was growing on the farm as tomatoes.
Right.
When you're referring to domesticated tomato plants, such as the ones you're referring to, then the straight water flush for 2 weeks is always the best route. My humble opinion.
All right, 2 weeks straight. What about using a ripener at the end? So I also use 2 weeks of flush and then 1 week of solid ripener before I go dark.
If you want, flush as long as you want, brother. Really, it depends on how much product you've put in over the span of this grow.
Okay.
How salty your dirt currently is, and how much of it you got to get out.
My ppm is still a little bit high. It's still sitting way too high, so I'm assuming I've got to do a lot of flushing.
I just,
are you straight hydro, or are you doing
just straight pH? Balanced water is the best way you can go, bro.
Yeah, I do that. I got
the 6.4 to 7.0 stuff is the best way you can do it.
I run
Put
hydro
a drop or 2 of Dawn dish soap in your water. It'll help clean out things and lube up
Dallas,
the soil to make it
my
drain
brother,
better.
what's up?
I
over hydrogen peroxide.
I think I know what he's talking about, though, because I did the plants I put molasses on them in the watering the last 2 weeks.
Okay, and I use a ripener, a general hydroponic ripener that basically makes your buds blow up and increase the terpene production and color.
Yeah.
You're talking to the guy that takes his out to. I've got one of those old wrought iron grate tables. You know what I'm saying? One of those old cafe looking tables. And I would set 4 or 5 plants on it and just run the water hose on them for 20 minutes each. Just flow the water through each one of them and then set them back for about a week before I'd make them dark. That's it. That's me. But, you know, that's me.
Right.
This whole auto grow thing has got me a little bit screwed up. So,
See, that's why auto grow tends to complicate things like that, if you ask me.
yeah, honestly, I prefer the bag seed, backyard, set it and forget it mentality.
Wasn't that nice?
It's great. This is like a damn relationship, man.
We were young. We were young and we didn't commit to anything. We were Johnny weed seeds on the spot, you know. Throw a few weed seeds in the corner and hope the rains come. Yeah, I remember that. We ain't there anymore, brother. We live in a substantially more complex world.
Well,
Rotted
I
horse
like
shit
that.
mixed with rotted leaves, hummus, and earthworm castings, a little perlite, vermiculite always works for me. I kind of have to go with that. I like some standard soils with. Oh, look at you! Look, now you're just bragging. Now you're just bragging. What do you?
I just work with what I got, man. I'm not paying premium buck. If I'm growing outdoors, I ain't wasting money on, bagged soil and bagged amendments and shit.
I understand.
I got.
I understand.
I'll catch some bluegill from the pond and chop them up and throw them in the ground around the roots. That's about as
Fish
far
is
as I'm
always
going.
good. Yes, sir.
Yep.
That
Well,
fish fertilizer is always good fertilizer.
Yeah, and I got chicken shit and rabbit shit. And
Yeah, the rabbit's real good for growing weeds.
Chicken
Chicken's
shit
really-
is the best stuff going, from what I'm told.
It's real high.
It is.
Very high in
Phosphorus.
nitrates, very high, very good for weed.
Yeah.
So my neighbor out in the country, he's got a huge farm. He's got a monstrous farm. I mean, he's one of those $1 million, farmers, and he brings in little tractor trailers of chicken shit to spread on his field. Now, in the process of this, that's fine. And if you live in the country, you don't even notice it after about 30 minutes anyway. However, there is a very nice, quaint quiche restaurant that's made out of an old chicken barn out in the middle of a field that people drive from all over to come down and eat at this really nice restaurant. And city slickers that come down to spend $100 on a plate of food do not like the smell of chicken shit wafting in from all directions.
Mm-hmm.
oh yeah, no shit.
And she has even had a wedding party that drove down from Kansas City there to eat, and they had just dropped the shit off, and people were throwing up.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Yeah, life sucks.
Yeah. Yep. That sucks.
As I chuckle under my breath.
I know, right?
Long before my time here at the farm, when my dad was a kid, we had chickens here. The secondary barn that we have, we call it the chicken coop barn. The upstairs part of it used to have about 1,500 chickens up in it, and I can't imagine the smell in a upstairs of a barn in the middle of the summer. I can't even imagine that. My dad and my aunt both said they hated going up there to collect eggs or muck it out and everything. They said it was awful.
Oh wow.
I know those are bad, but Wiz has probably been on. I know he's been around them. In southern Missouri, we have turkey barns. And turkey barns are about as nasty as they get because you can't let those little fuckers outside because they'll die. They'll kill themselves. So they got to sit in there, and it reeks so bad. It may be as bad as pig shit. It may be.
Yeah. Yeah.
My grandfather, when he was in his mid to late 70s, he used to go visit a distant relative, like some third cousin twice removed from the family, that had a pig farm in Pennsylvania. You go over and spend a day with him and then drive back. And every time he fucking came back, man, he fucking stunk like pig shit. His car stunk like pig shit. It would go on. It would last like around the house for like 2 weeks.
Talk about shit. I gotta let dogs out. Be right back. Well, hey, I'll tell you what. I'm just gonna go ahead and drop off. And God bless you all. I will see you tomorrow night.
All right, dude.
I might catch back on my phone, and
All right.
but
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it going for a little while.
cool. All right.
Hey, CaNEWS.
Yo.
So, are you familiar with a game called Command Modern Operations?
Negative.
You should become very familiar with this game.
My computer is such a piece of shit, it can't run games.
Well, tell me about
Yeah, you can run this game. You can run this game on like a Stream or a Steam Yard or Steam.
Steam.
Yeah, you can run this game on literally in a browser.
What's it about?
But- anyway, what the fuck? Oh man, don't tell me.
What the fuck?
Don, what's
Scratch my
the
glasses.
What's the game about?
Basically, it's warfare. The game is about warfare, mostly naval warfare, but all manner of warfare, air, sea. It's about international combat. From a very realistic perspective. In other words, the database of weapons are actual weapons with actual
Characteristics.
characteristics, exactly,
yeah.
and histories of hit rates. So, in other words, for instance, if you say use a Russian S-400 missile, if you use the Book version of that, then you've got about a 92% hit rate, and the game knows that. So it's very realistic, and you can choose whatever level you choose to play in the game. From you can be a gunner, a missile shooter, a captain, an admiral, a president, everything. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to always love playing the Red Alerts, Command and Conquer, StarCraft. Those are all great games.
Yeah, I'm mostly a first person shooter. That's kind of why I like the command thing. I'm just discovering command. So I'm not an avid user yet. I've been watching it for a couple of months. It's complex. It's fucking
Okay.
extremely complex. You know, scenarios run out over days. Anyway, that's all. I wanted to bring that to CaNEWS' attention because he's a military strategist. He just doesn't know it yet.
Oh, I know it. It's just I'm not a gamer. Don't have the time, and like, dude, seriously, my laptop, it cannot handle games.
Okay.
I'd have to upgrade, which I'm going to be forced to do here sometime this year because this thing's just going
Go
the
on
way of the
YouTube.
dodo.
Go on
I've already
YouTube
got.
and look for Command Modern Operations,
Okay.
and look for YouTube. Basically, it's YouTube simulations, or not simulations, but YouTube copies of games that have already executed. Anything from 20 minutes long to 2 hours to 4 hours long of games that have already run. Just stuff you can watch. I thought you might find it interesting.
I can't think of the name of it right now, but there is a modern, like, live action open world. It's called Arma, ARMA. It's a big, first person MMORPG type warfare simulator. I think you can actually command up to like company sized units and shit like that. Or host, do multiplayer with like 30 of your friends. People do that too.
But no, I wanted to jump. I was like Woodhead here. I wanted to jump up and say hey and tell everybody hi and tell you about this game and ask Woody about his 30 conservative friends.
If you would like to join in, there's a open Discord server. It's called Conservative Safe Haven, and anybody's free to join. I literally typed in just random keywords, and it came up, and I joined the server. And there's usually about 20 people in there at any time from all over the world talking about conservative politics.
Yeah, I don't fare well in servers like that. I'm a little too far right.
No, nope. I can assure you, there's some people there that are extremely far right. If you get my drift.
Yeah, I get your drift.
So yes, I have a tendency sometimes to back out whenever certain subjects are being discussed. A lot of passion. Let's put it this way: a lot of passion about certain subjects is expressed, and I don't want to be associated with that type of passion.
Come on, get in here, Jesus! In, out, in, out, in, out, in. Move your tail. Move your tail. There you go. Do your kids go in and out and in and out and in and out and in and out? Doing a fundraiser through the game sites to raise money to get Wild Bill a new phone. 50. His phone is fudged.
Basically, the recharging connector inside the phone, the female receptacle it's like fucked.
Yeah,
sounds like it's becoming, the soldering to the board is fucked.
Who's Wild Bill?
Outlaw, Ghost.
Oh, okay.
He goes under multiple names.
I know who it is now. I just didn't know. Is it in Battery? Isn't his name Bill too?
No, Battery's name is Kevin.
Oh, okay.
Battery has not been up tonight. I think we pissed him off a couple of nights ago.
But see, it wasn't me. It wasn't me that pissed him off.
No. It was more me and Wiz.
Huh?
It was more me and Wiz that pissed him off.
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was. For a reason.
And I really just want to point that out, that it was not me that did it.
Yeah. That's it. Battery has a habit of talking over everybody, and it grows exponentially when he drinks.
No.
So, oh, yeah.
You don't say.
Don't get me wrong. I love Battery, but, he does have that issue. And every 4 to 6 months, we have to time him out.
You know, as I can't throw stones. There's a reason why I quit drinking. I didn't quit drinking because I was on a winning streak. Shit wasn't going so well in my life that I decided, you know what? Things are going so well, I'm going to give up the booze. It doesn't work that way. Never works that way.
I always thought that's why people gave up drinking, was that it was just going so great for them that they just couldn't take it anymore.
Yep. I was right.
I've been drinking since I was 16, and I have never had the desire to drink, whenever I wake up or for hours afterwards. I never had that desire.
And when I quit drinking, I never took a sober breath ever for years. You know, when you drink yourself out of a job, that just gives you more time to drink.
Can't say as I ever had that problem.
Yeah, I hope, and I pray that nobody else does either, ever.
Yeah.
And it's a requirement that anybody drinks, they have to drink for me too. So you have to drink twice. Because I'm not anti-drinking, I'm just anti-drinking for me.
I had 2 spells in my life where I could probably be considered an alcoholic. And I cleaned up the first time through help with the Amish, and the second time through sheer willpower. Just stop drinking cold turkey. And I still drink to this day, but nowhere near like what I used to. Nowhere near. I was the kind of guy that would sit down and drink a 30-pack in one day. Or, I'd go through 3/5 of whiskey a week kind of guy. Cannot do it. I have no desire to do it, and my body couldn't take it anymore. Fuck no. Nowadays, a 6-pack is all I need.
Sometimes, I don't even know what a 6-pack would do to me.
8 to 10.
Can't imagine.
Yeah, 10's my limit. Except like once a year, I'll have like a day where I'll just drink the equivalent of like a case and a half of beer. Just because. But I always have like the next day off.
I always wanted to be a professional day drinker, but I could never figure out how to make it pay.
Yeah.
Depends on how fast you can run from them tabs.
What's that?
Depends on how fast you can run from them tabs. It can pay off for you lucratively if you're quick.
Well, you could make it work for you if you actually own that strip club that you were always talking about wanting to own.
Actually, you're right.
I know I'm right.
And I bartended at shady places let me drink. So when I bartended on Wednesday and Friday night, those were 2 nights I was not out spending money. I still got my buzz. I still got to hang around women, and I made money. So yeah, my alcoholism did pay for itself in college.
I would not make it as a bartender because I'm an asshole when it comes to drinks. I'll serve you any kind of, beer or whatever you want that comes in a bottle or a can. But if you want a mixed drink, you're either getting, rum and Coke, whiskey and Coke, or like a screwdriver. Because that's about all I know how to make.
But have you ever made a Jack and Squirt? A Pee Wee Herman?
Like a whiskey sour?
No. When I used to bartend, there was a guy that would come in and he wanted Jack and Squirt, Jack Daniels and Squirt the soda.
Yeah.
And he called it a Pee Wee Herman as a joke. Because he got caught Jack and Squirting.
Yeah, that's kind of like a whiskey sour.
Yeah.
No, I don't
funny.
I don't like those. My mom used to back in the day.
He used amaretto instead of Squirt for whiskey sours, but yeah.
As far as fancy drinks go, I do like a Manhattan every once in a while. Or a Moscow Mule. And I do like the occasional mojito. Only in the summertime, though. That's about the most refreshing drink you can have when it's hot out. It is an ice cold mojito.
Strawberry daiquiri margarita for me.
Daiquiris are good.
And I still drink daiquiris. I just don't drink them with rum anymore. I just drink basically a nice orange, what is it, slushy? Or no, it's a strawberry slushy. I mean,
yeah. I remember years ago, I was about 18. I was dating this girl, for probably about 4 months. And the first time I took her out to dinner, we went to TGI Fridays, and we ordered virgin strawberry daiquiris because we were both like 17 years old or 18 years old or whatever. And in Ohio, you got to be 21 to drink. So we ordered virgins, and we had a long, slow dinner, and we asked for refills on the daiquiris. Well, the second round and the third round and the fourth round, they forgot that we ordered virgin, so
Yep.
they were serving us like double pours in these things, and we kind of got pretty fucking trashed. I had to drive her van back to her place without a license while I was half crocked because she was fully crocked. Dropped her off, tucked her in, and walked like 4 miles home. Dallas, you need to come up here. Here's a link.
where's Sing at tonight?
He went to bed early. He went to bed at probably about 11 o'clock Eastern.
I don't see Max. I was giving Max shit earlier, and Aaron's
Max left early too.
Did he? Okay, I know he's around because I was giving him grief yesterday or earlier today on Aaron's deal. Does Aaron know that he can mix that Skull vodka with his cranberry juice and kill two birds with one stone?
Yes, but he chooses not to.
He must
He
like
likes the
it burned.
he likes the follow up.
Okay,
To
yeah,
cleanse his palate.
I used to like the burn too.
I don't know. I used to drink whiskey like he did, or he does, but vodka, I really don't like vodka that much. I may drink it once or twice a year. It's not my thing.
Well, and he's drinking the bottom of the barrel shit.
I know.
My God, he's not even.
The only vodka that I
let's use
drink,
that term vodka loosely, shall we?
if I happen to be in a bar, for an hour, and a lot of times when I'm at a bar, it just happens to work out. It's kind of strange. I always end up talking with a vet, and I'll thank him for his service, and I'll buy him a drink, and then he'll buy me a drink, and we'll buy another couple drinks. And if most of the guys that I meet doing that, they drink vodka. So I'll drink a vodka with some orange juice and have a screwdriver. And if I drink the vodka, I can only drink like Stoli or Finlandia. It's got to be high quality vodka. I can't drink that. My dad used to drink some cheap shit that was Paramount brand, which is like a big cheap liquor company here in the Cleveland area, equivalent to Aaron's Skull. And my dad would go through liters and liters and liters and liters of that shit. And I'm like, why are you doing this to yourself? It's so nasty. Well, we got 8 degrees with the wind chill right now.
Yeah, well, let me check and see what my weather is here. I haven't.
13 degrees base temperature.
8 degrees at wind chill. That's just no.
Yeah, your wife was telling us earlier in chat that like in the next couple of days you might hit 70.
Yeah. I washed the Jeep today. It was a
Very
beautiful
good.
day out.
Well, today it's 24 right now. It's going to be a high of 54 today at 2 o'clock, and it's going to be 54 for the next 3 days.
That's not bad.
So what that means is I'm going to be spending some time in the woods with my dog. Well, you know, I'm not going. That's not true. It's too muddy. I'm not going to go out there and get covered. Both of us covered in mud. But we're going to spend a lot of time outside today, which will be good.
Today we got a high of 26 coming. Woo-hoo.
So I'm going to try to do a video of the mods that I've made on the Jeep, but I don't want to do video with the Jeep dirty. So I have to wash it.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be right back, guys.
So, Don, there are a lot of headlines that are really interesting on the front page of that one blog that I follow. I'll put the link up for you.
I'm sorry, I missed.
Like the
There
entire
said there
front
were a lot of
page.
headlines. What?
A lot of good headlines on the military blog that I get a lot of my info from.
Okay.
The Drive,
Okay.
the war zone.
Yep.
I put it in the private chat. Real interesting shit.
You've turned me onto that side. I'm now a follower.
Yeah. You know what else I've been discovered that's good for news? The U.S. Naval Institute. USNI.
Yeah.
Yeah. I originally looked into them because they were the publisher for Tom Clancy in the early part of his career. Yeah, but they got a pretty decent news section to them. And then if you want not just news, but the videos, you got to check out Funkers 530.
I'm sorry. What was that?
Funkers, Funkers 530. You can find them on YouTube, and they also have their own app. And they put it's basically war porn and police craziness porn, but they got tons of videos that get put up all the time. It just like some of the stupid shit that you see over in the sandbox, and then crazy police activity. Yeah. A lot of things that you don't hear about in the news. It's
There
kind
are
of
a lot
like
of things that
it's
you
kind
don't
of
hear
like a police and military version of Live Leak, to be honest with you. Like I saw this video yesterday, these two Habibs that are running around, probably ISIS, and they're driving on a motorcycle through some bumfuck town, and about 30 seconds into the video they get taken out by a Hellfire missile, and you catch the whole thing from the view of the bike. Like 1 second they're there, 1 second they're not.
from the view of the guy getting taken out.
Yes.
That's funny.
Yeah.
In at the NSA we have something called Rocket TV. Basically, it's the nose cone camera on just about every Hellfire missile ever being deployed. Some of them are live. And when you work a project deep enough and it finally executes, sometimes they let you participate in live view video.
Yeah. Now, I like those the gun cams that they were running that got leaked out by WikiLeaks. That was part of the big drop that came out like 10 years ago or so, that were showing like the camera image for the aircraft, you know, whether it was, they had a couple videos of some Apache helicopters taking out militants over in Iraq, and then they had the footage from the C-130, the AC-130 spooky gunships hitting up Taliban positions in Afghanistan, and those are fucking intense. There's this one video that they have on there, I think Funkers has it. It's probably 15-20 minutes long, and it's this one AC-130 gunship circling over, you know, a tiny little village, and they're using everything on the plane, you know, the big 105 howitzers, the 20 millimeter cannons, and the Gatling guns, and they're just taking out fucking, you know, mujahideen. They're even nailing them while they're in there hiding in their caves, and it's all in night vision with the audio of the crew, you know, the captain that does the firing and the gun crews that load the guns and everything. It's fucking insane.
That sounds insane. Sounds awesome.
War porn, man. I cannot find the site anymore. It must have gotten shut down. But about 2 years ago, I found this one site that had just still photographs of the road of death in Iraq back in, you know, Gulf War I.
That was from Baghdad to the airport.
Well, this was like way out in the middle of fucking nowhere. They weren't anywhere near any cities or anything. They were in the desert.
Okay.
And it was just like, they call it the highway of death. And this, for like a 3-mile section, it was nothing but a convoy of Iraqi soldiers that got completely annihilated by tanks and helicopters and shit. Ooh,
I remember that. It's now a bunch of burned out carcasses of military vehicles.
Yep.
I remember that.
I got some of that shit on a hard drive somewhere. Ugh.
Sorry about that, guys. I'm back.
Go.
I'm sure you all missed me terribly.
Oh, we missed you horribly. Yes,
I was
sir.
just about to leave. I was so distraught.
Well, you know, I'm glad I came back to help you. Don?
Yes, sir.
So.
Oh, mercy. So you're in trim jail, it looks like.
I've got my work cut out for me for the next 2 hours, I think.
Mr. Sticky Fingers.
You poor man.
Well,
I really feel for you.
Since certain seeds are novelty, thereby completely 100% worthless to anybody, I have an address off a website that, Don, if you answered, a guy could send you a couple of seeds.
You know what? A guy could probably use a couple of seeds now. Are these those auto seeds that you're having such a hard time with?
Well, I mean, Don, this isn't even the whole thing. 70 days, man. So that's the difference.
So you're trying to tempt me with 70 days. Fuck.
So,
I know.
What I'm saying is that, no, I'm absolutely not trying to change anything about you. But for a stopgap, to get something in the bank just to have on hand, it's not a bad way to go.
I know. You're absolutely right. Everything about your argument is fucking on point. I get you. I might have to do that. I might have to answer the email.
Okay.
I might have to actually answer the email. Yep.
Wow, I just realized
70
my back isn't
days,
hurting
dude.
anymore.
I mean, there's different ones, but yeah, this particular strain, yeah.
Well, I mean, my shit is I'm a photo guy, so I'm 120 days normally.
No, if you're 90 days is a long time. Now, that's not including curing,
90 days is a long time. You're absolutely right.
but 90 days is still better than 120.
I know.
And also, you just leave the light on. you don't have to worry about if you're running LEDs where it's not going to be. You have to worry about cost as much. You just let the light. I just leave the lights on 24 hours a day.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the thing. I can master the lights. I can turn the lights on and off whenever I want to. So I'd prefer to leave the lights off. And yes, I do have indoor LEDs that I'll be using. So, but I'd prefer to grow weed in the dark. To be honest with you, the less fucking juice I have to use, the better off I am. That's just my thinking on it, though.
Well, they get better yields, and I believe they. The only thing is that when you start getting into the mag seeds, things like that, you really don't have the micromanagement, which leads to like a terpene production. And
I know.
That's something. I mean, if you're into craft stuff, but if you're just going for just Bruce Banner type smoke, doesn't really matter.
Well, no, I prefer to do my own craft thing. I've got my own strain of seeds. I've got a sour diesel that I've crossed, and I'm really happy with its genetics. But again, it's just a plain old, it's a fem, but it's a plain old seed,
right.
Photo seed. Which, maybe I'm just old school. Maybe I don't know how to do that new fancy shit you're talking about.
Now, are they? You said they're phenom. Are they? Damn, my mind just went blank. Are they feminized? Are they all feminized?
Yes, sir. They are feminized.
Okay. Yeah, I really don't want regular seeds anywhere around anything of mine.
Yeah, me either. Occasionally, I get some from some of my boys up in Michigan. They throw me some regs and say, "Here, try these out." One of them was an indica that was like 39% fucking THC.
Huh. Awesome.
I think I got 2 femmes. He gave me a handful of seeds. I think I ended up growing out 2 females and killing 2 males on that. I believe it was. Once I get a female, though, once I get something, I'm a clone freak. I love to clone shit. Cloning cuts my time in fucking, well, it doesn't cut it in half, but it cuts it down substantially. And like your autos, you're guaranteed results. So,
right. And I should probably check because I super top my plant, so I could just go ahead and try to clone them if I wanted to put the time and effort into it. I know that people don't have success, and I'm not so arrogant with myself that I can think, well, I'm going to be the different guy. And if the guys that are trained professionals can't do it, the lab guys with PhDs, I just take their word for it. But I would like to, if I was retired, had a little bit more time where I could really get into it, I'd love to do some cloning, come up with a couple of types of my own.
I'm trying to, like I said, I'm trying to get my building going, get my CaNEWS up there with all his marijuana knowledge. I'm just trying to get my grow back on, get my groove back in. How Stella lost her shit and everything. So I'm just trying to find mine again. Just trying to get my thing like you're doing there, Woodhead. I'm hoping I can grow indoors. I'm hoping I can supply the power from photovoltaic
Sure.
to my LEDs. My whole game is real simple. My side hustles now have to be driven by solar power.
Right.
So my side hustle now will be growing weed and Bitcoin mining.
There you go.
Highly profitable things you can do with free power.
Brandon.io mining. Looking at that.
Say that again.
Brandon.io. It's
Yeah.
cryptocurrency that's partnered with Let's Go Brandon. That Brandon. The NASCAR dude.
-9. Of course, Dallas, you're what? Fucking 400 miles north of North Wisconsin or something, then aren't you up somewhere around the Arctic Circle or something? I don't know. I can't remember.
He's south of Minneapolis.
Yeah, isn't that up around the fucking Arctic Circle?
It feels like it. Yeah. It's definitely, that's what I call it.
I mean, fuck. Like I said, I washed a Jeep today, so it was a beautiful day. 40 minutes from Minneapolis on the Wisconsin side. Fucking cold as hell, too. Yes, sir, it is. My balls would freeze off. I swear they would.
I came back in because I wanted to touch base with you about a conversation you got upset about the other night that we were having. And tonight I was doing my closeouts and I ran across Tucker Carlson of all people talking about the same damn thing. And that article is in the private. I got a link in the private chat for you there.
Oh, thank you, sir.
For you to take a look at. I wasn't lying to you. I was just reporting you what I found. And then this article came up, and I'm not talking out my ass. I just wanted to touch base.
Putting up with this. Yeah. Tucker's got some legit shit. He does. So, yeah.
Tucker's going to have an accident if he's not careful.
Yeah. He had a meeting. He had an interview he did with Alex Jones and Joe Rogan just recently. Just the other day. He went up, what was it, Getter? Getter.
Okay.
And that was that made the shock news. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Well, I love Rogan. I've been a fan of Rogan's for the longest time. I've been listening to Joe for years. Alex, I'm a new convert to Alex, and to be brutally honest with you, I don't love Alex Jones. Right. I don't, but I watch his shit. I haven't bought any of his products yet, but I understand him. I do. As a matter of fact, I applaud him. He's you know what? I believe that the words crazy like Alex Jones are actually pretty fucking smart words.
Right. Oh, I've bought a lot of his product, and
he's made a fucking mint. Okay. For whoever he is, whatever he said and whatever he's done, he's made a fortune on the web.
Yeah.
Really. Okay. Even being banned from some of the major video platforms, he has still made a fucking fortune. So he's flopped his dick in front of all of these people that have banned him and said, you know what? Fuck you.
Right.
You get this done no matter what. So I applaud him just for fucking tenacity. I really do. B, you know what? Half of the shit he's saying is halfway true. So, you know what? You just need to let. He's no crazier than Don Lemon. That
Yeah.
rope smoking, pillow biting. Didn't you have some words for this Woodhead the other night?
I did. I'm not going to repeat them.
Pillow biting.
I don't know if I went all there. Well, maybe I did. I was pretty worked up the other night about him.
Yeah.
I don't like
So
the double
anyway.
standard. Did you see? Oh, by the way, AOC just admonished everybody for not wearing masks again. However, ironically, this was within 3 hours of her at a live meet and greet with a drag queen where she was maskless, dancing, and hugging everybody.
Oh, and she now has the coof, by the way.
Breaks my heart. Now, I don't want,
it's killing me.
for the record, I don't want her to pass away. I'm not. That's not the way I am. But the fact that these hypervigilous, ranting people lecturing me on what I need to do with my body that get it really makes me happy.
She should be deported.
Right.
Well,
And I'm being nice. I can't
You are.
say what I want to say
you
Yeah.
are
about her.
absolutely correct. Woody, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to be that bigot that you want to be for you. Okay? I'm going to go ahead and say that I think she should go ahead and pass away with the coof. So I'm going to say out loud the things that you don't want to say in public.
It's not even that. I don't want to say it because I just generally don't believe it. I don't believe in hurting people, even if I don't disagree with them.
Okay.
Well, she's one of the top people that Soros, funds and defends. So she can act. She's got access to anything she wants medically.
She would hurt you in a second.
Yeah.
Further her cause.
If I ever came face to face with her, I'd kill her.
Wait, Jason's got a point here, guys.
That's extreme. Come
Yeah.
on.
Jason's got a point. If it wasn't for Alex Jones, this group probably would have never happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's probably true.
Ron,
he's
played
right.
Alex, and that's how it all started.
And I'm with Woody. I wouldn't kill her. No. But I want to point out, she would hurt you to further her cause. I really do want you to know that.
That goes against my principles.
But that's what separates us from them, and I don't want to become one of them to make a point.
You're okay. I don't
I think the fate will be much more cruel.
You take your advantage and fuck the other person.
$10K for a blowjob or a blow. Yeah, okay.
Well, I say this. The fates will be much worse to her than any retribution you would be able to.
Exactly.
Okay.
I'll let my God take care of it.
Yeah. That'll be a much more cruel fate than that. Anything you could do.
Okay.
Right. So yeah, that's the way I look at it.
Someday I've got to face that same guy, and I want to do it with a clear conscience, not having that whole "shall not kill" shit in my head.
It's in God's hands now, is the way I look at it, boy.
So you don't think he's going to say, "Well, remember this time right here."
Oh, I know. I've got enough of that shit I got to deal with. I don't want to add to it. Why are you in this tree?
Right. All right, guys, I'm out. I just wanted to drop back in.
Again?
Yeah.
All right. If you got to go, you got to go.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead. I got to get down out of here. All right.
Good evening,
See you tomorrow.
Yep. Well,
yeah, I'm kind of like, what's his name's guitar? This machine kills commies. That's my calling in life. That's why I'm here. At one point in my life, I will kill commies.
Well, you were clearly
or blue helmets. It don't matter.
In an anti-commie environment. That's fine. I understand that. Coming from a guy who actually did the in grade school, actually did the nuclear under your desk drills.
So did my pops and my mom. Yep.
I did. Well, we started with that, and then someone said, well, maybe we should curb it with the whole nuclear shit. So we started having random tornado drills that were fucking worthless. No. Earthquake drills. Earthquake drills we had, which were coincidentally, the same shit and the same symbol and signal as the nuke drill.
I was born in 1980. So to give you a time frame, I only had fire drills and tornado drills, but I heard about all the nuke drills, and I knew where all the still functional fallout shelters were in my area, because that was still a thing in the 80s and the 90s. We had a active Nike Hercules missile site about 2 miles away from my house up until 96, I think. Yeah. Everybody that lived in that neighborhood around that Nike site, they had klaxon lights and sirens around the base, and it was the base was surrounded on 4 sides by different housing developments, and it was basically in the city code, and everybody practiced it for years and years, that if those sirens ever go off and those lights are flashing, get in your basements.
That way you can die with radiation poisoning slowly over time.
When they finally decommissioned it and turned it into a park, I used to ride my bike there, and I'd play basketball on top of the underground magazine where they stored the missiles when they weren't on the rails. And they converted the guard post into the public restroom. And you could still find remnants of the barbed wire fence that was around the place out in the woods at the border of the park.
I would love to have one of those underground bunkers to live in. Not even for not as a doomsday thing. I just think it would be really cool to have a deal that's opened up like that, and you could have a nice open yard. Because there's shitty, the land's probably pretty cheap.
Well, yeah, dude, people don't realize how many of these bunker sites that there were across the country.
Right.
Because every major city in the Cold War had air defense missile systems, and every one of those sites had underground bunkers. And, a lot of them were filled in with concrete. A lot of them were just left in mothballs, and you see them on sale on eBay every once in a while. Same with the fucking missile silos that they had for the Atlas missiles and some of the Minuteman systems.
Well, many of them are already plumbed and everything for complete housing. I mean,
they were complete electric, plumbed, everything.
Right.
Each of those sites cost like between $6 and $12 million back then, construction wise, and they were everywhere. Every state had them. I had 6 of those Nike missile sites in the Cleveland area. They basically ringed the city to protect, the port, the railroad junction, the GM plant, the airport, the NASA facility, and the Coast Guard. Region 5 of the Coast Guard's headquartered in Cleveland. We had the tank plant next to the airport. Cleveland was a big target.
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, baby.
Yes. I've lived in this area my entire life, and I've never been there. I really don't have a desire to go there.
I took my wife to Cleveland just to go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I know. It's just I've heard from so many people that it's such a gimmick and a waste of money that I don't even care to go. My dad went there for a bunch of times for concerts that they would hold in the atrium in the front of the place. And don't get me wrong, it's a cool looking fucking building. It was designed by I.M. Pei.
Great location. right next to the lake.
Problem is, it's not run out of Cleveland. It's run by, a bunch of fascist liberal idiots in New York City.
No.
Yes. Rock and Roll Hall.
No.
Oh yeah.
And what do you want to? What do you want to bet they all belong to the same religion?
Who knows? But they, that's my thing against the Rock Hall. The museums in Cleveland, but the the headquarters, the corporate body, all that, it's in New York City. It has been from the inception. It's all a bunch of liberal, bunch of fucktards that support shit like Roger Waters, and they're putting in fucking rap and ghetto music into the Rock Hall. It's like, fuck you guys.
That's racist.
But don't get me wrong, when they built the place and inaugurated it and opened it up for the first time, I think it was like back around 1989, they had a huge concert there here in Cleveland. And yes, that was amazing. Other than that, I don't give a shit about it.
Yeah, I have no desire to go there. I love museums too, but I have no desire to go see it.
Where that's located at. There's a right next door to it is the Lake Erie Nature and Science Center, and that place is worth going to. It's a cool museum, and they got the best IMAX system theater that I've ever seen in my life. It's amazing. And then on the other side of it, they got there's an old lake carrier ship that's a museum ship, like an iron ore hauler, built like in the 30s or something. They got that as a museum ship right next to it. And then you got the little Cleveland's secondary airport right next to that on the lakeshore where they have the air show and everything. And they got a little museum in there. It's International Women's Aviation Hall of Fame, and they got a huge exhibit about Amelia Earhart and all of her shit and a bunch of other stuff. It's an interesting district in Cleveland. It's a tourist trap, but without all the touristy trappings to it. You don't have a bunch of tacky restaurants and shit all in bars all around it. It's right on the lake shore.
You got a bunch of pizza joints and pierogi joints up fucking town there. So yeah, you do have more than a few restaurants around there.
Now, there's a place here in Kansas City that both of you would thoroughly enjoy seeing. It's called the Steamboat Arabia, and it is a ship that they found in the middle of a cornfield because the Missouri River changed course.
Yep.
And it was completely buried and preserved as exactly as it was, like a time capsule. And they pulled it up and brought out all the stuff they were heading out west with, including complete Sears and Roebuck houses. I mean, not Sears and Roebuck, but they were complete, basically the old school version of IKEA.
Yeah, mail order housing. Yep, Sears did it.
Beads for trading with Native Americans. I mean, really amazing stuff, guys. It really is. If you ever get a chance, it's a hidden gem in Kansas City, Missouri, downtown, and you really need to check it out if you have any interest in history and American expansionism.
And I rag on Cleveland a lot because of just the way things are now, and the politics in the city and how bad the crime and the population issues are. But as far as like the tourist attractions and the major institutions that have been around there for years, Cleveland, okay, we have an area that they call University Circle, and it's a park that runs about 2 miles from the major freeway that runs through Cleveland, and it's a huge cultural garden for all of like the major populations of immigrants that have come through Cleveland, through the last 200 years. And every nation has their own little park set up with a memorial and everything. It's beautiful. And then you get to the circle proper, and there's a couple of universities down there. and museums of every kind. We got the Cleveland Museum of Art. It's one of the top 6, art museums in the world. It's like you can spend a whole fucking day in there. And it's just amazing. And then you got like the home of the Cleveland Orchestra, which is one of the top 5 world orchestras. They have a huge classical music hall there called Severance Hall. Best fucking classical music you'll ever hear out of there for sure. I've been there a bunch of times. They got a natural history museum with tons of fucking dinosaur skeletons. Modern art museum. Dude, probably they got a music museum down there. The Cleveland Institute of Music, one of the top, music universities like Berkeley. Cleveland does have some gems, but they got a lot of problems too.
Yeah, they all do.
Typical liberal run city for the last 40, 50 years.
Wasn't that Bernie City?
Not Bernie Sanders, no. It
Where was he
was
from?
Bernie's from Vermont.
That's
We had
right.
our big politician that made big news was Dennis Kucinich.
Jerry Springer.
No, Jerry was from Cincinnati.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we were the Kucinich place. Yeah. I can't stand that fucker.
Who's a bigger plant, AOC or Peter Buttigieg?
Doolittle. AOC, she came from her background is, true, factually. She was a bartender and all that shit.
Buttigieg is a manufacturer
Doolittle was like a college graduate.
that they recruited.
Yeah. AOC. Dude, I'm surprised. I honestly doubt that she's going to hold office very much longer because the population in her district is, decreasing so much that she's going to lose her seat.
Well, she killed off the jobs that basically took care of her Latin American constituents. When she got rid of Amazon, it killed that part of her constituency.
Yeah, it doesn't matter though because the people that live there, they're all into social justice warrior bullshit, and that's what her thing is. And they're all liberal eco retard terrorists, so they support her Green Deal. It's just fucking New York. Please, God, let New York fall into the Hudson. The entire thing.
Only if it takes California into the ocean with it.
Yeah. I don't know. California is so fucked up, but there's such a lot of good people there. Because the most fucked up places are all around San Francisco, Sacramento, and Los Angeles.
That's why you can't have nice things.
Yeah.
You just fucking can't have nice. We just can't have nice things. Goddamn liberals won't let us have nice things. They really won't.
Well, if there was any chance of me having nice things before, it sure as hell went out the window now that Joe Biden's president.
Yep. And Sleepy Joe ain't helping us out here.
No. My timeline just got a lot longer for anything I was planning on doing with myself.
Well, I'm actually hopeful. I'm hopeful that the stupidity has swung so far in the left direction that, right has to take over. It's got to swing the other way. It can't continue to swing in that direction, if you know what I mean.
It doesn't matter, Don. If the damn numbers, when there's more votes coming in than there were ballots going out, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's kind of a problem. No, that's not kind of a problem. That's a real problem.
I mean,
But
yes, I agree with you. I would not be worried at all because of the historical sociological swing from one party demographic to another in Congress. However, that was prior to electronic voting, that where things can be altered from an entirely different continent.
absolutely. And the mail-in ballot now is in all 50 states for all fucking ballots. And what they're trying to do with this Voting Rights Act is absolutely gut any kind of fucking authenticity our votes will ever have. I'm sorry.
Well, if people say now that they don't vote because they don't feel their vote counts, what's it going to be like whenever you don't even have to be an American citizen?
Yeah, but
Then
now
where's
is the
the- and
time
then
to
where's the
vote
stop?
early and vote often.
Well, Don, if we're going to let children decide their gender at the age of 3, why not let them vote? Of the two, voting for the county assistant fire commissioner in the rural district probably carries less weight than cutting your dick off or having testosterone supplements. And
However,
one's okay to, but we can make up our mind for one. So why not let them vote too? 2 years old, 3 years old, why the hell not? We're all people. And then when it gets so crazy, they'll take away the right to vote for everybody. Isn't that amazing? Because we'll ask for it. It's so crazy, do something. And they will
Now-
fix it, all right.
You want to hear something interesting? The school district that my nephew goes to has a policy that applies from kindergarten to your senior year, where if you feel that your class, whatever subjects being taught at the time, if you feel uncomfortable with it because of political persuasion, you can opt out of participating in the class. You can walk out and sit in the hallway until that session's over with no recourse. So my nephew, and like you got to understand, as far like in the elementary school segment of the system, like it's not an issue. It's available for those kids that are smart enough to realize it, but most of them don't because they're just fucking little kids. My nephew, he sits out in the hallway like 4 or 5 times a week because he just hears this political bullshit that the teachers are trying to pull, and he knows it's retarded because both me and my sister know what's up, and he hears about it from us. So he just they start talking about something, he just teacher, I'm gonna go sit outside, and he just takes his chair and walks out and sits in the hallway and does his homework.
And here's the thing, that all it takes is one pretty girl to go, I don't feel comfortable. And half that fucking class or every boy in that class will be out there consoling her. And nothing has been taught. And it's a clusterfuck. That's what happens.
From what I understand, that doesn't happen, in his school. I don't know, but the high school, who knows what the fuck is going on there. There's some fucking
In high school,
legitimate.
a cheerleader goes outside and every dumbass, and if they have their phones in high school, why would they not go outside and be on their phone all hour? Because they can sit out there on their phone, not the teacher won't be taking it away from them, and they'll spend literally all day out there just in the hallway texting the person who's in class that's supposed to be paying attention, who's now being disrupted by the dumbass outside.
Yeah, the high school's fucked up. We had a guy calling. He got caught sending 6 bomb threats to the school because he didn't want to sit in class and take his tests. So he would go out to the parking lot and he would use his cell phone and call in bomb threats.
Well, did they talk to him and understand why he was doing that? I'm sure it's just misunderstood.
Oh no, they arrested him, and the school district they expelled him, and it caused his family to move elsewhere. So he's gone.
Good for them.
Yeah.
We need more parent shaming. If every time somebody's kids shot up something, did something, the whole neighborhood would rally around the parents and just yell shame at them, and you're a murderer too. It fixed a lot of that shit. You start going, you know
Well,
what?
there
I'm not
was
dealing
an
with that shit
incident.
anymore. Fix
We
your
did
shit,
have
kid.
an incident about a year and a half ago. The building that he's taught in, it's like segmented into two parts. One part's the elementary school, one part's the middle school. And on the middle school side, a kid brought a gun to school that day. This is about a year and a half ago, and they locked down the school. But on the elementary side, it happened on the middle school side, but they completely isolated it and kept classes going without even telling the kids what was going on in the other side of the building. All the teachers knew what was going on. They didn't even tell the kids that the doors were locked.
Right.
I thought that was kind of fucked up.
What good it would have done?
Yeah,
Telling a bunch of kids that start panicking and screaming. Then they call their parents on their cell phones.
Oh yeah.
You've got every fucking parent in the world calling up there, blocking traffic. 911's jacked up. They can't reach first responders. The less they know, the better. And the last thing you want to do is get parents involved, because 99% of the parents are just pain in the ass who shouldn't have kids to begin with.
Well, I mean, I got to give credit to my city. It has to do with the actual like geography of where things are in my city. The school is like a 30-second drive from the fucking police station.
Oh,
It's right down the fucking road. The fire department is right next door to the school. So anytime there's a problem, you got 30 cops and 25, firemen at the school, because it's an entire campus, elementary, middle, and high school are right next to each other. So it's all, real close to get to for emergency services. And they actually they raised money a couple of years ago in a tax levy to build a connection road between the two main roads to get quicker access from the schools to the hospital, for the ambulances and shit. It would save about 10-minute drive, and that went through. I ain't got no problem with that. Just like they've been fighting for a couple of years now to upgrade the police department's radio system, and it's been voted down consecutively 3 times, and it's going to be this coming election in November. It's up again, and I hope that they do it, because the radio system, like from what I hear from the cops in my police department, are that probably 2 or 3 times a night when they're out on patrol, their radio system crashes and they have to use cell phones to call their dispatcher. And about 3 years ago, they luckily passed an emergency levy to actually have a full-time dispatcher in my city that wasn't, like contracted out from county EMS in the next town over. It's like, come on, we got 56,000 people living in the city. We need a full-time dispatcher 24/7. Come on,
You didn't have a county dispatcher?
It's tied. My area, there's like 5 or 6 cities that share the same radio network and
Right.
and 911 system, but they're dependent on each department's dispatcher. And the city, they were running they could only pay at one point a dispatcher to work for like 18 hours, and they had a 4-hour downtime where everything was rerouted to county. And it took like an extra 5 minutes to get a call through for EMS for someone that was having a heart attack, stupid shit like that. So I voted, yes for that levy, and thank God it passed. I don't know. But this levy that's coming up now for the communications, they're trying to switch over to a radio network that's run from L3 Harris, which has a stellar reputation for their product. And I hope it passes. We'd be able to get on, single sideband on the microwave to do tactical channels with every police agency, basically, 20 miles west of us and 20 miles east of us, including everything in Cleveland. So, connect us a lot better because we get like high-speed chases from idiots out of Cleveland that drive through the freeway in my town, and it's a rolling pursuit, for every city that the freeway runs through. Sure. And a lot of times, those chases will end up in my town, and the cops can't communicate with the other agencies that are involved with the chase. We shouldn't have to deal with that. Fire in the bowl. Dallas, I'm still waiting for you to come in. You want
so the Navy is finally getting behind the my weapon system of choice, and that's microwave.
There you go. Do you have a link for that?
I got it. Thank you.
I haven't heard much Navy news lately. Last thing significant I heard was that one of our carrier groups got redeployed. They were supposed to finish up a run in the Med, and they got switched instead of going home to going to like the Gulf of Aden. I think it was Carl Vinson.
The Vincent, I believe, was called to the Gulf. Yes.
Yeah.
They don't have as many naval assets in the Asia Pacific area.
Yeah.
But they have a lot of air assets there now.
And we've got a lot of stuff out at Diego Garcia right now.
Oh, that's another thing I wanted to tell you. Dude, there's been so many high altitude sorties in my area recently. The skies are full, and all of them are very high altitude. I mean, I have to use the binoculars to see them.
So like above 50,000 feet then?
I wouldn't say above 50,000 feet. I'm not sure if I could see them if they were that far up, but they're pretty high up. I mean, not the low level shit that I would normally see.
Now, I've been hearing the last couple of weeks about a lot of high altitude publicly announced flights of RC-135 spy planes over the Ukraine, that they're actually flying with transponders, and they're flying.
Well, they kind of have to.
Yeah, they're flying within 6 or 7 miles of Russia, the border, right along, that invisible line.
Yeah, they have to. I mean, if you're squawking anything less than U.S., but Biden is just talking right now. That's all he's doing.
Yep.
He's going to give away the Ukraine before he fires a shot. That's the thing that pisses me off.
And he's connected with his kid through Burisma. It's just so convoluted.
Yeah, that's another fucked up thing about it.
Look, you got to understand. Things, I take things that involve the Ukraine kind of seriously because, like, I am predominantly Ukrainian, albeit
Yep.
from the western side of the country, not the eastern side. You know, all my family that I got over there, they're nowhere near any of that shit. But things aren't looking so good. And the thing that I've been hearing the last few days is that pressure might be coming off of that region because of the shit that's going on in Kazakhstan.
Well, you could be right. You could very easily be right. Kazakhstan, basically, the government has fallen, and the United States has a foothold there, and Russia hates it.
Yes.
And
Um,
so we're
we
going
got
to
a
go,
big air base there that we have rights to.
and Russia fucking hates it. So that worries the shit out of them. Dallas, um, as far as Ukraine is concerned, no, Russia will never take back the Ukraine. What they will do, on the other hand, is continue to muddle the water in the Donbass region of the
Yep.
Ukraine. And
Little green men.
all they want to do is control that area of the world. They don't want the United States in there. They don't want NATO in there. And that's the pisser because all those people want to get out from under the fucking thumb of the Russians and they want to get under the umbrella of NATO, particularly Ukraine. But as long as Russia is in there fucking shit up, Ukraine will never join NATO, or NATO will never allow Ukraine to join. That's where
That's a shame.
Trump changed the fucking politic. He was ready to give Ukraine everything they wanted in exchange for bases there. And he was going to put U.S.
He was
military.
going to do another destroyer for bases exchange.
Yep.
And it's a shame because Ukraine, okay, militarily, their navy is almost non-existent. Every major surface asset that they had was confiscated by the Russians.
Yep.
All right. Their air force mostly constitutes a bunch of old Soviet era, planes, bombers, and fighters and everything. They're nowhere near modern competition. Their army, however, has a lot of modern shit that we've been supporting and supplementing the last 10, 15 years, but they're outnumbered. It's the bottom line. They'll fight to the death. Those Ukrainian soldiers that are loyal to Ukraine, they fight to the death, but the odds aren't good for them.
The picture has recently changed because the UK has stood up and said that they will assist in defending the Ukraine, and they've actually sent F-35s over there.
They got a whole regiment of SAS that are staged right now, either in France or Germany, that are on 24-hour alert to head out there, along with special boat service and the Royal Marines.
And the U.S. has said that they support the U.K. in this endeavor. So that's changed the political picture for Putin, which basically now thinks that we're about to, and that's his biggest fear, is NATO in his backyard. And his backyard is considered Eastern Europe.
We just signed a new agreement like a week ago with Romania to lease out a major airbase. So we got a lot of stuff going into Romania right now. They've increased what we have available in Germany and Italy, the Netherlands, they've got, expeditionary fighter wings that are all moved over there right now from stateside.
So yeah, it's a real deal. Ukraine is a hotbed right now. I tell you what worries me more than anything is the Iranians. The Israelis are about to take the Iranians to school,
Oh yeah,
and the
it's gonna
Iranian
be a complete whoop ass party
it
if
will
that
be
ever
an
lights up.
education. Yes, it will be.
Painful education.
It will be a painful education. It will be, they will destroy literally everything in Iran that is even related to nuclear weapon.
Yeah.
It's going to happen, and it's going to happen soon. Dallas, you can take that one to the bank.
And if the Iranians ever get caught, if there is a nuclear incident involving Iran where they actually do something, detonate something somewhere, Israel is going to wipe them off the map.
Yeah.
Every major city is going to be nuked. Every military place is going to be nuked. And don't believe the mainstream media when they tell you, Israel doesn't have nukes. They've never publicly released the information that they've had nukes. They don't have nukes. Israel has nukes. All
Yep.
right. They stole nukes from the United States back in the 70s.
Yep. Actually, before that, but that's okay.
Yeah.
And they had their own German scientists too. Remember that? So they weren't completely fucking idiots when it comes to that shit.
Yeah, out by where Zoom lives, Savannah River, they stole probably about 200 tons worth of fissible material out of Savannah. And
so anyway,
from what I heard, one of them is they made a bomb that was lost.
Yeah.
Made with our material in the Negev back in the 7-Day War. I think like an A4 Skyhawk that we sold them had one, on the rails. They got shut down by anti-aircraft, and
didn't Clancy do a movie about that?
Yeah, that was which one was that?
One of them.
Yeah,
one of them.
Tom Clancy was really spot on and really close to home on a lot of his movies, a lot of his books.
Yes, he was. He was quite accurate in his military description.
He was so accurate that when he started his career and he published Hunt for Red October, his first book, that like the Secret Service and the Navy Office of Special Investigations and
they showed up,
and the NSA showed up, at his house and had a girl session with him. Where did you get this information from that you published in your book? Oh, it's all open source. And sure enough, it was. He had all his citations and everything, but he had he knew where to get the information from. He had so many contacts in the military, it was ridiculous.
Well, now, full disclosure, if you know anything about this information, Jane's fighting force has had this information for fucking 20 years, 40 years, 60 years.
Yep.
And if if you stay on top of them, then 95% of this information can be brought from just Jane's alone, to be brutally honest with you. I actually have a subscription to Jane's. Well, actually, I did have a subscription. It's not cheap.
I stole one of their annual reviews from my public library about 25 years ago.
I've owned more Jane's books than I'd really care to disclose. But with that said, that's where the bulk of my technical information comes from.
Yep. They
That
are the leader.
I don't even know what that book is.
just Google Jane's Fighting Force.
I'm
Or
not Googling
Jane's
anything that
Guide to-
says Jane's fighting shit. I'm gonna end up on a watch list.
Jane's Weapon Systems.
Even more so. No thanks.
Okay, whatever.
No, I know. I hear what you're saying. I just, my luck.
Your luck, what?
Luck team showing up
Oh my God!
on a subversive list. Or like this hippies. Enough of this bullshit. They're gonna walk in. First thing out of their mouth is, "Tell me what you know about Don."
No.
Yeah.
I talk shit like this all the time, and I never get contacted. The only time I've ever been intercepted, contacted, been put on a surveillance was actually when I fucking reached out to help out Jimmy Beam about a year and a half ago when he was in the jungle surrounded by wildfires. And I started contacting the military, to try and get them, an evacuation. They fucking deep dived my system and had put security blocks on all my fucking shit for about 2 months after I contacted them. Like, how do you know this guy? He's fucking special forces and all this shit. It's like, he's a friend. I'm trying to help him out. He's burning alive in the fucking jungle. Send helicopters. You can deep dive me all you want. I'm just trying to save my friend. Mikey B, holy shit. How you doing, brother?
Professor Woody, when they show up asking you about me, they won't use the word Don. And I can assure you that Don's not my real name. And this is not my real face. This is an avatar.
Damn, you could have picked a better one then.
I could have picked a lot better one, exactly. But Brad Pitt was already taken, so I kind of couldn't use that.
The next GoFundMe is going to be to get you a new avatar. Bill's gonna have to hold off on that phone. Bill, you ain't getting no phone. We gotta get this. We gotta get Don cleaned up.
We gotta get it. We need to get Don a new avatar. He's fucking way off. Yeah.
Don's got the probable cause to avatar going.
But yeah, and they probably won't show up asking you about me.
I'm not worried about it.
Unless I call you out on one of my new forums, then no, they won't know who you are.
It was hilarious because when I reached out to Mikey, or not Mikey, Jimmy Beam, I contacted 2 different military commands, through their military, their .mil websites. And I actually had someone contact me on the phone. He was the military liaison in the capital of Honduras. I can't even pronounce the name of the city, but it was an official military call.
Tayla, Honduras is Tayla is the capital, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't think it's like a very unpronounceable name. But yeah, this dude, he was a captain in the Air Force, and he was the military liaison in the embassy in Tegucigalpa. That's the name of the city, the capital of Honduras, Tegucigalpa. And, he's asked, I was on the phone with him for about 30 minutes. He's trying to get all this information about Jimmy. And I'm like, dude, I don't know his service number. I know his name. I know the air base that he works at. I know the name of the base commander. He knows him. I'm like, that's all you have to go with. Call the base commander. He knows the dude. And he's like, well, you're a civilian. How do you know how to get in contact with us? I'm like, you guys have a publicly accessible website with contact information. I called a couple numbers. He's like, but you're a civilian. How do you know how to do that? Like, I know how to use the fucking internet. The guy like didn't understand. He's like, "Are you in the military? Or are you retired?" I'm like, "No, I'm a civilian, but I know how to like get in touch with you. So do your fucking job and send out a helicopter for my friend." I miss Jimmy. Oh, jeez. He was one crazy motherfucker. Oh. How are things going over in England, Mikey? You still getting fucking abused and raped by the cops? I hope not. I hope you and your daughter and your family are well. Man, all I can say to that, Mikey, is for St.
Northern
George
Lights.
and jolly old England, I hope you fare well. Amen.
Little spillage on the ground for my homies.
So, Don, I'm looking at the Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farm's website. I'm looking at your availability from your partner, Bearded Bud Brothers.
Yes.
Is the Northern Lights and the Sour Diesel, are they pure per type?
The Northern Lights is out of stock, and the Sour Diesel is feminine, a fem seed.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Because I was thinking about trying to cross those two. But if they're out of stock of lights, yeah, I
Listen,
might just go with the Sour
Sour
Diesel.
Diesel is a hardcore sativa. That's a
Or
real
the
high.
original Michigan Gorilla. That sounds good.
You're crossing a sativa and an indica, a real high end sativa and a real high end indica. Northern Lights is one of the original indicas.
Yep. My dad, the strain that he grew was 50% Northern Lights and 50% Blueberry #2. And
See, now
was
that's a
the
good
best
call because
fucking
both
weed
of
I've
those
ever
are
smoked in my
indicas.
life.
Both of those are indicas, though.
Mm-hmm.
And both of them are pretty high end indicas.
Yes, that shit was the best shit that I've ever smoked in my life. My dad grew amazing. He had that shit, and he would seed out a plant every year, and it would type true. And he grew it for almost 10 years. I might even have some seeds stashed away. I'd have to go down into the safe in the basement to find out.
So, speaking of seeds, Professor Woody, 70 days. Is that 70 days of 24-hour light?
Yep. 24 hours a day. And then it's, but yeah, but with that's not including germination. But yeah, start to finish, from putting in the final medium to hanging, 70, 80 days for that particular brand, for that particular one. Some go a little bit longer, some go a little bit shorter. And they actually have pretty good yields now. They're using ruderalis. So
What? How big is your pots?
3 gallon.
Oh, I have a lot of 3-gallon pots.
So it's it's. I mean, I you saw kind of what I had earlier, but I mean, I just pulled quite a bit off of one plant.
Dude, you had a good evening's worth of trim work there ahead of you, no doubt.
Oh yeah,
If all that goes into jars, you'll have a nice stash there.
Fire in the bowl. Tommy, Tommy, Tommy. Tommy, Tommy, Tommy. Tommy, Tommy, Tommy.
Yeah, it looks like I'm gonna be forced to send you an email there, Mr. Woody.
I'll give you one of these days. I'll give you privately on our Discord. I'll give you a tour of my workshop.
That would be nice.
Right, I can share my stream and affords a little bit of privacy. We can talk. But I could send you some Mosca seeds. I have some Blue Stallion. I have frosted guava, strawberry frosted guava, and Kushi Kim.
You know, I would grow the Coochie Kim just to understand the story behind that.
I'll send it to you.
Coochie Kim.
Kush.
I mean, I know.
It's purple Kush and purple Kim.
Ah, okay.
Almost everything I have is indica based.
I thought you might have known a girl named Kim.
Well, I know several girls named Kim, and the stuff they gave me, well, I'm not going to talk about.
Have either of you ever smoked AK-47?
Yep.
That shit's pretty fucking good.
It is. Go fast.
I haven't seen it around here in a long time, though. It's just like not. It was a thing for like 2 years, and then we haven't seen it for like 8 years. Everything around here is all guerrilla based. It's kind of strange, but we're in Ohio, so it's close to Michigan, so that's what we get.
Well, that's Gorilla. Gorilla is out of Michigan, isn't it? That whole line, and Glue too, I think. So it's just kind of a natural progression.
Yep,
I believe it is. Yeah, the OMG was the original Michigan Glue.
We get there's a lot of Gorilla 3 and a lot of Gorilla 5 out here. The 3 is like the top thing that you can find around here. Except my buddy that grows Tangerine Dream every year. Oh, that's the best fucking shit in the world.
It doesn't have any potency though, does it? I mean, what's the THC level though?
On pure Tangerine Dream, it's about 35%.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, it's good. That's our Christmas weed. Me and my best friend, that's Christmas buds for us. He grows 2 plants of it every year, and he doesn't sell it. It's just for me and him.
A lot of the like I have Tricks, which is very much a craft marijuana, but it's got it's like 15% THC, and it's great because it tastes good and it serves the purpose for what it was made for. Designer deal. If I were to put it in concentrate, it'd be great. But just as flower, it's just not enough pump for me.
It's moderate. It's tasty.
Yeah.
And it's what we used to call the Mexican brickweed. It's the equivalent thereof.
Well, and honestly, for an average recreational smoker that gets high once a month or when their buddies come over to watch a game, it's probably more than enough. For an old hippie, it's not so much.
Is that what the youth is? The youth of the day is smoking? Is once a month during a fucking football game? Is that all that? Because
No, I was talking about adults. A lot,
average adult. Okay.
yeah, there's a lot of adults that treat alcohol just like weed. They don't drink all the time. They don't smoke weed all the time.
Yeah. I'm
So
one of those. Well, no, I'm not one of those. I smoke weed all the time.
I smoke weed all the time. I mean, not before work, but I mean,
I'm
Smoke weed every day.
I'm what we call a functional stoner.
Yep. Sometimes I go 2 or 3 days without smoking.
Yeah, I can't do
But that's lately though. I think it has to do with my metabolism. Because
I gave up.
I've been losing weight like crazy. I have lost 40 pounds in the last 4 months.
Dude, congratulations. That's fucking awesome.
Yep. And it's weird because I smoke weed, but a lot of times I don't have an appetite. So, I'll fast for a day or two. But yeah, like I had to cut another notch in my belt, keep my pants up.
Now, I have gotten too stoned to eat.
Been there, done that.
Just basically too stoned, not motivated, too lazy to get from here to the refrigerator or do the little bit of work that it's going to take to put a couple pieces of cheese and ham on a couple pieces of bread. It was, yeah, it was bad. I've lost weight that way.
Yeah, I know you lost weight. I was,
now I've lost weight from my blood sugar. Jesus, I plateaued there at about 100 pounds. Now I'm moving even more.
Well, I know you mentioned it about like maybe a month and a half ago, but I could tell, just from your image on the stream, probably 3 months ago that
look at that.
Lost weight.
I got a fucking giblet neck there. Look at that.
I still got kind of a beer belly, but it's about half as big as it used to be. So,
but yeah, I'm even better looking now. That's amazing. I never thought it was possible. No stems or seeds that you don't need.
Oh God, dude! One of the funniest memories for me that deals with weed was the first bag of weed that I actually bought. Like I always used to get my weed from my dad for free, and then one day I had to buy weed, and I bought it from one of the managers at the store that I was working at. He got me this, $50 bag of compressed Mexican bullshit that there was more fucking seeds and stems than there were fucking, leaves and, smokable material. It was like, I'm like, seriously, $50? I'm like, okay, I'm hard up. I guess I'll buy it. But Jesus Christ, you got like about a joint and a half out of it. A joint in the bowl. That was it for $50. I'm like,
dude, I'm a big fan of weed through the mail. I've bought and sold.
I've never done it except when I tried to do it with you, and I fucked up. Oh,
I'm a fan. I've purchased some of the best weed I ever bought was through the mail.
My dad bought seeds through the mail for years. He never had a problem getting them delivered.
No,
he would always buy it. He'd buy out of Canada, and they would ship it in the weirdest fucking way. They'd ship it in card, like they'd send an envelope out with like corrugated cardboard inside of it, and it would be shoved inside one of the little channels of the corrugation. Or he'd buy it and they'd send them a CD, compact disc, and it would be behind the little black insert inside the case of the CD and shit. They hide it really well to get past customs in the 90s. He'd buy from the big dealers in British Columbia back in the 90s. Get his White Widow. He loved White Widow. I don't know. I never really cared for it. But then again, I didn't care for the way my dad grew and cured his weed. He was fucked up the last 10 years that he was doing it. Back in the 90s, man, the shit that he grew, that Northern Lights cross with the blueberry, that shit was fucking amazing. I hope I still have some seeds of that. Oh, I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Well, gentlemen, it is 2:00 in the morning here, and I am going to bed.
You know what? You're absolutely right. It is it's midnight here. So yeah, and I got a couple meetings in the morning. I'll at least wait till CaNEWS gets back.
All right, but I've got to go to the bathroom real quick too. That's what made me look at the time. So I'll talk to you later, guys. Peace and love. Great talking to you.
Roger that, sir.
See you
Take
later.
care.
And let's get together and talk about that other thing on Discord.
Yes, sir. We will.
All right, buddy. Talk to you.
You there? You there?
And I'm
You are back. So Woody ducked out on us. He said it was 2:00 where he was. So which is pretty much where you are.
I'm about 3:00.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna duck out my damn self, but I wanted to make a contribution to Bill's phone. Where is the link to that?
Do you have Wiz's PayPal me
I do.
address? Do it through there. That's the most effective way to do it. And
Okay.
just mark it for Bill's phone.
For Bill's phone. Okay, I can do that. That's easy enough.
Yeah, people were trying to donate earlier tonight to the Cash App link, and it wasn't working for them. So PayPal is always the easiest way to go.
Yep. Absolutely.
Well,
All righty, Holmes. I'm gonna get off of here. Have a good evening or morning.
I just crapped open a new beer.
Okay.
And I got a bowl here that I need to refresh. Why don't you smoke one with me before you leave?
I tell you what. Why don't we smoke one? That's a good idea. Let me load one here real quick.
Talking about news out by you, I saw an article over on the Drive where one of those high-end, super fancy, like citation type business jets, they actually went into that restricted military area, airspace, and they were running that jet through Jedi Canyon, where like the F-18s train at. That looks
Yes.
so fucking cool. Fucking business jet like a G5,
That
pulling those
even
kind of G's through the turret. Oh man, that would have been fun.
that even made news in the local newspaper, in the Vegas newspaper. That was funny as shit.
There was a guy on YouTube about a month ago that caught some footage of a couple of F-16s flying through Jedi Canyon, followed by two F-117s. And his video was deleted about 24 hours after he posted it.
No shit.
Yep.
Man.
Because they're basically turning those F-117s into like training,
Mhm.
platforms for aggressor roles.
Yep.
And they upgraded one of them to that optical camouflage type outer hull.
Oh yeah,
skin
yeah. Put one of the
setups.
invisible cloak of
The
invisibility on it. Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool.
Those are, as I understand, those are meant to be infrared,
Negative.
low visibility
Yeah.
shields, because both the Chinese and the Russians use a lot of infrared to track other targets, and they've been somewhat successful.
Well, that's all because of what happened when we lost that F-117 over Bosnia, Herzegovina, Serbia bullshit back in the Balkans war, because the commander of that SAM unit decided to go against, the number one protocol and go to, a different tracking mode, and found them thermally instead of, through, a regular radar bounce. And that's how he shot down. And the crazy thing about that story, I'm sure you know it. The commander of that SAM unit that shot him down and the pilot of that plane on our side, they reconnected about maybe 8 years ago, and they became very good friends.
I did not know that. No.
Yeah, they swore it, an oath of brotherhood, and said that they weren't pissed off at each other, and they visit each other regularly, and their families are all cozy and everything. So yeah, it was kind of cool.
Well, I mean, that's
I saw
cool.
that.
That's cool. You can do that in the, past the fog of war.
Mm-hmm. I recently heard a story probably about 2 or 3 weeks ago about the brother of a missing in action soldier from Vietnam who has been on the trail in Vietnam for like the last 12 years to try and find his brother's remains and everything. And he got arrested in a village because he thought that he had found remains that were human, and started a whole bunch of shit in the village. And basically the cops showed up and they took a look at the remains, and they're like, this isn't human. It was like a wild pig or something. Or like, and the guy was like, well, they're bones, they're my brother, and it's like, no, that's a wild pig that's been dead for 20 years.
Yep.
That's sad.
Well,
but then again, I just heard that they positively identified a couple sailors that were killed in Pearl Harbor, like maybe about a week ago. Like
Yeah.
three Navy guys that were killed, and they finally got DNA matches on them to confirm their identity. And you've been to Pearl, haven't you?
I have not. No.
Oh, okay.
I've flown into and out of Hawaii, Honolulu, but I've never been to Pearl.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like I'd like to see it, but I kind of not like to see it. If I ever make it out to Hawaii, that's one of those places where I'd like to visit, but I'm not sure if I could actually handle it.
Sure, you could. Sure, you could. But the base is more interesting, honestly.
Well, yeah.
If
You know,
you've
as
got a
far
limited
as
amount of time there, then spend it looking at the base and not looking
yeah,
at
everything that's modern there. Oh yeah, it looks cool as hell. People don't realize the amount of resources that we have based there right now. It's everything for 20 miles around that bay is mostly military and it's mostly underground.
Can you send me the Discord link in private chat?
Give me a minute here. I'll try and pull it up. It's gonna take me Discord is so fucking slow on my computer.
Jason, you
Let's
care
see
to
if it
join
comes
us?
up.
Are you home
Yeah.
or
Yeah, outdoor dashing.
are you
I
out
think he's
dashing?
home.
It's kind of late even for him, so he's probably home.
Yeah, it's 2:00 his time.
Thank you, Shadow. Appreciate it, sir. I can't read that in the fucking in the. I'm in StreamYards, and I'm not in. Okay, I'll just have to open a Twitch, I guess.
I'm sorry, I cannot pull up the Discord. Discord is being absolutely retarded.
Shadow's got me. Shadow's got me. I got it.
I've got a present for you guys. How's it going, Don? What's up? Gotta open the knife. Got a little present here.
What you got?
Got a little
New toys?
goodies.
He's got a full auto sear for an AR-15.
Man, wouldn't that be?
I wish. That would be the
Shadow,
dream.
much
I'm
appreciated, sir.
sorry
I
I
got you.
said that. Delete the chat.
Getting my hopes up. Oh. It's just a bunch of basic stuff. We got you another box of Turbo Force. We got the krill oil. A couple of those.
Shadow, can you post it one more time for me, please?
Some more super male. I actually got my mom some super female. She wanted to try to see if she got some energy out of it. So that stuff helps me a lot. And I got that shirt that I was kind of.
Thank you much.
Yeah, that limited edition AJ shirt. It's got his face all over it. That's gonna be fun.
I
That's pretty
really don't buy anything from Alex anymore.
Yeah.
As far as the supplements go, you can get, if not better quality stuff on Amazon for cheaper than what he's selling. But I do like some of his t-shirts. I'm wearing one right now, actually. It's got a big American flag that's made out of barbed wire, and it says, "Stop illegal immigration." And on the back of the shirt, it says, "Deport Californians."
Yeah. Oh, I've seen that one. I
I've
like
worn
that
that a
one.
few times at work and gotten bitched out by stupid liberal cocksucking motherfuckers.
I've only had people cheer me on. I mean, I really haven't had any static
Oh
yet.
yeah, it's probably about a 90 to 10%, ratio. But I do get the fucking liberals that, dude, I was 2 weeks ago, I had this lady came in and she was completely offended because I wasn't wearing a political shirt or anything, but I was wearing hunting clothes,
Oh dear.
camouflage. She's like,
Oh my goodness.
"You fucking animal murderer. I can't believe you got a job. You're killing fucking animal." I'm like, "What?" That's what she let off with as soon as she walked in
Hold
the
on
door.
a second.
I'm like, "Ma'am, I hunt, and that's my God-given right. It's my protected American right, and I use everything that I shoot. I eat it, or I use the bones for something else."
Yeah,
I'm
and that's
like,
what I hate when
"I'm
people
saving
just
money from the grocery store. Do you think that's
assume.
wrong?" And she's like, "Da da da." But you're killing animals. I'm like, "Where do you think the meat comes from the grocery store?" Da da da. I'm like, "Okay, you can leave. You're causing a scene. You got 10 seconds to leave before I call the cops."
Mm,
That's how it is.
yeah, I want to drink one beer
When I
with
get,
you.
I don't even deal with idiot customers anymore because I don't want to get into a confrontation. It's not good for my blood pressure. I just call the cops. I'm like, "Yeah, we got a disturbance in the store here. You need to remove this person." They come and they tell them, "Leave or you'll be arrested for trespassing."
It reminds me of people coming in the gun dealership and doing all kinds of stuff. They just get on to people. They'll just come in there and pick a fight just because they're a gun dealer. Some liberal, nice Genesee. I haven't
Yeah.
had that in a minute.
Oh, this is my new go-to cheap beer.
Instead of
It's
Colt 45 or OE.
I've never even drank Colt 45, not once in my entire life. It's like,
Yeah.
I've heard the reputation,
Yeah,
but like
it's not the
my
best.
dad was a Bushman, and I can't. I've had Bush before, and I don't care for it. This stuff actually tastes like beer. It's only $4 for a 6-pack of Tall Boys.
Yeah, I'm on a Bush Light. I'm real pussy about it tonight.
That's cool.
I either
I
sip
can't.
the lightest
I
beers or the
do
girliest
not drink
beers, or
light beer. I've
I
never
do it all.
drinking
I
light
do it
beer.
all. I either sip the lightest shit or the strongest shit. It really is. I'm not
Well,
sure there's much middle ground.
I had a Great Lakes Christmas ale earlier. That's a 7.5% local brewery.
What is that called?
Great Lakes Brewing Company.
Sounds
Christmas
pretty
ale.
yummy.
Yeah, it's
Sounds
got a
like
lot of. It's got
IP.
honey and nutmeg and cinnamon in it.
So like an
The recipe
IPA.
changes year to year. This year, they were low on the spices and high on the honey.
Oh, it's like a
It
homemade
actually
brew.
tastes pretty good. Yeah.
The hometown brew.
Yeah, as far as Cleveland go, it's the flagship microbrew in the greater Cleveland area. They've been
That would
around
be like
30
Yazoo
years.
here, or we have
Yeah.
420 Sweetwater 420. Do y'all have that? I'm sure.
Oh, dude, we sell Sweetwater 420. I've been trying for like a year to stop us from carrying it because it doesn't sell. You sell like 1 6-pack of it every month. And you gotta, take up space in the cooler for this bullshit crappy beer. I've tried it before. It tastes like fucking shit.
Yeah, I can only take so much shitty beer. Then I end up just drinking myself under the table.
Fire in the bowl.
Yay to that. I should have packed one. I was working on it. Take 2 seconds. This new bud I got, it's not really that sticky. It's like, it's not seedy or anything, but it's not, I don't know, it's good, but it's kind of harsh.
I don't like harsh weed.
I don't know what it is. Maybe it's
if
just
I
me.
end up getting a bag of harsh weed, I just chop it up clean as much as I can, get rid of the stems,
Hmm.
and I mix it with other weed.
Yeah.
But
I'll sprinkle out
one
like
of
a
my
pre-roll on
one of
top of some
my
shitty weed.
my two real friends here that I have here in Ohio, and I buy weed from him quite often. Called me up the other night. He's like, dude, I got some shit. You need to buy it. It's so fucking good.
Mhm.
It's like 45% THC. You gotta buy it. And I'm like, dude, I've still got like 6 bags I'm working on. I'm like, I don't need to buy it. He's like, you gotta buy it. It's amazing. I'm like, well, come over with a joint of it and I'll smoke it with you. I'm not gonna buy it, unless I need it. And I gotta try it before I decide I want to need it.
Shadow
And
Man.
like literally, I've got 4 open bags that have at least a 16th of an ounce. So they're like, I buy them by the 8th, and
Don't do it, Shadow
they're
Man.
about half full. 4 different kinds over the last couple of months. I'm like, I really don't need any weed right now, but thanks for asking. Like, just come over and smoke with me, whatever. I'll match you 1 for 1.
Right.
Hey, Shadow
word?
Man. The Discord link that you're giving me is coming up invalid or has expired. The thing ending in HU, capital H, capital U, is coming up expired.
Fire in the bowl. I've got some new headsets on.
The bull, fire in the bowl.
He's a total redneck asshole, but fun to hang out with. Who are we talking about? Me?
The guy, my friend that I buy weed from,
Oh,
one of
okay.
my 2 friends.
Your dealer?
He he's a redneck, but he's like a well-educated, like hardcore farmer type redneck. He runs a horse recovery stable. He's a consummate horseman. He takes care of sick horses. He runs a stable for people that want riding lessons and all that kind of shit. He loves horses. Horses are his life. But he's also a hunter. And that's how me and him connected. We love deer hunting and shit. We're all in the guns. I bought guns from him. I've sold him guns. It's just like he's a little uncouth. He's banned from my store right now. He cannot, and it's a shame because it's killing our business. This guy is a complete lottery junkie. He would come in and spend $500 a day, every single day, on fucking lottery tickets. And he's banned from the store because he was joshing around with a couple of the girls that were working one morning, and he reached over the counter and smacked one of the girls' asses, and she was only like 17 or 18 at the time. He left a welt on her ass. That was the last straw. A couple years ago, he grabbed one of the cashiers from over the counter and pulled her to him, and he just started fucking French kissing her. And she's all curling her leg up. She's like, ooh, this is nice. And then he got kicked out for a week for making advances and being physical.
After a week,
he's a good old boy.
they let him go.
He don't drink. He don't do any kind of drugs other than smoking weed. He used to be a complete drunk 20 years ago. He used to be a crackhead, but all he does now is smoke weed, and mostly for medicinal use. But he gets some good weed. He's got a connection straight out of Michigan.
He's not through the medical industry, is it?
No,
Just
no, it's
private
all
friend?
underground. My other friend, my best friend, he grows his he sells and he gets shit out of Mexico or not Mexico, Michigan and Colorado, but he grows his own shit and he hooks me up because we're best friends. And his shit's superb. Like I said, I get my Christmas buds from him. He does
Yeah.
Tangerine Dream every year for me and him. Oh, it's best fucking weed I've ever smoked in my life.
Just throws you a free bag.
Yep. Because his birthday, he was born on Christmas. You know, one of those unlucky fucks. And we get together every Christmas and he comes over, we smoke a couple joints or a big fucking cigar, or a couple rolls, and he tosses me a bag of Merry Christmas, motherfucker.
That's always nice. I haven't had anybody do that in a while. Just give me like a bag of weed.
I'm basically like the unofficial godfather to his daughter. It's one of those things. I'm Uncle George to his daughter. It's crazy. Like she just turned fucking 18 this year. And I remember 20 years ago, I was fucking holding her in my arms as a baby. I'm like, holy shit, time flies.
Yeah, my nephew's
And she
15
was
now.
the absolute most beautiful baby I've ever seen in my life. Oh my God. And it's funny, you see pictures of him and her nowadays. She's even taller than he is. And she's just, she's absolutely beautiful.
I had a neighbor whose baby made it up on the billboards, like for a Gerber commercial or some baby food commercial. It was a trip.
Yeah, she could have been a model, baby, for sure.
Yeah, it looks like I gotta remember to go on and turn off my auto subscription for these things. I get the extra 10% off, and I forget I gotta turn off the auto subscription.
For like what kind of site?
Oh, for the InfoWars
Oh,
stuff.
yeah.
I was gonna come on here and name myself something funny the other night. It was Nympho Whores. I thought that was a little bit pushing it. No one ever thought of Nympho Whores. It's probably
Simpo Wars.
Nympho Whores.
Yeah, I know.
Then there's Info Smacks.
I wouldn't want to go to a site that was nothing but like sex craved, crack fiends. That's what Nympho Force would be.
Dabbity dab dab, dabbity tab dab.
Dabbity dibbity doob.
Jibbity doo wop.
Wop up a loop up.
Smoking
swap,
it.
bam,
New
bam.
pot.
Shadow, much appreciate your help. Also, Mike on Discord. I'm trying to find the Wiz channel. I was there the other night and I can't get back to it.
Excuse me.
It's not showing up on my end like on any of my subscriptions. It's strange. But
Okay.
Discord's always been weird with me. It takes up so much fucking bandwidth. I can't run it unless that's the only tab that I have running.
Why does text take up so much bandwidth?
I don't know. Must be embedded software because a lot of the channels that I subscribed to had, bots that would play music and videos and shit that's probably screwing with it. The only reason I really keep my account active on there is to follow Allison. I wish circumstances were different.
Like you said, I'll probably find another one out there like it, but the fizzy magnesium from InfoWars is really, it's like my breakfast go-to drink. But if I could find one, because they sold out of it, I don't know if I'll be able to get any more from there.
You want to hear a weird thing? I started on the turmeric thing with InfoWars, and then I switched over to buying it from Amazon because it was cheaper, and I had to stop taking it. I was getting sick every time I took it. Within 30 minutes, I was throwing up.
Ooh.
And
I
haven't taken it in about 2 months, and I was taking it because of my knee pain and my foot pain, arthritis and inflammation and all that shit. Since I stopped taking it for the last 2 months, my knees are feeling absolutely fine. It's strange. I can't explain it. Makes me think that the companies that are making it are, trying to fuck with us. Because it worked fucking great when I first started taking it. The first year that I was taking it, man, like my knee pain went to 0. But then, I guess it's like everything. If you take too much of it, you build up, immunity to it. It takes you more to intake to get the same kind of,
so you were
reaction.
Up in your amount,
so
and then you started getting sick.
I must have reached my limit of it because I was taking it every morning and every evening, 2 pills. So 4 pills daily. It didn't matter when I was taking it, before eating, while I'm eating, or after I'm eating. I always ended up puking it up like 30 minutes after I ate.
Yeah, that they say take it on an empty stomach, but maybe you didn't wait long enough to eat, or who knows, number of things. Probably more of just a reaction to whatever they made it with. There's lots of ways to make to get the turmeric extract. And Amazon, you just never know with that. You didn't get sick after taking the stuff from InfoWars. Were you taking the pills, the bodies, or?
It was the stuff from Amazon, but it was an American-made company. All the shit was produced here in the U.S., grown here, processed, and sold in the U.S.
Maybe an allergic reaction. I
don't know. My digestive system has always been touchy, so I don't know.
I'm not sure what that War Thunder air battles that Dallas was talking about.
It's something he just downloaded. He's playing it for the first time tonight.
It's been hard for me to knock a game out. I just don't get on the system like I used to. I got to pay for a subscription if I even want to play it online.
I haven't played any games in probably 5 years.
So what does a subscription cost you?
Oh, man, it's like they've upped it a lot, man. It was to where if you paid yearly, it was like, I want to say $50 a year or $60 a year. And now it's like $60 for 3 months or some shit. It's ridiculous. And Bill Gates, fucking go suck it. I don't know why I play a system that's giving money to Bill Gates, but that's an Xbox One, right? Microsoft, Bill Gates.
So you're a PlayStation man then, right?
I actually was. I always was, and then I got an Xbox 360 a long time ago and started playing it. And I really like the controller for the Xbox. It's got a nice setup, and I'm guessing I know you can get the same type of controller for any system now. You can get like an Xbox controller for the PlayStation or whatever. But that's the only thing I really cared about. And, there's a few games on Xbox, I guess, like the Call of Duty. I forget. No, they've got them all across. So, yeah, there's no reason I don't play PlayStation again.
Well, I mean, they've got Call of Duty on PC now.
Mhm. And if I had the money, I would get a PC and just be done with it. My little nephew has an old badass gaming computer.
I got an old PS2 that doesn't work anymore.
My nephew's computer could run Bitcoin and play games all at one time. Like, my brother has him set up.
See, I'm going to build one of those. That's exactly what I'm going to do. But I left PS3s. I think I left PlayStations at the 3. I'm straight up. Well, I really don't play as many games. I play a little. I'm thinking about that War Thunder thing, but I'm actually what is it? The other ship game, the other old ship game.
Battleship.
I play that already. but I'm actually thinking about getting into Command Modern Operations here, and that motherfucker is $100. So that's why I was real interested to hear what you're paying for.
It's a strictly PC game that you're talking about.
It is a PC game, and I would probably play it through Steam. So that means I can play it in the cloud on anything.
Yeah, I heard you were saying something about that. It's an easy game to play, or not. You don't need a big computer or something. You don't need a fast computer, I guess, to run
No.
it.
Thing is, in Steam, you play the game in the cloud through a browser. It's kind of like a screen scrape, but it's not, if you know what I mean.
I get it. It's a new terminology there. You're swinging by me, but yeah, I'm feeling what you're saying. That's pretty cool shit. I've heard of Steam. I haven't gotten on Steam and used that.
I'm just discovering. I'm just learning.
Do you like play games through Steam, or like how does that work?
Yes.
It's like a hosting platform.
Yeah. Okay. It is. And as a matter of fact, there are multiple cloud. Google Cloud is trying to get into the game hosting. Everybody's trying to get into the Steam game web cloud hosting game kind of thing.
I did Steam for a year about 15 years ago and was playing World of Warcraft. Right after they released that expansion pack for the Lich King, I played that for about a year. And it just got too expensive, and it was like time consuming. Like Facebook was. I canceled my Steam account and I stopped going on Facebook for about 2 years because it just took up too much of my time.
And that's the problem. Let me see if I can share this.
Steam game miscreated. What does that mean? Shadow Man's got me on that one. Command Modern what?
Operations.
Operations. It's like a yeah, I see what kind of game. I remember I used to play, was it Warcraft? I don't know if it was Warcraft or something similar.
Message
That was back
deleted by Tank Force Bravo.
late 90s. We used to have media play. We could go on media play and like get your coffee, read a book, go listen to some cassette tapes, go to the black room where they had all the black room goth shit.
I'll be honest with you. I would go through Steam just to play it, just to not have it embedded in my hard drive. My humble opinion.
Yeah.
And I probably wouldn't play more than one game on Steam. Anyway,
Just out of the sake of not having all the time in the world, I'm sure, to sit there and play games.
no, I don't have a lot of time for games. I do play a few games. The one that I do play is the World of Warships right now, which is pretty cool.
I've seen the ads for it. Yeah.
And I'm pretty high up in it at for being a freebie, for being a leech, for not buying shit. I do pretty well in it.
That's what's up. I used to have this bowling app on my phone, and I could knock anybody out because I could just keep bowling strikes. I would just run all the table, or
So anyway, I'm looking for something new. I recently saw some simulations that come through. Command Modern Operation is not necessarily a game. It's more of a
strategic.
It's more of a simulation.
Yeah.
Than anything else.
Yeah, you got to know what shots to call there.
And that's the thing. I'm wondering, is it too complex for me?
For you.
Yeah.
I'm wondering how I could fare with it, and you're wondering about yourself? Holy shit, I know I'd suck at it.
Well, I don't know.
I don't know either until I try, and that's the thing.
And that's kind of, I wonder how much it's going to cost me to get in there and find out. That's kind of what I'm asking right now. What do I need to get in there and find out if I like it?
If you want to pay to play or not, or if it's worth paying to play.
Do I have to pay a whole year's worth of fucking subscriptions just to get access to the shit that I want to try out?
Yeah, that's the catch with these games these days that I hate. Gotta get all the new maps, all the subscription. So you're paying for multiplayer, plus you're paying for a yearly. Well, you pay for your game plus all your maps, map packs, all that stuff. And then you're paying for your monthly subscription on top. So on top of buying a $60 game and $60 a year or however much more they're charging, then they got to add all these maps. I mean, you're spending easily $300 a year on one game.
Really?
Easily, probably.
Is gameplay there? Really? Is that true?
Just watch Twitch. Go on the gaming side of Twitch. You'll see how many people are playing.
I had no idea. I really didn't. I had no idea.
Gaming is huge because they get sponsorships if you get more, a certain amount of subscriptions.
And it makes perfect sense. I believe it.
Dude, my fucking nephew, he wants to make his own fucking YouTube channel so he can stream
That's how my nephew is.
Minecraft. My nephew is addicted
Roblox,
to Minecraft.
Minecraft.
No shit. Okay.
Every age group of people has like their own type of games that I swear it's like every range. I mean, I'm more of old school arcade, but I like some of the newer stuff. It just really varies. Typically, the Modern Warfare.
Well,
And I like
I
that
tell you,
strategic
dude,
stuff that you're into.
I'm a first-person shooter. I'm a fucking Call of Duty
I'd like
freak.
to sit back and do the command central stuff where you're over top directing your groups, this and that. Of course, I
The
probably
command stuff is cool. It is very cool. I really dig that a lot. But I'm a first person. I'm a Call of Duty machine. I
Heck
am.
yeah.
I cut my teeth on Doom.
My friend is way better than me at the Call of Duty, and he'll be like first place every time. I swear, he just mows them down. He's good. He's a pilot in real life, so I mean, go figure.
Yeah,
But
that
I
makes sense.
mean, yeah, there's something about it. He knows which guns to pick and how to blast on them, and I can get in the groove. It seems like I do better by myself because when I'm with him, I just start talking. I just want to have fun and chat with my buddy. And then he'll chat too, but he's just mowing them down. But I get in the groove too, man, and I'll knock them out. Especially by myself, man. I'll run the team. I always am on the winning team. I don't have to be number one. But I know I do capture the flag hardcore all day.
I used to do a lot of CTF on just about everything. I've wanted to play that Battlefield
They call it
Dallas.
domination now. Go ahead.
I've really wanted to play that Battlefield, but I've just never had the gumption to do it.
See, that's just like for me, it's like buying another Call of Duty. And the one friend that I actually game online with, that's the only game we play is Call of Duty. So that's why I keep buying that.
All of my friends only play Call of Duty. What the fuck's up with that? And they all got their own servers, and none of them will come together and play. What the fuck?
Yeah. I got to get my buddy back and try to get online. The thing is,
a lot of motherfuckers Call of Duty. My age guys, a lot of guys are playing Call of Duty.
Yeah. Now they can cross.
Oh, there's
over
a lot of military people on active duty.
Active duty guys playing Call of Duty. Exactly.
Most of the cats
that's all they do in their barracks is play Call of Duty.
Getting ready to go in. Yeah.
I've seen that Battlefield 4, and I've wanted to play that.
Isn't that an old one though? Battlefield 4? That came out like a long time ago, didn't it?
It is. It's old.
Yeah, I remember that one.
When old guy is seeing commercials for the game on TV, then yeah, it's been out a long time.
I like the Call of Duty Ghosts. That was one of my favorites because you could just blow people to shit with the underbarrels on there. I mean, and there were a lot of other good ones. Hell, the old Medal of Honor. I used to play that.
Oh my God. Pac-Man on Atari 2600. Jesus, somebody's had a little too many beers.
Dude, that's when it's good to play it, is on too many beers.
And on too many beers, exactly.
I've got a 2600 and a 7800 sitting downstairs in the studio.
Damn.
With a Sega Genesis.
Are they your original ones that you've had as a kid?
Yep.
Damn. See, that proves something there.
I got an NES up in the barn. I got a PS3 in the barn. I got a Microsoft Xbox the 10 from a couple years ago. That I pulled.
I have an old Atari Lynx, the handheld Lynx, when they first had color handheld game. Turn it upside down, play left-handed or right-handed. Yeah, my neighbor had it when I was really young, and I was so jealous. And when he got older, he was kind of from good family, so he just gave it to me. And I was like, oh my gosh.
Oh, man. I remember when late 80s, I'm talking like 88, 89, when Sega Genesis came out. It was like the game changer.
I
The
just bought one
graphics
of
were
those. Like,
so much better than
yeah,
the Nintendo.
I
Sonic
just love the
the
audio of it. The
Hedgehog.
audio is so good too. All the
Sonic the
games had
Hedgehog is like my favorite game ever in video games.
the
And
games had
even
this
my
good
dad,
bassy vibe to them.
it's like the fourth Sonic game that they released was a Sonic the Spinball. It was kind of like pinball.
I just bought
My
that too.
dad loved that
Those,
game. Like my dad,
mhm.
he's like 45, 50 years old. He's fucking playing that Sonic Spinball like all day long. It was so
Yeah.
fun.
See, here's a few games right here. I've got Sega games, Street Fighter. I've got Jurassic Park, Sonic, Clay Fighter.
Yeah.
And I think I do have the pinball one. I want to double check. Some of the games don't have the cases. I get the Terminator 2 Judgment Day, which really it's a hard game.
I've got a lot of 2600 Atari games. I got probably about 50 or 60 of them. None of them are in the original packaging. They're just the cartridges, but I got a few that are worth some money.
Yeah. Oh, here it is. Yeah.
I got
Just 'cause
one
you
that's
said
worth
it.
about $1,500.
There goes your pinball.
Yep, I love that game.
I actually might pop that in. Spinball. Not right now. Next time I'll play that. Been playing pretty much Street Fighter every time somebody's over, but I need to get a few other games they got. Like I really like the Batman
the
and
only
Robin
new
one.
games that I kind of like the horror survival type games where like you have an open environment and you can collect resources from nature to like build your camp and defend it against the
That's pretty
zombies
fun
or
too.
whatever. Those kind of games are cool.
And
I don't play games though, but I watch gamers on YouTube.
yeah,
I follow 2 or 3 guys that play Grand Theft Auto 5.
yeah, I saw you mention that earlier.
They have private servers where they play basically cops and robbers. Half the people that are online are playing civilians and criminals, and the other half are all cops. And they take it all seriously. It's fucking hilarious.
That's cool. I used to go so hardcore with the gamer codes. I'd put in the codes, man, and just be all like invincible and just get all the cops on me. My favorite is to get in a fire truck and just go plowing through the streets in a fire truck. Nobody can stop you in that.
The only kind of thing I did like that multiplayer, like back late 90s, early 2000s, like Delta
GTA
Force
3.
on PC. They
Yeah.
had a multiplayer through LAN, and we'd play that. And the maps were so funny. Like they would have like half destroyed like cargo planes in the air that were just sitting there, and sometimes you would get spawned into them. And like they were the greatest sniper platforms. You just pick off everybody who was in the map, and they had no idea where you were shooting from.
That's cool, Dallas. He said his clan for Modern Warfare in 2007 got 28th place. 1,000. That's pretty damn good.
I just don't have time for games anymore. All I can do is watch other people playing them.
Yeah. It's hard to get into games, man. You got to get everything set up. Like I say, you got to spend a lot. Bottom line, you got to put a lot of money and time into something. But it can be cool.
I've been into games off and on most of my life. Come on. I mean,
I'm never going to stop.
yeah, I had a
playing
couple of
games.
consoles. I didn't do the Atari thing. I just had a PS3. But after that, converted over to nothing but PC, and that's where I've been. So I've always bought the high-end video cards for my gaming machines. I built some of the best gaming machines I've ever. I mean,
Oh, I used to love the sound blasters
way
back in the
before.
90s. We would my
Yeah,
brother would install sound blasters and get all souped up with his
there you
PC.
go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh man, Test Drive Accolade back in the
So
day.
I just need to get. I want to play this command, and I believe that Steam is going to be the best way to do it. So I'm gonna pony up, I guess, see what it looks like.
Might have to look into that.
I'll let you know.
Yeah.
I'm definitely going to stream it. If I'm going to build some of these things, some of these scenarios run for hours. So yeah, I'll probably stream it.
Right. Star Wars games.
But yeah, I'm reading about it.
My favorite Star Wars games where you started out in that Falcon or whatever, and you like wrap up the big walkers and trip them up. I forget which one it was.
Yeah, like in mid 90s, like 95,
It was on
they
N64.
came out with like TIE Fighter and a Rogue Squadron and those kind of games. Yeah, those were fun.
Hey, old
Dark
guys know how
Force.
to
Rogue
game.
Squadron.
Old guys know some shit.
You guys know some things, even in the gaming industry.
Castle Wolfenstein, Doom.
What we lack in finger dexterity with all you youthful kind of guys, what we lack in finger dexterity, we make up for in treachery.
Oh, here he goes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll shut up now.
Nah, that was good. TIE Fighter. Yeah.
The N64 version was a lot different than the 486 PC version.
They had one guy named Paul Phoenix.
There were so many good DOS-based games that you could play on 486.
Every time Paul Phoenix would win, it sounded like he said bald penis. Bald penis wins. What? What did he say? Oh, Paul Phoenix. Okay. Yeah, the N64. I love, 007, but my favorite was always Mario Kart 64.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't get tired of that playing with
Rainbow
friends.
Bridge. Me and my roommate would play the Rainbow Bridge mission for hours and hours and hours.
Last night I posted a video on Facebook. This guy.
But as far as like a first-person shooter multiplayer, yeah, GoldenEye was the greatest thing out of the late 90s.
Right. But speaking of that Rainbow Road, man, somebody made an actual like racetrack in their home. It's this huge thing, Rainbow Road. Each thing is colored different. And he has like a contest with all these different Mario figurines from the game. See who wins. And it was a trip. Then I started seeing all these other contests and monster truck stuff, man. The Black Pearl. It's a monster truck, dude. It's like, I used to be a Gravedigger fan, but I'm into the Black Pearl now. I used to never watch much monster truck stuff, but when I was a kid, I always wanted to go. Probably glad I didn't, because I'd have lost my eardrums.
I've only been to one monster truck thing in my life, and I was probably about 8 years old. And yeah, it was cool as fuck, but it was loud as fuck. I wish I would have had earplugs.
Yeah. You didn't even have them?
It was at an indoor arena, and on the stage floor they heaped in probably 300 tons of dirt and made a course. And like Bigfoot was there, and Ultimate Warrior, and all the big name trucks at the time. And it was cool as fuck, but man, it was fucking loud.
Mm-hmm. That's like hearing a gun going off by your head.
They had a contest. They had 100 dirt bikes, running a race. It was an absolute nightmare.
Oh man, dirt bikes like indoors
You're
in a dome.
crashing into each other and doing all kinds of crazy shit. You get like 30 people trying to jump one jump at the same time. And like the guys on the end, they had nowhere to go. So they just like aim off into the sides towards the crowd.
That's great. You got to see that shit.
Oh, yeah.
Man, that's great.
Cleveland
Didn't lose a
Coliseum,
fucking
1986.
Some tire comes off, smacks you.
They had the Gravedigger van, the first generation of the Gravedigger. And that thing, it launched off the first hill on its debut run, and it went at least, 80 feet in the air. It was like, oh my God, how is he going to survive that? Comes down on the other side like nothing happens. Like, Jesus Christ.
That one stunt guy, I forget his name. He was actually from here. He's like one of the most famous stuntmen. Y'all probably remember his name. God, I fucking forget. Ah.
All right. I'm cracking open my last beer.
I could do that.
Not the last that I have, but the last that I want. This is my limit.
I've got some Mango Madness, like fruit juice or something. That's really good. I think I bought them all from the store next door. I had to tell them, hey, you got to restock this Mango Madness, dude. I could actually make a pretty nice cocktail with that. Or some type of mixed drink, I mean. I have to look up that prop night. I've never heard of prop night.
Oh, it's fairly new. Oh, it's funny as hell. Basically, you play as you can get like 4 people on a team, 5, where 4 of them are the regular players and 1 of them is the enemy. And you're like students at a magic school, kind of like Harry Potter, but you have the ability to like transform into any kind of object that you see in the game, like a crate, stacked up against the wall, or a table, or a book, and you have to fix these magic machines, but the enemy is always trying to chase you, and they haul you away and put you in like a soul sucking chair. It's funny as hell.
That's
because
weird.
the game physics make it funny as hell.
Sounds pretty odd, but that's cool. I'd have to check that out. I like that Ghostbusters game they had, man. That was kind of cool. There was one, it was okay. I mean, it was like good graphics, but I think the story sucked or something. Roller coaster building sim. That would be neat.
I had so many fucked up DOS games because I had this. We used to have this store in my hometown that's, they were kind of like a mass. They were kind of like it was a store that preceded Best Buy, and Best Buy killed them. They were one of the the .com startups that didn't make it. They were called Hyperstore, and they sold tons of fucking computer games. And like the last year that they were open, like business was really bad, so they were like discounting all their fucking games. And I'd go in there like 2 times a week and buy like 20 games each time I was there for like $2 or $3 a piece.
Yeah.
All those old DOS games. It's like load them up, try them out, and delete them.
Right. And that's the thing, man. People were probably doing that and then like returning them or something.
Yeah.
Media got played. How about that?
I remember when they finally, the corporate, part of the company decided to, completely close all the retail shops. They had a weekend blowout where everything was like 75% off. And the lines at these stores were insane. It was like Black Friday shopping. 2 hours, 300 people waiting outside lined up to get in the store to buy whatever they could. It was nuts. They completely cleared out their inventory. It went black.
Dang.
It was just like Black Friday.
What do we got here?
Tornadoes. Bring it up a little bigger. It's part of the game simulation.
Oh. All I saw is USA versus Russia.
Breaking the S-400.
Oh, okay. That's pretty cool.
Shouldn't be too hard. The S-400 has been in service for a while. The new upgraded SM2 can take it out, I'm sure. Vampire. Missile attack. That's what they call them in the Navy. Dallas calls another dab. How dare you? God, Dallas, motherfucker, get your ass in chat. How many times do I have to tell you? Click the link.
Another dabble, do you?
Dibbity dabbity doo.
Dibbity dabbity
Is
do
dab
it up.
time again?
Why not?
Dab time,
Who
Roni.
called this dastardly dabbity do?
Well, hey, just based on that image you just showed, Don, there you go. Have you ever been to Cyprus?
Dabbleliciously.
Me? I have, as a matter of fact. Yes. Yes, I have.
I'd love to visit that place. Yeah. Both sides of it. There we go. I remember seeing pictures of that thing back when I was a kid. Everybody's like freaking out. I'm like, well, it is what it is. U.S. didn't have anything like that at the time, except for the single Pershing, launchers.
Pershing.
We tried out railroad missiles with Minutemens, but that didn't work out. We wasted so much fucking money on that fucking project. It's disgusting. Ugh.
What years was that?
Back in the 80s, mid 80s, they tried.
okay.
They wanted the U.S. We tried to do a rail deployed Minuteman system, and it did not work out. They transferred it into a small scale road based force that hauled, basically, it was like an Oshkosh Army tractor trailer that was hauling a flatbed trailer that had a quad missile launcher for short range to intermediate range cruise missiles and ICBMs. And we had a couple units of them staged over in England for a while. And they finally got shut down because they were too expensive, and they said they didn't need them anymore. And the amount of money that got wasted into that program was just disgusting, because The bases had to be completely redesigned to house the trucks and the missile magazines. They had to construct some really big underground bunkers that were reinforced on the top end, millions and millions of dollars. And the program was only active for like 2 or 3 years before they scrapped it. Total waste of money.
You have a pretty deep interest with the missile technologies, I guess.
Well, missiles, bombs, you name it.
I knew a guy in detonations team, and I forget if he was in Navy. He was a pretty, I don't know how you say it, like finicky type of guy. I wouldn't say he was impatient, but he was just really focused.
Yeah, I would say you have to be kind of detail oriented to be in that game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Special weapons takes a special kind of person. I can
That's what
tell
I
you
fancy
pretty
because
much everywhere that we have in the past and have currently are nukes. I can tell you anywhere in the world that our inventory is located and where it used to be. You'd be surprised at where we have shit right now. I got a stockpile of bombs about maybe 80 miles northwest of me. Just a ton of fucking nukes.
we have the Oak Ridge, Tennessee here, where you have the atom bomb originating from.
Well,
But I
they
don't
still
think
make a lot of the material for our continuing what they call the enduring stockpile. Yeah, Y12 at Oak Ridge handles all of that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't blame you, Dallas. That's probably a little.
Yeah, they're like I was saying about this place where they got all this shit at Selfridge Air Reserve Base, north of Detroit, in Michigan. They have a ton of nukes there that people don't know about. Cruise missiles and gravity bombs.
Let's not to mention where they deposit all, or put all these spent nuclear waste in the mountains, which is still, I don't know, seems
Oh,
dangerous.
on the civilian side, yeah, from the NMRC and Atomic Energy Commission. Yeah, the Department
We
of
have
Energy.
we have two of those dumps here locally. It's called USA Ecology is the company, and they're nuclear waste dumps for the entire West Coast.
There's like 2 of them in Ohio, and then the big one is right across the river in Paducah, Kentucky. They've got so much fucking shit. This place is poorly designed. It's all above ground storage, and it's all low to mid level waste. It's not high grade waste. But they got that facility got hit by a fucking tornado about 6 years ago, and they had a release of material into the air that no one ever heard about because
Oh,
they had
no.
about 3 or 4 ruptured tanks. Yeah, they had it hit the town. It was horrible. It was like an F5 tornado. It was a big one. It was terrible, and the outside of the tornado hit the storage facility. It was bad, but it didn't make the news for long.
It'd be nice to be able to recycle the spent uranium and plutonium and all
Yeah. Fuel your flux capacitor with it.
that. Just sell a bunch of shit that's full of it. It's like the fluoride in your water. Just sell their own fat asses back to them. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, here's something you guys probably never heard of. One of the worst nuclear accidents that ever occurred in the Western Hemisphere happened in Mexico about 30 years ago. They had something like 6 or 7 hospitals that got closed down by the government. And, they emptied out the buildings and demolished them and used land to build housing and all that shit. When they emptied them out, they found out that afterwards that there was a lot of nuclear material inside those hospitals because of like x-rays and shit like that. So they had a lot of medical grade radioactive waste that was, classified as highly radioactive, weapons grade type shit. And they ended up tracking this shit, and it turned out that some half-assed contractor carried it out by open dump truck throughout this huge ass city and down the freeway, and then the truck crashed, and all the material that it was carrying dumped on the side of the road and got basically bulldozed into a ditch and covered with like fucking soil, and
You
they
gotta
just
be
covered
kidding.
it up. And everybody that lived within 5 miles of this place ended up getting cancer and getting killed and shit. No one fucking knows about it.
Oh my god. Wrecked.
Fucking Mexico.
They wrecked. Big time.
Only good thing in Mexico, there's 2 good things in Mexico. Miriam is in Mexico. She's good.
Yeah.
The second
Good thing.
thing that's good in Mexico is the Marine Corps in Mexico and some of the Navy. They are the most loyal, honest,
Excuse me.
patriotic people in Mexico. They don't get infiltrated by the cartels because they're so fucking honest. Whenever they go on missions against the cartels, there's no security leaks. They don't have turncoats or anything. They get the job done. They're true patriots from Mexico. So as far as Mexico goes, I only support the Navy and the Marines. The rest of the Army and the Air Force, they're corrupt as hell. They sell their fucking munitions to terrorists.
Wouldn't surprise me.
They had a massive bombing down there about 5-6 months ago. The cartels were fighting between each other, and one of the cartels got a hold from the Army something like 25 or 26 howitzer shells, and they were converted into roadside bombs, and they took out a military and federal police convoy and killed something like 300 or 400 soldiers and federal cops that were trying to do a raid on one of the cartels. And they said that basically the fucking cartels went to the fence at the Army base and said, walked up to one of the guards and said, I got, $20,000 US. Give me 20 howitzer shells. The guy's like, okay. It's that bad out there.
They're peddling a lot of stuff down there. Especially probably now more than ever. I mean, I can only imagine.
The only thing that I would ever want to go to Mexico to see would be like some of the places where they filmed a lot of the old Western movies. That's it. I don't want to go see anywhere else. Maybe Baja by California for the fishing or something like that, but that's it. Yeah, I don't want nothing to do with Mexico.
Used to be this Charles Bronson movie, like Chaco Mountain or something, man. I forget. It was really good.
I know what you're talking about. He played like an inbreed, half Mexican.
Mm-hmm. You know which one I'm talking
his
about.
wife and his kid were murdered, and he went on a rampage and he was being chased by a posse. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Chalco,
Yeah.
Chalco, Chalco or Chalco's Revenge, something like that. Yeah, that was a good movie. I love Bronson in the westerns, and the Magnificent 13. Oh, I loved him.
Mm-hmm. There was one I'm trying to think
the
of.
Dirty Dutchman. I loved him.
Yeah.
I just watched a movie with him that I've never seen before a couple of days ago. I think it was called like Heartbreak Pass. It was basically a long train robbery, murder, military insurrection type movie, you know, a thriller.
Yeah.
And he was playing an undercover U.S. Secret Service agent, you know, trying to track down a bunch of stolen guns and ammunition and shit. It all took place on a train.
Yeah, I'd have to see that.
It was a good movie.
Fire in the bowl.
Fire in the bowl.
Fire in the bowl, boys and girls.
Fire in the bowl.
Brought to you by Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farms.
Dot
Dot
.com. Cough.
I even have the wife saying .com.
She'll do the official .com thing. We'll just add her. Just press play like the goat. Angry goat. What do you call it?
Well,
Kick that goat.
She does it in a pleasant voice versus my, you know.
Oh yeah, your wife has a great voice. She has a media voice.
She does.
She could make some fucking money, man.
She does.
Doing voiceovers and backgrounds and
every year they
intros for radio stations.
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Clarice. She's my little Clarice. That's what I call her.
Hello, Clarice.
I've got to grab a drink.
I like Clarice. The young Jodie Foster. She was so cute. But she's an absolute fucking idiot libtard now, so fuck her.
Exactly, so fuck it. I have 3 meetings in the morning.
That sucks.
Just easy meetings. 2 of them are somebody else's meetings where I just sit and listen. And one of them is my meeting where I run the show.
I used to love meeting up to give people a quote on their landscaping, like where to put the trees and stuff. I was pretty good at telling people, hey, you should put it over here. And they're like, yeah, let's do that.
I need a landscaper at my place. I've got a job. I don't want to tackle it myself. I'm
you said you're still cleaning up from last winter.
Well, yeah, but I have an isolated job that needs to be taken care of because it's out of control. I've got these juniper or yew bushes around the front of my house, along the front porch, the entire frontage of the house. they're so old and overgrown that you can't trim them anymore, that they're at a manageable height, because you would just, if you cut them down enough to, see out over the porch, you'd just be cutting dead wood. There'd be nothing left green. And 20, 25 feet tall in some spots, I need to get them taken out, and I need that whole spot dug up and mulched, and something new put in there, on the cheap, something like a couple clumps of ornamental grass, something like that. It's probably going to cost me about $500. It's too much for me to handle. Like it would take me an entire day with the chainsaw, and then like another 2 weeks to burn it all.
If you have a ladder and you can get up with I don't know if you have the weed eater with the adapter where you put the little thing on and just trim across. That's how we did it.
If I was to do it myself, I'd have to take the chainsaw off out there and chop it up with a chainsaw. Yeah, and it's like 10 bushes all intermingled together. They're completely overgrown. It's you can't eat. You stand out on the front porch.
Somehow I can just see you out there.
It's
doing
like
it.
5 feet above your head. Like it's starting to reach up to the gutters in some spots. You can't see the road or anything. It looks like trash.
I guess sometimes better to do something than nothing, though. Maybe.
Yeah. Well, I've been telling my aunt next door, I'm gonna get it cleaned up. And it's been 2 years, and I need to get it cleaned up this year.
Fully.
I got a big ass dead tree that I gotta take down sometime this winter. Big old maple that died back like in 2019.
Well, it only becomes a high priority when it's hanging over your house or something.
Well, it's not. That's the thing. It's clear of the house. I can fell it straight into the field. That's empty right now because it's winter. And then just chop it up. It's just it's too big of a tree for me to handle on my own with the chainsaw. I know my limits. I'm not fucking around with a tree that big. So I gotta find somebody.
I'm a bit of a tree
at
harborist.
least down on the ground so I can cut it up.
Yeah, I've seen some videos where they'll rope it up a certain way and direct it one way, and like wrap it around another tree and get the right leverage.
That's what I would do. Like I got my farm all tractor. I can park it out in the field and connect a chain to it around the trunk of the tree, or hook a chain to a pickup on the ball hitch, whatever, pull it. It'll fall straight into the field, no problem. I ain't got to worry about any kind of damage or anything. But I just need to get it down. It's just too big for me to actually lay it down. I don't have any kind of experience with cutting that wide of a tree down.
Sometimes you have to have the right hoist that holds it, it's almost like a hammock type thing to hold.
Go ahead, Don.
But yeah,
I got to get out of here, kids. I got a couple meetings in the morning that I got to actually be up for on the East Coast. So
all right.
I'll bid you all a wonderful evening. And sorry I couldn't hang with you till the end.
Have
a good night to you, sir.
Gentlemen.
It's 4:20 on the dot Eastern time. So fire in the bowl one last time.
Yes, sir.
I got a good hit.
It is. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, I'll call it. I'm going to shut down in 10 minutes. So
I feel that.
Don't let me force your shutdown. You guys are having a wonderful conversation. I'm just over here reading about.
I'm drunk off my ass.
But yeah, that's awesome. Dallas, appreciate you sticking around for us, brother. Very much.
Yeah, dude. It's good to have some chatters up late night, lurking around, chatting around.
Yeah, Dallas is old school. You can always rely on him.
Yeah, he is. Dabbity dab dab.
Dabbity doo da. It's hard to keep this bowl packed. Tell you
Yeah,
that.
well, you guys
That's
are
your
some.
problem.
Listen, I'm a heavy smoker, but you guys are not exactly fucking lightweights either. So just trying to keep up with you fuckers is well
Yeah,
expensive.
sometimes I think
To
that's what
start.
we're all doing. We're all sitting there going, shaking our heads, going, "Damn, we smoke too much."
Damn,
We
smoke a
play
lot.
the long game, not the short
Damn,
game. We
smoke a
play
lot.
the long game.
That's great.
I think every 20 to 30 minutes suits us pretty well here.
Well, some can join in, some
When we
can.
can remember.
There is no pressure, though, ultimately.
All right. Well, Don, you get some sleep and you take them easy, sir.
Thanks, guys. Much
Yes, sir.
appreciated.
Good
Have
night
a wonderful
again.
evening.
Good seeing you, brother. Dream well and sleep well, Patriot.
Rock out with your cock out.
That's how we do around here.
Yeah, I got the next 2 days off so I can get as fucked up as I want tonight. I don't give a shit.
I think Tuesday is kind of my slow day, so I don't really take it too hard on myself on Tuesday.
Well,
Usually I go to a chiropractor.
with my schedule, whenever lately, I'm getting my 2 days off a week, consecutive days. It could fall during the middle of the week. It could be on the weekend. It varies week to week. But if I got 2 days off, the first day is a rest and relaxation recover day. I spend like half the day in bed, and I'll do some laundry and do some cleaning. The second day, I work my ass off doing chores. But I gotta have that one day to catch up on some fucking sleep.
Got a whole room of clothes that need to be put up. They're already clean and just laying neatly.
Dude, I've got
over chairs
probably
and
about
couches.
10 loads of laundry to run right now.
Need a mail order bride for this situation, I think.
She has to be either Ukrainian or Norwegian.
I'm not that picky like you are.
I'm just joking.
I'm going to put her to work either way.
I just want a girl, and right now I'm sweet on somebody that I've known for a long, long time, but we haven't, been in person in a long, long time either. And I'm kind of trying to build up something with her right now, so it's like, I don't know, it's early days.
There's always that side of the sale to consider.
I'm kind of at the point where, like, maybe I'm gonna seriously ask her out for Valentine's Day. I want to take her out to dinner.
Heck yeah.
I don't know. I've known
I
this
say
chick since I was in the 4th grade. Graduated high school with her. She's about the only person that I know that I was friends with from high school days that's still
You were
single.
talking about her one time when I was in here,
Yeah,
Full
I
high
have
school.
hopes. She doesn't seem very responsive. I think it's because she's a nice girl and she's polite. I don't know. I do want to ask her out just for dinner. No expectations other than a nice dinner.
Based on my memory of what the girls that I was going to school with back in the day, if they still looked similar, there's a few I would still consider.
Yeah.
But most of them have probably kids, and who knows, probably a few still single. I had one dream girl from, she was from Thailand. She was beautiful. And I don't know, it was kind of one of those I messed it up things, but we were too young to really be serious anyway.
Yeah. If you're looking on screen, this is the picture of who I'm looking at. She's my age. She's 41, 42.
She reminds me of that girl from American Pie, though, and that's not a bad thing.
Yeah. And well,
Because I had a kind of a crush on that girl too.
she's tidy. She's super petite, but she has medical issues, and that's
But you
why
know who I'm talking about?
she's petite. Yeah.
Play
Um,
play something at our band camp.
yeah.
She said some joke about that.
Yeah. Yeah. This one time I was
This one
at
time at
band
band
camp,
camp,
and I put a flute in my pussy.
in my pussy, yeah. Oh,
This
man.
girl, she's professional. She went to college, got her master's in art education. She's an art educator at a pretty prestigious art museum that's connected with a major, unfortunately, liberal college. But she's got serious medical issues. She's basically suffering her whole life with diabetes and chronic kidney disease.
Mm.
And about a year and a half ago, she was actually diagnosed with end stage kidney failure, but she fought back from it. She's a fighter. She's a little spitball fighter. It's part of the reason why, I feel, connected to her, because she's an inspiration.
Yeah. I was gonna say something else about some girl I knew, and I forget.
I got the restaurant picked out where I want to take her. It's like the best fucking Europe or Italian American restaurant.
I was gonna say, I bet she could tap dance.
Well, she's English and Irish.
She looks like she can tap dance.
Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me if she could.
But go ahead.
I got the perfect place to take her out to for dinner. This awesome Italian American restaurant that's like one town over from where she lives.
It's not like Amerigo's or.
No, it's a single restaurant. It's not a chain. Family-owned restaurant from the 60s. The upstairs dining room. Okay, the decor of this place, it's called the Woods. So it's kind of like rustic, exposed wood paneling all over the place. But the upstairs dining room is all of that, but it's embellished with most of the tables are old church pews. And all of the other tables have stained glass separators between each table or booth. And they have like a copper paneled tiled ceiling with skylights and all kinds of. It's the best place to take a date for dinner, and the food is superb.
We had a place kind of like that called The Boundary, where you had this really neat upstairs. You could look out and kind of see Midtown. It was probably not as rustic per se, but it was a good place to take your girl.
Yeah.
Just kind of low key, but upscale a little bit. Go upstairs.
They're known for their burgers and like a lot of their Italian stuff, the Parmesan chicken and veal scallopini. But they do some seafood. They do steaks. Although I had a steak there once and it was absolutely garbage. But
oh no!
Good burgers, good sandwiches.
There's always one bad item at a good restaurant, even.
Yeah, but it's just like the atmosphere in there is great. Perfect place. I've taken 2 girls out to dinner there before.
Is this called Woods or?
It's called the Woods. Yeah,
and it's Italian. That's crazy.
It's like right on a major city road, like 2 doors down from a shopping development. It's just been there tucked away in between other, businesses and whatnot for like the last 50, 60 years.
Mm-hmm. Now, if it was called like the Forenzo Woods, then I would get it's Italian. But just
Yeah.
the woods is very low key. Like I would know what to expect.
And they have a behind the main restaurant building, out in the back end of the parking lot, they have what they call behind the woods, which is a private, like rent for a night party place with catering and everything from the main menu of the restaurant. And
Oh wow.
yeah, like people they throw proms there and wedding
Private
receptions and
events.
stuff. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's pretty fucking cool.
Yeah, I used to valet a lot of private events when I parked cars for PMC. I did Reese Witherspoon's wedding, CMA awards, all sorts of festivals and stuff. Had country music stars tipping me 20s and 50s.
Yeah, I worked
Grace
security
Adkins.
for a short time, years and years ago. I was only doing that for 6 months, and I got to do security for a big WWE, wrestling match that was in Cleveland,
Nice.
and I did the security for a what was it? It was a country female singer, Faith Hill. She was
Yeah.
on
I went to a
tour. I
Faith
did
Hill Tim
security
McGraw in
for her.
2000. I went
I
to
did
Faith Hill.
security for 9 Inch Nails,
Oh, nice.
which is
That's pretty
kind
cool.
of crazy because I already knew the guys from 9 Inch Nails. I've met them like 5 or 6 times before. They're like, "Hey, George, how you doing?" I'm like, "What's up, Trent?" Trent Reznor.
Okay.
Yeah, hung out with him at a few shows over the years.
Yeah. I mowed the lawn for what's this guy from Corn? He had the dreads.
Yeah, I
He
forget his name. I
lives
know what
over
you're
here in
talking about.
Tennessee. Me and my buddy, because my buddy, I don't know if you've heard of Matthew West. It's a contemporary Christian artist, but my friend's oldest brother is Matthew West. So it's kind of a funny thing. So he
Dude,
gets to
I
know a lot of
honestly I
people.
haven't listened to any contemporary Christian music since I was in
Yeah,
high
not
school.
many people do.
Like
I don't even listen to
dude,
him, honestly.
like I'm sure you're aware
I
of
mean, he has some good songs.
Jars of Clay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was huge into them in the
That was
90s.
when contemporary Christian had like a moment. It had a
Like
moment.
Caedmon's Call,
It was like a fart
some of those. Yeah,
cloud of contemporary Christian music.
yeah, Jars of Clay. Like man, that one single they put
And
out,
not
like
to diss on,
it
I'm
topped
a
the
Christian
charts
myself.
for months.
Yeah. I like the old hymns, I guess, if I'm gonna say I'm gonna sing Christian music.
And like,
I don't know.
do
There
you
are some
know?
good
Do you remember the band called Filter?
Oh yeah.
They
Dude,
were
yeah. I had one of
those
their
guys
CDs.
were from the town just north of me when I was in high school, and I spent tons of time, across the tracks in that town. And I was I was friends with the singer and the guitar player and the drummer for the band, and like I was in the house where they filmed a lot of their videos at and shit. And I used to go out and meet up with them at a local bar and grill and have burgers and beers with them and shit. It was fucking great.
Huh.
Super, super odd. Like some of the nicest people you could possibly meet.
Mm-hmm.
They had that all straight, edgy kind of vibe going on as far as professional life, with their music and their videos and everything. But, just down inside, they were just, normal small town kids.
Right. I mean that's everybody at Hartwell. A lot of musicians are like
A
that.
lot of people, yeah.
And
It's
just
just like I was talking earlier tonight. The craziest concert that I ever saw. One of the headliners was Megadeth. At that show, I got to hang out for about half an hour with Dave Mustaine. He's one of the most down to earth motherfuckers you'll ever talk to.
Yeah. Yeah, he's awake. He knows what's up.
Yeah, one
I mean,
time I went to a music festival here in Cleveland, and I hung out with Nick Mason, the drummer from Pink Floyd.
oh no shit.
And he wasn't there for he wasn't performing or anything. He was there for the show. He just happened to be in the U.S. He's like, oh yeah, there's a good lineup. I'm gonna go to the show, and I hung out. I immediately recognized him as soon as I got in view of him. So I sat down at the bar a couple seats over, and after 10 minutes, I bought it, and I'm like, yeah, bartender, send that dude a beer over there, 3 seats down. We ended up talking for about 2 hours about fucking Pink Floyd and all the crazy shit that they did and everything.
Mhm.
And I've been personal friends with him on his personal Facebook account for like the last 10 years. We talk a couple times a year.
Hmm.
He's super pissed off right now because he started a side project band called Saucer Full of Secrets, and all they play is the old Pink Floyd stuff. From the 60s and the early 70s. They don't play anything past like 75. And
That's cool.
he's pissed off because he had to cancel his world tour because of the Omicron bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah.
In fact, he sent me a picture
I saw in the
about
news there
2 weeks ago. He was
Fauci
out on
says 2 jabs is not enough for the Omicron. You must get 3. And then
Such
people are on here
bullshit.
saying, "No, my mom's had 3 shots and she's got it." Blah blah blah. Yeah.
If you're normal and you're healthy,
Even my
the
friend,
symptoms
my buddy
3
that I
hours to
know,
3 days.
he just got COVID and he's had at least 2 shots and boost. I mean, he's probably had 3. So he's gotten to the point where he doesn't believe in it either.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. A lot of people, it's like maybe too late, but they are learning one way or the other. They are going to learn. I think a lot of people can agree with that. Natural stuff is good, and then needles are for very specific things. There's good needles and bad needles. Just what the hell? People are so fast to go and. Oh, I had a good comparison earlier. I forget.
Yeah, I stay away from needles unless they're packaged in a sealed medical container.
People are more worried about stuff that they can actually identify
You
and
know,
talk. Like, I mean,
I
people
have
are
a
more
lot
worried
of
about dog food for their dog than like getting something in their arm that could kill them. That's why
I
I just
have a
don't.
lot of experience with emergency rooms and hospitals and first aid and bullshit like that with my background. I know how to self-administer almost everything that you could possibly, self-administer injection wise, in an emergency situation. And there's no with that knowledge, I still would never inject myself with any fucking kind of street drug. Never, ever, ever, ever. Because all that shit, it's all laced with fentanyl. But even before fentanyl was a thing, I've never had that desire to shoot up fucking heroin. Like, come on.
Yeah. Yeah, I've watched in uh, dismay at some friends that, or one friend I know,
I've
shoot
lost
up.
9 people I have known. I had lived through them overdosing on either straight up heroin or fentanyl.
I've been lucky.
It's
I don't know any personal friends, though. That's good.
9 people.
Yeah.
And one dude,
Actually,
I
I
was
do
kinda
know
close
one.
with.
I do know one good friend related to Tom Bannon. It was Grant Bannon. Tom Bannon Chevrolet. His son had big ass Chevy truck and thought he was the shit. I mean, no, he was a really humble guy though. But he overdosed on some pills. I forget which kind of pills.
Yep,
Probably
one of
Oxycontin.
the one I remember the most. I had this dude that I used to play poker with for years, probably 7 or 8 years. Me and him and a couple other guys would get together once a week and play hold'em poker. And he had a legitimate pain issue, and that's how he got started getting hooked on the painkillers. He whatever job he was working, he like fucking wrenched his leg and fucked his knee up, all kinds of shit. And he had legitimate pain issues that they prescribed him, Oxycontin and whatever else. And you build up a tolerance for it after a while. And even though the doctors are feeding you prescriptions for this shit, he ended up trading his prescriptions to people that would get him heroin because it was, faster active and more effective. And this was kind of before, it was a couple years before the fentanyl started hitting the market. And so he had straight heroin, and he ended up ODing in his car one night, about a township southwest of me. And he OD'd at a railroad crossing. And he was out for about 20 minutes or so. And then he woke up, didn't know where he was, and he ended up turning 90 degrees to his right, thinking he was at an intersection of a roadway. And he drove down the railroad tracks about maybe 300 yards, and then he
No.
fucking passed out again.
Oh no.
And then a train came
Fuck.
and just wiped him out.
That's insane. That is insane.
It was such a fucking shame. He had 2 kids. He was a year away from paying off his fucking house.
Sad.
My entire group of friends became shattered after that. Like, we didn't hang out anymore. It was fucked up.
Mm. Yeah, it's different if it's like some screwball that deserves it, maybe, and he's tripping. It's like, I don't know. It's still not funny, but it'd be like, whatever.
He just he liked to host poker games. That was his thing. And he wouldn't even drink or
That'd
smoke
just be
with
a
us.
really bad
when we
dream if you
there.
woke up to a train
But
coming into you. Like
he
after.
was kind of known for hooking out the ladies. He was kind of a pimp. But yeah,
Either way,
nobody deserves that. Nobody deserves to
like,
die getting hit by a train while you're fucked up. Fuck, we had a guy I knew fucking OD'd and died in his car. And he was living in his car, and he parked his car in the parking lot of one of the local hospitals. And it sat there for about 2 months before anyone from the hospital or the police department came to investigate it, for being like a possible dump stolen vehicle or some shit like that. And it was, car people. He was living in his car, so his car was full of shit. It was like a 92 Caprice station wagon, and it was completely covered, on the inside with trash bags and shit. And they found him like half desiccated in the back of the wagon, like in the bed area, covered with like 3 layers of trash bags full of clothes and bullshit and everything.
Oh,
Like fucking graduated high school with that guy.
how do you think
Fucking
he got
insane.
killed, or like he just died?
Oh, he shot a hot load of fucking heroin.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah. The car sat in that parking lot at the hospital for 2 fucking months.
What?
Yeah, the original report that started the whole investigation into it was because someone was driving through the parking lot and they slowed down by the car and they smelled, the decomposing body, or like something's going on in the parking lot. They called the security and the security called the cops. They're like, we don't know what's going on. The cops checked it out. Yep, dead body in the car, half rotted out.
For 2 months in a hospital
2
parking lot.
months. Yep.
Jeez.
Yeah, at a Catholic hospital.
It must not be a busy hospital. If it was here in Nashville, that
Kind of busy. Yeah. It was a level 2 trauma center.
but it depends. I guess this just the layout. I've been to
Yeah,
some
if you didn't
hospitals where
have to
you
get
could.
flown into Cleveland, that's kind of where you went if you were on the west side.
I mean, obviously, if he parked his car in front of the ER door, it'd be different. But he must have been out somewhere
He was
farther
way
away.
back in the parking lot.
Yeah,
People
I've seen
just
some.
disregarded it and thought it was a dumped car, a stolen car, or whatever, and said, "What the fuck? Who cares?" Checked it out.
Nobody
Even
want
the
to fuck with
staff.
it. It was so trashy looking anyway.
No, man, there was this kid that I was in Boy Scouts with. Oh my God, he could have been such a good person, but he made some bad choices. Oh my God. He was 2 years behind me in school. Went to school with him, and I was involved with this Cub Scout group through the Boy Scouts because I was den chief. And I was friends with his mother. And the year after I graduated high school, he ended up getting fucking. He had classical case of a suburban kid that got too much money and didn't have enough to spend it on. His folks were rich, so he had a car at 16, brand new. It had like probably like a $500 allowance every week. And once he got into senior year of high school, he got into heroin.
Yeah,
And he ended
go
up,
figure.
he was going down through one of the biggest roads in my town. And him and his passenger were both on heroin, injected, drinking alcohol, and smoking weed. And he was driving, and he drove into a double width utility pole and destroyed the right side of his car. Instantly killed his buddy, his passenger, some 17-year-old kid. Instantly killed. And he got fucked up. He broken ribs, broken arms, broken legs, all kinds of shit. And when he finally got out of the hospital, he had to face charges for, vehicular manslaughter and all this shit. And he got like fucking, I think it was like 12 or 14 years in prison because of it. Just totally wiped out his life. And he was such a promising, good person. He was when I was in scouts with him, he was, I kind of took him under my wing as a mentor because he showed so much promise as being such a nice guy, and to waste it all on fucking heroin, it really pissed me off for a couple of years.
Yeah, man.
I couldn't even talk to his mom. I talked to her right after the accident happened. I'm like, I can't even talk. I'm like, I need some distance because I was pretty close to her. We talked every day, and I'm like, yeah, I wish you the best, but I can't even think about this because it just makes me too fucking sad and depressed.
Yeah, that is already. He just had somebody killed in his car. Wouldn't be much I'd want to say to him, I guess, at that point.
It's like you done fucked up.
Praise the Lord, you're still alive.
Yeah. Yeah, he ended up serving that whole 14 years in prison.
Yeah.
Last I heard, he got his GED because he didn't complete his senior year in high school. He
Hey, I
became
was a dropout.
he became a welder.
He became a what?
A welder.
Oh, okay. I thought about doing that too. Love to weld shit. I knew an
Yeah,
old dude that welded.
honestly, like there is a possibility that I'm going to come into a lot of money in the next couple of years. If I do, I'm going to, look into some education, that I never had. And I have a list of things I'd like to pursue. Number one on the list, I want to become a professional gunsmith. Number two, I want to be a welder. I wouldn't mind going to school for 2 years to be a welder. There's a
Heck
lot of
yeah.
money in welding.
I like
Always has been,
blacksmithing
always
too.
will be.
Of course, blacksmithing is kind of like a lost art too. Right?
Oh yeah.
Tap and die.
Our old friend from Australia, Jack. I don't know if you remember him. Yeah, he was a professional blacksmith. Now, I loved all the kind of shit that he used to do. He made, regular everyday farm implements, and he made super high caliber knives. He was a knife smith, bladesmith. He'd make knives that would sell for $5,000.
Hmm.
Yeah, I miss him. Great part of the original group.
Taps the cold German steel from my fist. Lurkers sound
I've
off.
got some German steel, but it's like kitchen cutlery. Pretty
Yeah.
good.
Got some old stuff that my dad made. Handmade knives that he used to make. And I don't really have anything like. I wish I had like a sword, a really nice katana or something.
Well, what I'm glad that I still have is I still have a lot of my grandfather's tools. And he's got tools from back when they made steel that they cannot make that same kind of steel anymore. It's just the recipes are lost, and it's too expensive to make it in small batches. Back when steel was, king. He had tools from like 1910 to 1930 and 40 and shit.
Yeah.
I got a lot of them tools laying around. I spent a lot of money on. I really should auction it off.
I went next door after they already like auctioned off everything in the house, and I still found so many tools out in this garage.
And it's not just like common everyday tools. My grandpa was a tool and die maker. So he's got like all the kinds of jigs and parts to make tools and stuff out of that old steel. It's worth a lot of money. I got a hand saw in my garage that's like 24 feet long. It's a 2-man tree saw. and it's like from
Oh, nice.
the 1920s.
The curved.
Wooden handles, and the teeth on this thing are like 2.5 to 3 inches long on the
Yeah.
wide cut.
I imagine.
And like maybe 3/4 of an inch on the short cut.
Tear
It's
down
a
a nice
huge,
sized tree.
old-fashioned, tree saw.
Mhm.
That thing has got to be worth at least $1,000.
Could be.
Even for people that want to buy it for a decoration to hang in the wall in their restaurant or
Oh,
something.
most definitely. I mean, that's more than just like what you'd find hanging up over at Cracker Barrel, we'll say.
Yeah. Well, it's a weird thing in my area. There's a lot of local restaurants that decorate the inside of the restaurants with old fucking tools and antiques and stuff.
Well, that's what
They
the Cracker Barrel
they
does.
just go to the antique malls and the flea
But yeah,
markets.
there's other stores that do stuff like this old 50s type, or like have old Volkswagen Beetle, like the very front hood for their desk.
Or the tail fins from the old cars and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way to do it, man. And
That all started around here back in the mid 90s because of the fucking TGI Fridays. Their flagship store in our area was right in the smack of downtown Cleveland, down in the flats that I was talking about earlier. It was the best restaurant in Cleveland back then. The best view of downtown Cleveland, great food, great atmosphere, and they probably spent 20 grand on decorating that place with old antiques and shit and old tools.
I bet Drew Carey went down there.
Probably. I've seen Drew a couple times at Indians games.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He
He's
looks
huge
like
in
he'd
Cleveland.
chief up.
I don't know. I was never much of a big fan of his, but he's
Yeah.
Cleveland, so whatever.
Yeah, even on that show, I didn't like him, but there was a few characters on the show I liked. I think that one guy that would drink beer, like his neighbor or something.
Mm-hmm.
He was actually in that movie. I can't think of the movie he was in. The Office, or no? Oh, not The Office. That's the TV show, but Office Space, the movie Office Space.
Yeah.
You remember?
Yeah. That on Drew's show, that Mimi chick, like she
Mhm.
was like to me every time I saw a picture of her, I'm like, that is absolutely the most ugliest woman on the face of the earth.
It was like
I'm like,
Miss Piggy in real life.
If I was the last man on earth and she was the last woman on earth, I wouldn't touch her.
Yeah, I think that was the point. Most atrocious, like, coworker that's, usually you would want to hit on your coworker, but not her. "12 bots." More like people sleeping, probably passed out. I remember.
Now you're pretty close to Memphis, are you?
Oh, about 2.5, 3 hours. So,
I have heard that some of the best barbecue that you can get is in Memphis.
yeah, there was one, and they have one here, but there's some down there I haven't been to that are.
Like there's a hotel that's been there for like over 100 years that has a restaurant inside of it that has like some of the best barbecue on earth. I've always
sounds
wanted
pretty
to
good.
try it.
I need to go. We need to just all meet up down there in Memphis one day and just have some barbecue and fucking.
Yeah, I've been to Tennessee twice, but it was always down in the Smoky Mountains area. So I got, Pigeon Forge and Gatlinburg and all
Gatlinburg, yeah.
that shit. And actually, my favorite restaurant in the world's down in Gatlinburg.
Mhm.
Bennett's Pit Barbecue. Oh, that place
Oh
is
yeah,
great.
I think I've eaten there too.
And the Cornflower Grill, or there's an old mill. Yeah, they call it the Cornflower Mill restaurant. It's an
Mhm.
actual operating grist mill that they
Mhm.
grind their own corn and grain. And the corn that they use, they make cornmeal for their country fried steaks, and the best
Mhm.
fucking country fried steak I've ever had in my life.
Oh yeah, they do. They can't. That's one thing I like about it out there. Gatlinburg and stuff. They got some really good food out there.
Mm-hmm.
I've only gone a few
I had a
times when
lot
I
of
was
fun.
younger.
We went on vacation there twice, me and my mom, and we had such a good time. The hotels were great, the restaurants were great, the national
Mm-hmm.
park, middle of the summertime, so it was hot, but
Yeah.
it wasn't crazy, and the crowds weren't that big. But I do remember the first time that we went, there was a huge traffic jam between like Seaverville and Gatlinburg. So, it's like a 10-mile long traffic jam. And
Mm-hmm.
me and my mom are sitting in the car in the middle of this traffic jam. And it was like 105 degrees and 100% humidity. And my mom didn't have air conditioning in the car.
Oh man,
And we're like
felt like
dying.
120 in there.
We
At least
got into
temperatures.
town the first day of that trip. It was bad. When we got to town, like the first place that we saw to eat that was within our price range was like some cheap ass buffet place, and the food was awful.
Oh
And
no.
then
Yeah.
we got a room for one night at the only vacancy in town was this cheap ass family run motel in a tower that was like absolute garbage. So we stayed there for one night, and then we finally got a room at the Hampton Inn for the rest of the week. Thank
Right.
God. Air conditioning. And it's right across the street from the Bennett's.
Right.
Oh, we ate there literally every day, twice a day, breakfast and dinner. They had
Yeah.
the most amazing breakfast buffet.
Bennett's. Here we
Um,
go.
yeah, their breakfast buffet, I think, was like at the time it was like $15 per person. It was all you can eat. They had a complete fruit bar, veggie bar, and breakfast bar with like any kind of breakfast food you can imagine: bacon, eggs, sausage, waffles, pancakes, the whole 9 yards. And yeah, we dug in and went to town.
That sounds pretty damn good though.
The burgers were great for dinner. My mom loved the ribs. Yeah, for years I used to buy the barbecue sauce that they homemade to give to my mom for Christmas. And I believe that location actually burnt down when they had the forest fires there about 6 years ago, and they rebuilt it. And they got another location in Pigeon Forge, and they had one in Knoxville, but I don't know if that one's still open.
Yeah. Ever since the lockdown, it's hard to want to go back to some places right now. Once it gets normal ever again, if it ever does. I'd love to save up and go out back out to the Rockies or even Dollywood. I just love theme parks, especially that one because it just has the woodsy,
Yeah.
not too many. I like the rides, but I like water rides. They have some really good water rides.
Well, if you like theme parks, I would suggest here in Ohio, we got Cedar Point, which is on the shore of Lake Erie, about an hour west of where I'm at. 45 minutes to an hour drive. Hour west of Cleveland.
Mm.
It is the roller coaster capital of America. We got more coasters than any other park.
Oh yeah.
And the rest, the park's not just all coasters. They got all other kind of rides, and some of them are themed areas. Like they got an old West Frontier type town with a bunch of
Mhm.
themed rides and shit. But if you're into water rides, they have a water park that's adjacent to the park that you can get into for a couple extra bucks, and it's one of the
Yeah,
best water parks in the region.
that would be pretty straight. They do
Yeah,
have a new water park here that I haven't been to. I think at Dollywood, I haven't been to the water park thing.
yeah, they own it. The whole park is like a real thin peninsula that runs into Lake Erie for about a mile. So they got on the west side, there's two marinas where people can boat in for the day. And on the east side, they have hotels and condo resorts and timeshares and a trailer park that are all connected on the eastern shore where they have like a 2 mile long beach that's only open to the people that are paying there. It's not a public beach.
Mm.
And they have like surfing lessons out there. They do parasailing. Um, and the main hotel in the park has been there for like almost 200 years. It's like an old classical building. It's
Hmm.
amazing. Cool place. I
Surfing.
spent a lot of time there when I was younger.
You ever been surfing?
No, I've
Okay.
tried water skiing, but I could never get out of the water.
Oh
I couldn't
man.
balance myself right. Yeah, it pissed me off. I tried it for like half a day, and I'm like, this isn't working.
That's like for me roller skating and well, I could do the inline aggressive roller skating, but I couldn't pop a wheelie on a skateboard or whatever, do the
Yeah.
ollies or whatever.
Now,
All I could do on a
bicycles, I could
skateboard
do a
is
lot of
bust my
shit on
ass.
bikes. I could do all kinds of tricks on
Yeah,
bikes.
bikes. I could do some stuff on bikes.
But as far as the surfing goes here in Cleveland, yeah, in the summertime, you get some surfers on the lake, but around here, the big surfing season is right now with the winter storms. People go out like in dry suits and shit and do winter surfing on Lake Erie. They're fucking absolutely nuts.
They're nuts, yeah.
Yeah,
But it's cool as shit.
yeah, because we do get some really good, like, we'll get swells 20 feet tall. People will ride them and shit. I think like the best, 26 foot is about the highest that we go on average. And we get, if the surf conditions are like that, you'll have probably 500 surfers, on the lake within a 30-mile stretch between like where I'm at and where Cleveland is proper.
Mm.
And they love it. And they come out of the water and they're completely like covered in ice and shit. They're like, oh, it's the greatest fucking day of my life. I'm like, okay.
They must have been doing that Iceman thing I talk about, the Wim Hof method. See, I'll preach about it, but I can't do it. But I do the breathing part, so that's all I preach about, really. But I mean, I tell people if you can do it, do it. I'm gonna get into more cold adjusting, just in a more minimalist, like a more gradual type of way. Because I plan on soaking my feet and my hands in cold
Mountain spring water.
ice buckets, like for my feet and my arms, and just try to get used to it.
I
Just
think the only kind of like modern um adventure escapism type thing that I'd want to get into. I I want a parachute. I want to jump out of a fucking airplane.
well, like a bungee jump, right? When you do the Wim Hof method, you get the same feeling like you're about to go on a bungee jump.
Yeah, but that you can't do that
But
here
you're
in
not
Ohio.
going on a bungee
It's
jump, so
outlawed.
it is different.
Yeah, in
I was just
order
making-
to do that, like, okay, you can go across the Ohio River into West Virginia, and they have this place. It's a national park called the New River Gorge, and they have this big ass bridge that crosses the gorge. And once a year in the summertime, they close the entire bridge down, and there's a catwalk that runs the entire length underneath the bridge, and they let people come in there. They pay their fee to get into the festival, and they can parachute, they can bungee jump, they can do whatever the fuck they want off the bottom of that bridge.
Right.
I don't know. I want to jump out of an airplane.
Yeah,
Like
bridges
from
are
a
not.
very high altitude. I wanted to do like the high altitude drop free fall for a couple minutes, and then do some acrobatics with the parachute. And
My
then,
buddy Kevin could take you up there. He flies
Well,
some
I
planes.
had a friend gonna take me, but
He was up in
died.
Oregon.
He was a Vietnam veteran in the Rangers, and he had.
Did he own a
thousands-
little Cessna or he had a little plane?
No, he had his own parachute rig in the spare. He's like, "Yeah, I'll tandem jump with you." Where you're connected to the main jumper, but it was a matter of getting a plane to take us up because all his pilot friends were up in Minnesota, and we were here in Cleveland, so we never got to go. And then he got fucked up and passed away. So
It sucks. Yeah, it happens in the older age.
I've never flown in my life. I've never been up in the air in an airplane. Never.
Oh, you're not the only one. Guess what? Me either.
The only airplanes I've been in were at air shows and museums.
I know I heard
Never been up in
somebody
the air.
somebody was either on this channel or somewhere saying, "Man, whoever hadn't been in a plane before," and I'm like in the background lurking, going, me.
Whenever I tell that to anybody, they're like, "You haven't been up in the air?" Like never.
Even my girlfriend, she hasn't been in the air, so it's just like
I'm like,
but
I'm
then
poor.
everyone
I
else
can
has.
only afford the train.
Yeah, I've been on trains and boats. I mean, I've docked a 61-foot yacht with my buddy and his dad when I was like 12 years old or somewhere around there.
I conned a 48-foot yacht when we were doing the water skiing with the Boy Scouts.
But I jumped off a 61-foot yacht to like tie the ropes. Like I knew how to tie the ropes. I still could do it, I'm sure, but I mean, I was literally jumping off this boat onto the dock and tying up a rope. It was so crazy. Just me and my buddy, and his dad was this rich fucker piloting it. Backing it into the harbor. It was a good memory. And we got paid like $20 for washing the yacht. Maybe 20 each. I forget.
The day that I was conning that 48-foot boat, I had to call the Coast Guard on the radio to call in a boat accident. There was this little 20-foot sailboat, that a couple kids were running in the bay about probably a mile and a half away from me. And they lost control of their boat and they flipped over. And there was two of them. We were watching them for a while, and we only saw one of them come up after the boat flipped. We waited a couple minutes, and we're like looking through the binoculars, and we're like 2 miles away. Nothing we could have done to help them, but we're like, it's been 2 minutes. We don't see the other kid. I'm calling the Coast Guard. So they ended up sending a helicopter all the way from fucking Detroit to come look for this kid. And it turned out like the riptide pulled him 3 miles away and landed him on a beach in the other township.
Not like an undertow, but a riptide.
Yeah, we get riptides like crazy here in Ohio on Lake Erie. Riptides are bad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, Lake Erie.
all the public beaches that are within 20 or 30 miles either way of Cleveland, they have there's always riptide warnings, and they
What was the lake?
basically they don't let you swim more than 100 feet out from shore at most beaches.
What's
If
the
you
name
go
of the
out
lake?
Lake Erie,
Oh, it is Erie. Okay.
yeah, yeah. If you go out past 100 meters, they have markers out there. The lifeguards will whistle and call you in, and if you don't come in, they'll call depending on where you are. A lot of the police departments along the lake have their own like marine units, so they'll send out a little boat to look for you. But
Yeah.
they ended up calling the helicopter for these two kids, all the way from fucking Detroit. Took them like 35 minutes to fly there from Detroit. Like now they've got a helicopter stationed. It's attached to Detroit, but it's like based at Cleveland, so they can fly out and deal with the local shit here.
Mm. Yeah. I've
But
never had.
we've also had the problem over the last 20 years of assholes calling the fucking Coast Guard and the local police units saying that there's accidents and rollovers on the lake with boats when they're not. They're like making false calls, and it's been going on for like 15, 20 years, and they've been trying to like triangulate these people's cell phones and shit, because they've spent like probably about $3 or $4 million on fuel for the helicopters to come out for these fake reports.
Oh,
Like
no.
the government's pissed. They want to fucking put these people in federal prison for 50 years. And
Wow.
they never caught them. It's been going on for like 15, 20 years.
That's crazy. That's the control.
Because once they get the call, they have to go out, even if it's unconfirmed.
Maybe somebody got fired from there,
Yeah, it could be.
It could be internal, or it could just be some fucking asshole.
Yep.
It takes a lot of nerve. It's like people calling in bombings at schools, It's like, come on.
Exactly.
Really?
There was a big uprise in that shit in my area about from stretching from September to November this past year, and the focus on the investigation, it was like 4 schools that got multiple calls of bomb threats or active shooter shit going on, and they thought that they had a guy that was the prime suspect, and he was from the next town north of me. He was a sophomore, and they thought that he was trying to do it to get out of taking like crucial tests and shit. And then they discovered that they backtracked it through the internet and found out that the actual culprit was like spoofing his IP on his computer and rerouting his IP through like 3 different countries to try and hide his identity. And it turned out to be some like 15-year-old kid in Ontario up in Canada that was just doing this shit randomly for fun for like over a year. He just said, fuck it, I'm going to target Ohio. And he started, doing this at like 10 different schools in Ohio. All right, Dallas, thanks for coming in, brother. Good. You have a good night.
Peace, brother.
Peace out. I'm about
I'm
done with my beer. I got 10 minutes left here.
All right, I'll stick it out with you.
Oh, geez, 5:30 in the morning.
Finish a cigarette.
I'm not going to get around to taking all my trash out for bulk trash night. That's not
You know,
gonna
we're
happen.
still waiting for the trash man to come and pick up what's out there.
Well, the thing is, it's so cold outside that all my trash is frozen so it doesn't stink. Everything that's outside, so I don't give a shit.
Yeah, since it
I can
snowed
go
last
another
week,
week.
we've waited a whole week, so like it's about to overflow if I have to add more trash.
I'm about like lately, for like probably the last like 8 months, I only put out my trash like once every 4 weeks.
I could just
It's
burn the
just it's
trash in the
just me
trash.
in my house. There's no one else here. I do not generate enough trash to take those cans out to the street every week. So, whatever. I got fire pits and burning barrels in the backyard if I need to burn shit.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I'll throw it in my barrel. Be done with it. Do y'all have a pizza place called Two Boots?
No.
It's like I don't know if they got all these Big Lebowski pictures and different shit. I just wondered if that was local or like regional
Never
or
heard of it.
national. No, they have some really good pizzas though, man. Two Boots, and I don't know
As
if you ever
far
had.
as like a regional chain in the Cleveland area, I can only think of two. We got a place called Marco's Pizza. We got a
We've
place
got a
called
Marco's Pizza.
Hungry Howie's.
We've got a Hungry
Hungry
Howie's.
Howie's is the shit.
I like Hungry Howie's with that flavored crust.
Oh, they're just their hot buttered breadsticks. That best breadsticks I've ever had in my life.
Mr. Gaddy's used to have some really good breadsticks.
I've heard of Gaddy's.
Gaddyland, you could play arcades there back in the day.
We got
That was pretty
a
awesome.
chain. Well, no, not a chain. They only got one. It's a one shop family location next town over from me. They've been in business for like 60 years. They're called Sandino's. And they run amazing specials, and they do full delivery to both the city they're in and my city. Like every corner of my town, they will deliver to, no questions asked. Then, like,
Nice.
I live on the very southern edge of my town. Like, a lot of people won't come out to me. They'll come out, no problem, no extra delivery fee or nothing. And they're also open usually until midnight.
Yeah.
And oh my God, their sandwiches. You get a large sub from them, that'll feed 4 people or yourself for like 2 days. But the pizza's phenomenal. Great crust, good cheese, fresh veggies and meat. I hate buying pizza when people are using like frozen veggies and shit. Like the place next door to where I work, they cut back on their costs and everything within the last 2 years, and they don't keep their vegetables fresh like they used to. It's like you get a pizza that's made with like rethawed out onions that are like 2 months old,
Might as well
green
go to the
peppers and
store.
shit. Oh, it's disgusting.
Yeah, I liked working at the pizza place because I'd cut fresh onions, green peppers, tomatoes, mushrooms.
Dude, this pizza shop next door to
I'd
where
make
I
a
work,
mean Cajun chicken sub.
they fucked up about 2 months ago. They made their daily batch of fresh dough, and they fucked up on the salt and sugar mixture, and they were making pizzas like a traditional pan style pizza. The crust like rose about like this tall. It was insane.
Like the bubble or like the crust?
Yeah, it was all hollow on the inside. It
the
bubbled
big
up like
bubble.
Like even in the middle, like the middle of the
They didn't
roof, it was
proof it
probably
right,
4 inches
and
tall.
then furthermore, they didn't stretch it enough. They even
Yeah,
have like
and it
pokers
was all
in
like
the
the
rollers that
sauce.
poke the holes.
The sauce got into everything and made it real weak and soft, and it was
Oh
garbage.
yeah.
Like every pizza made that day was terrible.
Man. That's
Oh.
funny.
They're like, yeah, this new employee didn't know what the fuck he was doing when he mixed up the dough, added too
Mhm.
much salt or too much sugar or whatever. And they said they had to throw out about 200 pounds of it. I went
Mm.
outside when I was taking out my trash and looked at their dumpster next to our dumpster and opened it up. And yeah, sure enough, there was like 3 5-gallon buckets that were completely over. They were vomiting, over ripened yeasty dough. It
It
was like,
smells
whoa.
really
Oh
bad.
yeah, it fucking smelled like a brewery.
Trains that came through would be holding like all this stuff. I forget what it was, but it smelled like dead bodies, I swear. And
Oh, we get shit like that all the time, man. We get
you'd be in the train
we
yard and
got
you're just
a
like, what is
train that
this?
comes through here twice a week that's hauling liquid waste from a huge uh, corporate farm. It's
Mm,
one of like the top 5 largest farms in the state of Ohio. So they got something like 10,000 head of cattle at any time, and it's all fucking toxic manure sewage, and they don't vent the cars properly, and whenever it passes through town, it's like close your windows. There's the stink wagon.
oh man, that's just wrong. It's like farms where they're near houses that they're spraying the like farms with this stuff that goes over into the other people. I saw some video about it.
We we had a guy that got
It's
charged by the
nasty.
local police department, oh, probably 2 or 3 months ago. He was a independent septic, honeysucker trucker, and he was hauling his big ass, 5,000-gallon tank truck full of fucking sewage, and it was leaking on the road significantly for about 5 miles. He left a huge fucking trail in the road. They had to call the EPA out, and he got charged, with the federal toxic waste, loss for EPA. And yeah, I
Oh,
don't think he's in business anymore. I think he got cleaned out.
yeah, they racked his balls
Leave a
good on
5-mile trail of shit through the road in the town. It's like, ugh.
that. That's where the trail ends. A new story begins. Yeah, I'm about feeling it. Probably need to crash out here. Oh, I gotta get something done tomorrow or later today.
Yeah, I'm hoping within the next 30 minutes that I'm going to be asleep. And I'm hoping that I stay asleep for the next 12 hours. So I
I
really
was lucky
do.
last night and I got at least 10 hours.
I
So,
want to get up, probably around 6 or 7 in the evening
yeah,
and start doing about 10 loads of laundry, and I'll make myself something really nice for dinner.
that sounds yummy.
Do some cleaning.
Sounds like a good
Too
daily
fucking cold to
Tuesday.
do anything outside.
Yeah, fuck outside. I've had to double up my vest, man, but that stuff keeps me warm.
Like I
Probably
really
need.
need to go out to my detached garage that I use as a workshop and clean out some shit, move some shit around, winterize some shit. But it's too fucking cold.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta get into it, though. It just depends. Sometimes there's things you gotta get done. It's like working on my car. Sometimes I didn't want to do it, but I had to change an alternator at like 20 degree or 15 degree. Wasn't that bad, but It's pretty icy, frozen fingers. Yeah.
Yeah, like I need to get a lawn tractor up on jacks and take off a main tire off the rear and get it replaced. It's too tired. It's too cold for that right now. I'm sorry. It's
Yeah,
not a sealed
sometimes.
garage. It has no door. It's completely exposed to the elements.
Sometimes you need a little teamwork too if you had some partner around. Even if it's
Yeah,
chick, some
that's what
chicks
I'm
can.
lacking.
But sometimes you gotta be glad you don't have somebody around too. So
I
there's
like my
always that.
privacy.
Sometimes they can run your life into a ditch or just
I
somewhere
I have
that you
no
didn't want to be.
problem living alone. When my dad died, and my aunt was like, well, "How are you going to keep up the place? You know, how are you going to make all your bills? You know, the utilities and all that shit." I'm like, "I do it myself." She's like, "You need a roommate." I'm like, "I don't want a fucking roommate. I can do it myself." And for the last 3 years, I've been doing it myself. No problem.
They're gonna end up making more messes too sometimes. It's not worth having all that.
Because the only person that she wanted as a roommate is like a distant cousin in our family, and all he wanted to do was sleep there like once a week on the couch and use like the living room and the spare bedroom as like a storage shelter for him for all his fucking junk. And we're like, no, we're not doing that. All right,
Room.
man, I'm shutting her down.
Yes, sir. I'm out with you. Out cold, like Steve Austin would say, or something, because he told you so.
If anybody is still alive in the chat, thank you for coming in tonight. It was fun. And we'll do it again shortly.
Good night, all.